YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to go into that too. The details I think they need to talk about most are the details they're least prepared to talk about, which I expected. I'll say that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the crossovers for the raids. They might still be good. The good news is that has no bearing on whether or not they're good fights. But my first reaction to it is not excitement. That's the bottom line. All right. Let me do this. All right. Yeah, I just prefer my raids to be in universe. Pressing buttons can always be fun. You know what else is another thing that's kind of lame? We already kind of know how it's going to go in some capacity. Like it takes a, like that's the thing with Nier and Eva, at the very least, there's a sense of the way it turns out, you know, doesn't necessarily have to follow a game. You know, like the Nier one is very clearly using Draken Nier lore to build something that's continuous, and that's in line with something Yoko Taro does, right? So while I'm not a huge fan of using it as the 24-man, it does at least have something to offer those fans innately from like a continuation standpoint, right? Eva's probably going to be the same way. It probably won't just recap a story. It will probably use Eva elements to build something new for Eva fans. For 7, I'm less confident they're going to achieve that. I think it's largely just going to be kind of Final Fantasy VII nostalgia bait. You know what I mean? Yeah, I also feel that too, Kenji. I wasn't wild about the keynote today, but I'm about to do a recap. So I think we're live again on YouTube now. I think I've turned that back on. So without further ado, let's get to recapping. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and in this video, I'm going to be recapping the opening keynote for EU Fan Fest. It just finished up a few minutes ago. We just got through the opening ceremony, and now while waiting on the subsequent panels and live letter, etc., we're going to go over everything in the opening keynote. I'll preface this by saying I wasn't super excited about this opening keynote. It definitely has some highlight moments, and I think some people are going to be a lot more excited about certain elements of it. But for me, this was kind of a standard EU Fan Fest. EU Fan Fest kind of always suffers from middle child syndrome in that it has to recap a lot of stuff from NA, and everything NA got was all new. So seeing it again is not that exciting. We did get some new details, but I don't think a lot of the things we got new details about were exciting enough to offset just recapping stuff from the first Fan Fest. So preface, this wasn't my favorite Fan Fest. It felt like a bar below NA, but it does have some really good highlight moments, some long awaited features, and of course the reveal of a new job, which for me was very hype. So of course it started with the extended trailer, which we're not going to watch here, but we did see a couple of new elements in it. And there's a bit of question about this new character, Visna. Some people think this is a tease for the Fizz range job, a Falconeer of some kind. I wouldn't say no. True story. I think the first ever time I played RO, I played Falconeer. So in a way, it's kind of like cool for me. But whether or not this has anything to do with that or what this rune actually is, it kind of leaves things up. I don't know if a wand and a falcon would be necessarily a good idea. And I'm still going to hold on to my double crossbow prediction. But at the same pace, it was still a nice little detail that was added in. More excited is we got the reveal that we're not just on islands on these floating, places. We thought they were maybe, floating islands in the sky. Turns out they're using Norse ships as the main theme for all of our different cities. And they're actually floating like man-made constructs that have a core element that's going to be very involved with the story. They go over a lot of that throughout, and we'll be talking about that. Now, this for me was the highlight, and it normally is the highlight for the EU Fan Fest. We have the reveal of the new job. a lot of discussion about the Ratatan shirt. Guess who's back? Eminem, all the, just the gun shields. I, of course, said I wanted dual shields before we even had the first FanFest. It's just one of my favorite, like, silly fantasy ideas. And we straight up got Ratatan's weapons, the gun shields, as the weapon. I didn't think we were going to just get Ratatan's weapons, but I gotta say, I was super excited. Like, this is exactly what not exactly, but close enough to what I predicted, and is just, it looks really cool. And it looks a lot different. Now, I'm sure tanks, I know a lot of tanks who wanted spear shield. I feel for you. That was the thing I think would have been my second most wanted, would have been like a Valkyrie spear shield, especially with the Norse, like the themes. It would have made so much sense to have like a Viking style Valkyrie, whatever, job. Totally would have been all for that. And I think it could have gone either way. But also the Reaper glow up in the trailer was insane. This was like my favorite part of the whole trailer altogether. And it was about Reaper. So just wanted to throw that in there. But yeah, we'll get into talking a little bit about that a little bit later. I'm also seeing another one of the, as I'm still calling them, the Jotun. And now there's a whole bunch of story theories going on about those. And that pretty much covers all the new stuff from the trailer. Was Visna as well as that. Visna being a winter would sure be an interesting thing. That would be something wild. I'm assuming they're not evil for the time being, though. Then we have some recap here. We get to see some of the islands. And again, I'm glad they kept this a secret, held this for the second FanFest, because from a thematic and lore standpoint, I really liked seeing how they're adapting certain Norse mythology. Some of the Norse mythology they're choosing to grab from, I wouldn't have expected, like this ship being named Naglfar. Definitely wouldn't have been the first name I would have expected for a ship, but it could be some foreshadowing for some stuff that's going to be coming later. So again, the theme is still like hype as heck. And the more I see of the theme, the more I love it. Like I want every single one of you who is someone who is very in tune with Norse mythology, who has a lot of the knowledge and the history. I want you guys to nerd out, geek out, point out every little thing that someone like me who, sure, I play God of War, but I'm not going to be an expert on it based on that, I want you guys to go nuts, because I've been loving everything I've seen so far, and witnessing it has just been exciting for me as like a player and fan of the game. Yeah, now all we need is beards at this point, and it will all be complete. So at that point, they're still nailing everything here. And then we have, of course, the new job. Its name is Bastion. And man, I gotta say, this is so much better of a job like action style reveal. I remember Viper and Picto not really like taking a whole lot away from those, especially Viper. They showed like the starting Ouroboros animation like 60 times for like 45 seconds straight, and we didn't get to see a whole lot. I felt a lot more enlightened by the animations and what we're seeing from Bastion here, and kind of understanding a little more than I expected to understand about it. So as we can see, it is a dual kind of melee range style tank where they have the ability to attack from near and far. Special note, it is a main tank alongside Paladin, and Paladin also has the ability to attack from near and far. So maybe that's part of the main tank's thing. We get to see it kind of charges these shields up and has some sort of, that looks like it's basic ranged attack here. The leap here looks great. Plunge enjoyers are going to be loving that. And then we have almost like a machinist style swiping thing here, because this is literally, that is either a channeled attack or it's like machinist hypercharge, where you're got a shorter cooldown for like 4 GCDs, and the 5th GCD is some sort of finisher with that right there. So you can see them bam, 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 and then it does that jumping attack. They just do it twice there. Then we get to see them switch into the range mode, and I assume that all that happens with the ranged mode is the basic combo button changes to your ranged basic combo. So it's meant to be a little bit like, I think this is like a basic ranged action, ranged combo going on here. That's the second part of the combo. That's the third part of the combo. I think that's all that's happened there. So it's not using any more like button layouts or anything. We also have a defensive cooldown. That's probably their like 40% cooldown equivalent. Looks like it gives a shield. And then we have this sort of ground AoE pulse thing here, which I really like. And then we have this charge style attack, which reminds me of like a tank version of Numa. So really like the theme of it, really like the aesthetics of it, and at the very least, the artifact gear, it has that kind of like Viking-esque like fur and the little Valkyrie style. Like, honestly, it's a little heavier, but this is kind of what I imagine a Valkyrie would have dressed like in Final Fantasy XIV anyway. So visually, Really digging it. Also, it's going to be expanding upon a bit of lore that I think more in tune lore heads will be a little bit more familiar with. But then we have this main tank. It has evolved mode only because it's a new job. The main arm is called the Skiltborg. Those are the 2 shields. Starting level 90 and starts in Limsa Lominsa. So Limsa Lominsa now having 2 tanks. Pretty cool. Then we move forward and we get some more information about the concept. It's from the located in the vast expanse of the Northern Empty. Our Slaint has long been protected by indomitable bastions, heritors of the ancient martial techniques developed over generations by the archipelago's rulers. I had some people in chat immediately who knew all about Arslant and the place that this is coming from, and it's something that we don't know a lot about, but we have some basic information. So I saw a bunch of people really excited, and in terms of lore and world building, big fan of this. A big fan of lore and world building. It's going to come back later in this live letter. Don't you worry about it. But I really like what I saw of Bastion. It was along the lines of what I personally wanted, but I'm a non-tank, so I'm curious to see how the actual tank players will feel about this. It also says it has curative boons, which I'm assuming is just one skill that heals themselves or maybe an ally. Something like, again, Paladin being the other main tank, Paladin still has their heal. It's just a button that, changes its functionality depending on if you're targeting an ally or an enemy. So there's that. And then they just showed the trailer one more time after giving us all those details. I really like the way Bastion looked. This was definitely a highlight for me. And the job reveal is normally a highlight for EU FanFest, especially Yoshi P having to stay dressed like that the whole time. I do not envy the man. Maybe he has the t-shirt for the Fizz Range job teaser under that. Hey, for Dawn Trail, the only t-shirt we got ended up being a hint for for both of the jobs. It ended up being a teaser for the weapon and also for the theme, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So with the painters and whatnot. We'll find out what the final job is. We didn't get the job icon here for Bastion, so that was a little strange. So I guess we'll also get that in Tokyo, and maybe we'll get the job icon. I think we didn't get the job icon for the DPS until Media Tour. For one, I feel like one of the job icons, at least we didn't get till Media Tour last time. So I might be misremembering that though. It's been a while. And then we go on into Recap Central. So this is where the show recaps NA and then adds in new details when they are available. This is like showing the new zones. Like, we have Naglfar and we get to see this beautiful theme. We got to hear some brand new music. A theme for a town that Soken, it's not even the theme for the town. That's going to be the crazy thing, is that he literally made a theme overnight specifically for the trailer for one of the 2 new towns. And it's not even the actual town song. And honestly, if you had told me it was the finished town song, I would have believed it, because the man cranked out a banger in one night. Most people do that. They have a kid 9 months later and they say, yeah, I banged that classic out in one night. And that's it. But no, he was just like, yo, I got this badass theme that I'm going to build for this town. Perfectly fitting and great on the ears. So we're going to go through some of these zones right here so you can just see some of the scale. And they said these zones are going to be the same size as normal zones, maybe even a little larger with some of them. So, if you're thinking they're all on a ship, and so they might not be as big, though, they're still going to be pretty wide and expansive. They're pretty, they're exciting. And based on what we saw at NA FanFest as well, chock full of lots of Norse mythology for, again, the Norse nerds, as we'll call them, to geek out on. And I want you to geek out. I want you to nerd out on all that stuff, because I cannot get enough of hearing about the inspirations for all of that. Moving forward, he's just talking about the zone sizes, talking about some of the artwork. He's talking about the crystals that are in there and how they're key to the story. Working theory is they power the ship, or my working theory is that they power the ships, and that the Jotun, the giants that are walking around, I'm calling them Jotun, they have not officially called them that yet, probably want to consume that ether and energy, or they're actually the hearts of fallen Jotuns, and they're being used to power the ships, and thus maybe defeating Jotuns helps, gather energy for the ships to continue to stay airborne. Something along those lines, but those are just a few working theories that I have personally. Then we have, again, this second theme here of Falgarthur, which is not how you would pronounce that if you were good at pronouncing Norse names, but all the same, that's how you're going to hear me say it, all things considered. Yeah, they've just called them arcane giants. I'm calling them Jotun because I'm falling in with the Norse theming here. I think that's a cooler name. And yeah, we're not going to play it here because I'm assuming there's still YouTube copyright issues to be involved, but Soken banged out a theme for this part of this trailer in one night. That's not even the theme for the town. So if you go back and watch the keynote, you'll be like, I can't believe he did that in one night. That was crazy. It was quite nice. And also, very beautiful looking city. You can see some of the Ethernets, the Etherites. You have the marketplace area here. And you can see that kind of barrier. And then this is inside of Naglfar, just to be clear. They did confirm that that area is in the Naglfar ship as a whole. And then just a few more screenshots of some stuff that we did see at NA. And then we went into Hringhorni, which is going to be terrible for shout chat for the next several years. Especially, it didn't help when they said it looks hot here. So I was like, oh God, it's hot in Hringhorni. Boy, it's going to be a rough next couple of years, man. Let me tell you. That's a time. Okay. But yeah, no, this is like a fire island, very industrial. And you can see kind of the shield. I guess that's a barrier against the elements from the outside. Very, very dwarven in a sense. I'm assuming the Koter, which are the cat people, are probably located here. They were very engineer dwarf-esque in their design when we saw them in the previous fan festival. So worth expecting that they'll probably be largely present here on Hringhorni, which I'm really going to I'm not going to be able to avoid the jokes about it, but I'll do my best. My best isn't good enough. I'm letting you know right now. And we just got a few other pictures. So we know there's 5 total ships that they've confirmed. We can assume there's one for every element except ice. I'm assuming the top one there is wind. The middle one is Naglfar again, which is water. And the bottom one, I'm assuming, is lightning. There's literally lightning strikes all over the place. You can see them. And they're all named after different ships. So I'm curious what some of the other ship names will be. But that being said, obviously, there's going to be a 6th zone, whether it be the actual surface of the 4th or it's some sort of secret area that they're trying to keep. We don't know, but they're not going to reveal it ahead of time. So maybe we'll get a screenshot of it at some point, you know. But that's about it. Also, I believe that is the Earth Realm on the right. I honestly hadn't been paying enough attention to it. That looks like the Earth Realm on the right. So, yeah, we have all 5 of the ships present on the screen right now. Fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. So these are our 5 main areas. 2 of them will have cities. One of them is Naglfar. We don't know which one which one will have the other city, but all the same. They all look great, and I'm really excited to explore all of them. Now, speaking about exploring them, we started with an update to the way the main scenario and kind of the introduction to the story is going to be taking place. And it's evolved, using their own words, in a sense of what we already have, but very relatable to a system we already have. So basically, after you do your onboarding quest for Evercold, you're going to be given an option to go to 3 of the other locations. So, you know, let's say that one of these is Hringhorni, one of them is the lightning, and one of them is the wind realm. You can choose which one you go to and progress the story there. And then you'll have to, and then return to area A, and then you basically won't continue the story until you do all 3 areas. Now, the start of every expansion features something similar-ish in that we basically can choose to go to one of 2 areas and do the quests there first before returning and then continuing the MSQ. This normally just makes up the first level or so, like this is all done before level 81. But they're saying here that these zones each have their own dungeon that you'll unlock as you're progressing through them. So it means that even though you might be level 101, you might unlock the dungeon in Area D, whereas another player who's 101 could unlock the dungeon in Area B, and they're 2 completely different dungeons. So the way that it's going to work is that both the zones and the dungeons that are from these individual story beats are going to have a level scaling to make sure that it kind of matches to your player level. And they're calling it auto content balancing. So like the fates and the things happening in these areas and the dungeons that come from them, regardless of the level the level range you happen to be going through the zone, it won't really affect your progress. You'll just be doing, you know, like you'll just experience story A first or story B first, story C first. Now, a lot of RPGs do this. Some of my favorite ones do stuff like this, though it normally doesn't necessarily scale. They just kind of all match a certain level range in a sense. The big concern here is that when the story splits into 3 distinct paths that are all meant to be kind of their own complete finished paths, does that create a disconnect for the more linear storytelling? Now, after you finish all 3 of these zones, then the story continues in a straight line after that. So you need the context of all 3 zones to actually get to the finished story bit. but there is definitely some concern about these zones and their stories feeling all disconnected. I'm not that worried about that because we know that they all converge again anyway. So I'm just going to treat it as if we are doing the Alisei, like in Shadowbringers, you know, you go with Alisei and you meet Tesleen, or you go with Alphino and you go to Yulmore. I'm just going to treat it in my head like that, but with a third zone, because and that has never negatively impacted those before. I'm just imagining it as a more expansive version of that, but it's definitely going to be something a lot of people have their eyes on when it comes to the way that it's done. And I'm curious to see how the dungeon auto balancing will work. Now, keep in mind, it's only the auto content balancing, they've said, is only going to be for select instances and field areas like these ones because of the way that they're being split. They also did say that they will expand upon it with other content in the future. So we may see some more auto content balancing in the future of like story updates as they want to provide a little bit more choice into like how you progress. Maybe you just think the fire one would be cooler to go to first, so you don't want to wait as long to go there. It opens up at the very least that feeling of kind of branching decision making. But obviously the actual story doesn't have an actual branching story because it all converges back to being the same story at the end of it all. So yeah, that's the main thing that's changing there with the early section. But at the end of the day, we'll still be doing level 1 to 10, level 100 to 110, and we'll still be seeing all the story bits and bobs that happen along the way. Then we have the ever-evolving game design. This starts, of course, with something we already went over, this like daily to weekly activity thing. Now, I want to provide an update because they have changed their wording for how they spoke about this. At the North American Fan Festival, there was a bit of confusion because they had talked about how they wanted to freshen things up and get away from the constant tombstone grind, and also change from a daily to a weekly system with the point system that we have here. Now, at the time, they had used tombstones in an analogy saying that like, oh, you know, let's just say you didn't cap your tombstones one week and now that week is just gone. We're thinking about adding a system that lets you like retroactively go back and do the previous week's cap. It was unclear because they used tombstones in the analogy, whether that was an actual statement meaning, hey, there's still going to be tombstones, or if it was meant to be an analogy that applied to the weekly system. They very specifically said that that idea is confirmed and applied to this weekly system here and not tombstones. Now, of course, that still raises the question on, will there be tombstones at all? That's technically not confirmed that there won't be. At the very least, I would expect poetics to stay. But at the time, the fact that they've changed the wording and moved it away from using the tombstone analogy tells me that we might actually fully be doing what people kind of expected and moving into this weekly system and using the missions and everything here as the form of progression, where you could do whatever activities, and that leads towards your weekly cap, which is what a lot of people expected, but the wording was definitely left ambiguous and inconclusive. Still technically is, but it's definitely leaned more in the direction people were sort of interpreting it. The new ways to raise item level, they told us they would have to wait for Tokyo for this. Still the case. They do go over a little bit more of it later in the show, but yeah, for the most part, the new ways to raise item level was one of 2 points they said would have to wait until Tokyo, and that is indeed still the case. The seasons here, this is still a detail from North America. They just reiterated all the same points, but there is one new addition to the season thing that we talk about a little bit later when we go into the third raid difficulty. Now here they said something kind of confusing. They reminded us about Reborn mode versus Evolved mode gameplay, and they acknowledged that people are like, yo, when are you going to show my Evolved mode job? And they said that they wanted to provide updates along the way that gave people more information about the job they wanted to hear about. At first they said that, and I was like, oh, okay, so they're not just going to wait till Media Tour. We will actually get like a live letter or get multiple live letters or updates along the way. That's how I thought about it at first. Then they literally said it's probably going to be about a 4-hour live letter. And I'm like, oh, that just sounds like the live letter before Media Tour information becomes public. So I don't know if that means there's going to be like another live letter, but like it's inconclusive, basically. If they were just talking about that pre-Media Tour live letter that we normally get, that's like 4 to 5 hours long, or if they're talking about a different program altogether. So place your expectations where they will be. I think they just mean the usual pre-Media Tour live letter, which would probably be December-ish to learn more about Evolved jobs and stuff. But who knows? Take your copium how you will. Character focused design, we saw all of this. They just re-emphasized a lot of these, like, you know, background decisions and the UI elements and stuff like that. They did also use some new wording to affirm some stuff about this armory system update. So many people thought that they would just not need leveling gear anymore. I have so many comments from people thinking that this system would work if you were not at max level. Now, to be clear, they did not have precise wording about it at the previous fan festival. They have affirmed that this system only applies when you're at max level. You cannot be level 109 and sync your gear upwards and not need to worry about gear at all while leveling. The system only applies to jobs that are actually at max level. That is also important because it means that even amongst different level 50, or like let's say you have like a bunch of jobs exactly at level 50, their wording makes it seem like it wouldn't apply there either. So you'd still need leveling gear for like level 50, 60. They basically don't want your leveling gear to do nothing. Is what it sounds like. So you will still need to collect gear while leveling. I had a ton of people just insistent that they were not going to need that anymore. And as much as I never affirmed their beliefs and actively stated it's almost certainly not going to work that way, we now know for certain. So take that as you will. Just that's an update to the wording on how they describe the armory system, which, you know, take that as you will. Then we go to the next bit here, and I believe it's character action skins. So here's where I'll say announcements from this point on for me range from exciting to and there's varying reasons for that. Character action skins, I have said, is probably one of the most important systems for them to get right because it opens up so many reward avenues for them for all forms of content in the game. It helps reaffirm seasonal weekly reward structures that people may want. It helps reaffirm giving more rewards for the average activities, gold saucer rewards, treasure hunt rewards, heck, even raid or ultimate rewards if they really want to do something crazy. Maybe adding unique character action skins that come with the relics, for example. Like you finish a relic and it gives you this new skin for, you know, all the jobs for one of their skills. Like so many potential things. Now, that does, of course, come with the problem that what if it's a skill that eventually gets removed from the game, but that's something they'd have to consider, blah, blah, blah. And they basically started by saying exactly that. Acquire new animations as rewards. They made sure to put that there because they didn't want you to think immediately you were paying $20 for all your character action skins. Let's be real. They probably will sell some, but all the same. But then they also go on to say it will cover both general actions and job actions. Now, they kind of alluded to this at NA. They didn't really specify during the keynote, but during the interviews that came out later, people had been asking about general actions as well. And they said, well, yeah, I mean, the system really lets us do whatever we want. And so it was kind of a soft confirmation of such a thing. The general actions are actually going to be coming first. Assign animations to existing actions. So they show us a general action example in that of teleporting. So this is the default teleport, for example. And then you have, I'm going to call this the Minfilia teleport, I suppose. And then you have the, I guess I'll call this the Zodiac IBS teleport, I guess. And those are just a few different of the teleport animations. Now, obviously, this is a very, you know, just one example kind of thing. But the idea is that those are the type of things you'll be able to customize. And they're actually going to start with releasing general actions in 8.0. And then 8.1 and onward, they'll not only add job action skins, but also add new skins to like more actions. This is an ever-evolving system, like they've constantly said, where they're constantly going to be adding to it. It's not going to be they add a bunch of animations once and then never add them again. It's going to be something they constantly look to add, which makes sense because with seasons and new content coming out, you're going to want rewards. But this started a trend of this particular keynote that left a little bit of a sour taste in mine and some of my viewers' mouths as we were watching it live, and that there's a distinct increase in mentions of systems that are intended for 8.1. And it's like, that's fine, because obviously we get like Alliance Raids 8.1, and that's not that abnormal. And it's not like, you know, late in the expansion, unless of course it gets pushed back. But it's still like, oh, I wish that system was available for 8.0 on launch. And getting a lot of the new information we got and being told it was 8.0 and beyond, it was just kind of like, all right, here we go. It was just one of those feelings. It's still appropriate to put it here. It's just like, man, I wish that was, you know, coming right in the expansion launch and not later down the line. So yeah, the job action skins are really mostly going to be 8.1 and beyond, and not right in 8.0. So those of you looking to get your plunge back, please wait a little bit longer. He even does mention like old A Realm Reborn skills like that have gone away, and they're saying, hey, we can use this system to bring them back. Obviously, Ring of Thorns is a popular one. Things like Butcher's Block, or even going back to like Scourge. I know a lot of Kaiten enjoyers out there want that animation back. Basically reaffirm that a lot of animations that have disappeared from the game will likely or could likely come back via the system. So keep your hopium up in any and all of those regards, because they are mentioning it anyway. Now, of course, they recapped the character creation options. They showed all the skin color changes and the toning for the hair and all that, and the face paint layering. But they also confirmed some other long-awaited character customization options. Now, at first, it didn't seem like that big a deal. They talked about getting rid of the blush around the nose of a Lalafell and a Viera. And everyone's like, bruh, this could have been an email. Why do we need to talk about this right now? Like, why do I need examples of that? Is this Lalachins all over again? Like, yeah, they pull that up and everyone's like, oh, I mean, sure, great, like, whatever, like, it's character customization, I don't hate it, but like, does this really need to be here? And then all of the Aura in the chat were wondering certain things. Now, Bakote Warpaint, this has been a long-awaited one as well. A lot of people want to have Warpaintless faces, so this also got some pretty loud cheers. I had actually forgotten about this. But then the Aura were like, well, what about horns being tied to face type? There you go. Horns on Aura will no longer be tied to face type and will be interchangeable with every horn is seemingly interchangeable with the other face types. This has literally been a request since Heavensward. People have been upset at this and the way that it works. And Yoshi P himself takes the blame. He says, I wanted it that way because I wanted it to be lore accurate. But you know what? I'm just going to let you do whatever you want with this one. So yeah, this was a huge thing. I think there's still a lot of Hrothgars waiting for more things to be not tied or tied to like faces and whatnot. Maybe we'll hear more about that down the line. But these features also, this right here, 8.1. So the removal of the blush and the changing of the horns, this is 8.1 also, which probably means a free Fantasia in 8.1. So please look forward to it. But like I said, it's that previous one started a trend of things we were going to find out were 8.1 and beyond. So yeah, it's just a little bit, you know, like, they also briefly talk about butt sliders here, and Yoshi P in like a kind of little skit with Koji Fox light confirm they are working on a butt slider, and he just says it's a secret. They're working on something for later down the line. But they are bringing it up again. So who knows when it'll happen? There is no timeline on it. They just said butt sliders basically eventually. So who knows what that'll actually look like when it gets put in the game. But they clearly, I mean, obviously this is all rehearsed. It's not like Koji just said, yeah, let me just bring up butt sliders. That'll really catch them off guard. It's all rehearsed. So, you know, and then we get just images of Koji grabbing his butt and just being like, yeah. I think that's why they zoomed in on this frame. I think this is why he zoomed in on his upper half during the... that's the face of someone who wants their butt sliders, all right. That face, man. That face with that his hand down there. Oh man. Yeah. That's his full gremlin. Yeah, there you go. There's a more full body one. Oh, yeah, that was something. Okay. But yeah, so butt sliders eventually. No saying when. Ever evolving content. Obviously content, big part of why I play Final Fantasy XIV. Improving public fields. We got a much more specific inspiration for the way that public fields are going to work. And they said that the concepts behind content we see in Eureka and Bosia and just our general field content, that is going to be the new baseline for how our overworld content is made, which has been a long time request of players who like the idea of Eureka, but just don't want to have to commit to one zone of doing it. Now, what that actually means is kind of hard to say. Like, what do you really, does that mean that there's going to be bunnies and carrots? Does that mean that there's going to be Baldesion Arsenal or Castrum, Lacus Latore equivalents in the open world? Not really known. All we know is that they are tentatively calling the system World Raids. So take with that what you will with your imagination. But the idea is that public fields will feel more like exploration zones and less like the way they have up to this point. Now, of course, that also means that systems like the treasure hunts and the hunt and gathering and all of those will also still be present inside of these public fields. So in a way, they should feel more complete than places like Eureka and Bozia, which are pretty much solely made for content. I'm not saying they'll be Diadem-esque, but in some capacity, maybe the world raids have some sort of effect on the zone and its traversal in some way, like maybe one of those giant arcane giants or Jotuns, you know, maybe it attacks and like freezes over some of the area, and maybe that temporarily opens up like new mining nodes or things like. I think I'm going too far. I think that's a lot more than they're planning, but those are the types of ideas that enter my head. It at least opens the game up for systems like that to potentially be considered. But all they've said is that it'll be more Eureka-esque for general open fields. So, and that world raid kind of naming convention that they used. So it's a little more information, but they don't go into any detail. They said treasure hunts would be evolving, and the hunt would be evolving, and fates would be evolving. This is probably the equivalent of the fates evolving, but we don't know about the other ones yet. So I'm very curious to see how those will go. Now, improving quests. I had said at NA FanFest, this was a spot that I think they're not really doing a whole lot, because they seem to imply that they just wanted like better quest tracking or pathing or something. And some people had suggested it might be auto pathing, which is a lot more common in games nowadays. And that is effectively what it is. It is just the ability to press a button and the game will walk you to the next quest objective, which, you know, depending on, you don't have to use it, but some people like it for the convenience. Like maybe they want to get up and use the restroom or do something, but they also want to get to the quest. And some people hate it because of the immersion breaking. So it's obviously optional. You can do what you will with it, whether you like it or not. If anything, I imagine people with alts are probably going to like it a little bit more, but you can see that it just kind of, you know, fireflies you. I mean, if you're looking for any sort of comparison, I mean, it's the Sacrets from Monster Hunter Wild. It's they actually have this exact pathing system, or had it in Final Fantasy XIV Mobile. Rest in pieces. And plenty of Korean and Chinese games. A lot of gachas have this as well. It's really common nowadays, so they're just adding it. I'm indifferent. I probably will use it occasionally, but I don't really care one way or the other. If it existed, if it doesn't exist, doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, but they also said this will gradually roll out. This won't be available for every quest in the game right on 8.0's launch, and they will gradually add it to quests throughout the game as patches go on. So not quite a please wait till 8.1 announcement, but it won't be done in all the way in 8.0 announcement, basically. So then we get to the evolving battle. We're not going to hear about the progression routes for alliance raids because they said that's for Japan. They said that last time as well. And adding all new types of battle content, they didn't dive into either. So really the main thing here, we were told we would be told about the third difficulty for 8-person raids. That was the main detail we were promised would be in Berlin. And I have just as many questions as I did before Berlin. So I don't know how much closer we really got. We don't know the name of the difficulty yet. They just go over the average completion rate of normal and savage here. Just saying, 85% of players complete normal and about 14 to 20%, depending on the tier, complete savage. So the main thing they want to cover here is they want to bridge the gap between these two percentages and provide something in between. Large difficulty and reward gap between the two. So they're adding this new difficulty in between them, which we were told about, which I am still tentatively calling advanced mode because of the variant advanced as my inspiration. And it's going to be about equal to or a little bit less than extreme. Now, some people see that and they go, that seems like it's a little easy. I see it and I think about the average difficulty of the first two fights of Savage tiers in recent expansions, and that seems about right. Realistically, the game suffers from not having a good way of getting you from normal content to extreme and then extreme to Savage. Now, extreme to Savage has gotten a lot closer. I would argue the first fight in most tiers is not much harder than your average extreme. It's the second fight where the differences really start to kind of spike upward more than anything. So this being about equal to that means that by the final fight of the new difficulty, you're probably somewhat approaching the difficulty of the first fight in Savage. So I think this is probably a proper scale of what to expect and probably the right range to reach for, where there's a lot of people who actually engage with content at about or below that extreme level, probably closer to 40-ish% and maybe even upwards of a little higher than that, given the average clear rates that we can usually track. So this seems about on par with kind of bridging the normal to Savage difficulty range. Also, if you're a Savage player, it's completely optional. You don't even have to clear this difficulty to go into Savage, and Savage is going to have more of the kind of immediate rewards that you're looking to get as a hardcore raider. The things he'll be, you know, going for ultimate, and they even say that here. When you beat Savage, you get raid gear, just as a direct reward, which also reaffirms, some people thought that raid gear was just basically going to go away. They were like, well, what's going to be the point of clearing Savage if I can just go do ocean fishing voyages for my weekly points? That's probably going to be for whatever the new Tombstone equivalent gear is, but we haven't been hard. That hasn't been hard confirmed yet. The new difficulty is going to have a new type of gear called season gear. And while they don't explain the system in depth, the idea is that that new season gear gradually gets better as you play week to week. So the idea is to motivate players to do the new difficulty, collect the gear, and gradually upgrade it over time, to the point where it'll get closer and closer to being Savage equivalent. So even if you never do Savage content, your gear should still gradually improve throughout a patch cycle. Again, they didn't say too much about what that actually means. They just basically gave us a term and gave us an idea and said, we'll talk about it more another time. So what it actually means, how it will be executed, still largely up in the air. Could be good, could be whatever. We don't know yet, but draw your own conclusions at this point. I'd also like to reiterate, back during the Armory update, they also reaffirmed that materia will not work when you're syncing your gear upwards. So if you really want to optimize your gear and get all the substats from the materias and your substat optimization as a whole, then you're going to need the right gear of the appropriate item level and have it melded. So all those systems will still be in place when you're not syncing your gear up. So I did forget to mention that earlier. They did reaffirm that because they hadn't mentioned it as specifically last time. So they made sure their wording was more precise this time. So yeah, we didn't get any more detail about the seasonal gear. They just kind of talked about it supporting that in-between difficulty and bridging the gap and giving players who are not as into Savage content, or maybe a little bit more nervous about Savage content, something a little bit more to chew on and bite on, or even just do with friends. And there's a lot of reasons. I'll probably run it with my chat, even though I probably won't need the gear. We also don't know if it's a completely different set of gear or if it looks like the raid gear, but has this kind of like seasonal stat change to it. That's also a question mark. If it's also a brand new set of gear, I mean, some people are going to feel incredibly motivated to make sure they're doing the new difficulty as well. Okay, so just going onward here. Just going forward. Yep, ever-evolving systems. Okay, so we did get a date on this. I have been predicting Japan would get it in October and the rest of the world would get it in November, because we know that it's going to be out before 8.0. This is the same region player matching for NAEU, JP, and I guess China as well. They told us JP would get it first, so I predicted October. And I was correct, because JP will be getting it on October 12th. Following a 24-hour maintenance. And then after they've had a little bit of testing to make sure it's stable there, the rest of the worlds with multiple data centers, the rest of the regions with multiple data centers in their region will get it. Obviously, OCE only has one data center, so they're not on this list. Korea also only has one data center, so they're not on this list. Hence why it only mentions NA, EU, and China. But those will all be out before Evercold. Just expect it somewhere in that November-December timeline, most likely. So going on past that, what was the next thing here? Yeah, we're seeing some of the fans. Additional updates. Okay, this is more of the recap stuff. Level cap increased to 110. New treasure hunts, fates, the hunt, and we've been told those systems would be getting some sort of evolution, but we don't know what yet because they didn't go into detail here. Some new dungeon screenshots that we got, some renders of some of the new dungeons. This was expected. We got this kind of like ruin-esque portion of one of the dungeons here. You've got a more open field style area here with, all the sheep and whatnot. Obviously on Naglfar, you can see all the water and whatnot with a boss arena right there in the middle of the lake. And then you can also see what looks to be a dungeon in the Realm of Wind somewhere. And then we also get, I think, one more dungeon, which looks like when you're first walking into Caelid, except it's not red/orange enough, and I'm not dead trying to traverse the bridge to Ballistas. So some pretty distinct difference. This looks like it's probably the Realm of Earth. If I had to wager a guess, I'm colorblind, so it's hard for me to tell the color of the crystal in the back there. But yeah, and this is almost certainly in the Realm of Fire as well, somewhere underneath the surface. Plus we have this more fancy ballroom-esque looking area right here. It's Hawk Manor if it was remodeled and redone in 2026. Some more new gear and recipes. Got warrior gear, ninja gear, monk gear. Really big fan of the monk gear here. We also have some of the caster and healer gear. Looks like Picto, Sage, and Red Mage, if I had to wager a guess. Pretty sure that's Sage on the left. Red mage gear looking quite dapper, if I may say so myself. And then some crafting and gathering gear. Looks like, what is this? Weaver, leather worker, and culinarian, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, not from left to right, by the way. Weaver's in the center, because the scissors, obviously. Yeah, all the same. Anyway, yeah, just a few more pieces of gear for us to see. Expected that. New threats. So this is the slide we had last time, and we normally get to see a new threat, but instead they showed us a host of new threats right here. And we can see a dark siren in the top left. We can see what looks to be like a world snake, probably a Jormungandr equivalent there. Something that kind of looks like Belial in the bottom left. We also have this like fiery lizard looking thing in the bottom right. We have this knight looking thing in the top right. And we have something from the Bastion trailer there in the middle right. So there's quite a few different things here. These are probably mostly dungeon bosses, if I had to guess, like the fire lizard and the Belial looking guy. Probably more from, you know, like Ringhorny, and then you probably have, you know, maybe the serpent is from the Wind or the Water dungeon, and etc., etc. The mechanical robots maybe more from the lightning-esque one. Either way, these are probably just a bunch of dungeon bosses, if I had to guess. So just giving us some look at some of the designs of some of the different bosses that we're going to be encountering. Then we have the duty support update. This was weird. So we were told that we would have a system where you could do duty support with 2 players and 2 NPCs. I initially took that as adoptive of the idea of not needing to fill a party with trusts or players and it being interchangeable. I was not correct at all about that, because it's actually an update, secretly an update to Chocobo companions, who will now be completely overhauled and usable in a new dungeoneering style content where you can do content with another player and each of your Chocobos and progress them in some new way, shape, or form. They've said it won't undo your current like rank 20 Chocobo. If you've already, you know, buffed your rank up to max, then, you know, they're not going to undo that. But what's interesting is not only do we have this dungeoneering style system with the Chocobos where we'll be taking them in, but they're also doing an update to Chocobo breeding. Now, Chocobo breeding at the moment is currently only really influenced by basically like the Chocobo racing portion of the game. That's where it's largely used, and that's where it's entirely used. But it seems like they're overhauling it and using it somehow in this new system. I don't know what that actually means, but they're like going to change the way Casal grains work in the breeding process and change a bunch of the basic commands and whatnot. So we didn't get too many more details about this, but basically they're trying to make Chocobo companions their own content again and give players something to kind of do with smaller groups or like another side activity for people to work on. But we don't fully understand it yet. We'll just have to wait and see, because I don't really know what to expect from this with the dungeoneering / Chocobo breeding portion of this. But like a lot of other things in the second half, that starts in 8.1. I was like, damn it, dude. Come on, man. I mean, at least it's only 8.1, but what if it gets delayed? I can't help but worry about that, because we did have quite a few things have that happen in Dawn Trail. So that's kind of in the back of my head. We'll have to wait and see and how it's actually going to work. And it's 8.1. The updates start in 8.1. That's when the dungeoneering comes out, is 8.1. The breeding and the other overhaul systems are going to be coming even further after that. So yeah, little concerned. I'm a little concerned about the timing of all of that. All right. He has another sip of water, and then we move on to... Oh, I think this is where they had a false start. So they made like a tiny new trailer for the Evangelion collaboration, and we do get a few new details about it. Evangelion fans will take note of one thing in particular. Whereas in the initial trailer, we just see Unit 01 as kind of that half face unit. You can actually see, and you can see it in that. Oh, so there you have the normal Unit 01 right there. Go back a little bit. And this is what we saw basically last time, was just seeing the regular Unit 01. But then we actually get a new kind of artwork / render in the second half of a corrupted Unit 01. So you can see like the mask is the face part is cracked a whole bit. There's like dark veins here underneath. So people immediately taking note of the changes to Unit 01 here. But also, they just used this trailer to quickly showcase that they were bringing on special guest artist and designer Mihiro Maeda, who has worked on Mad Max Fury Road, as well as Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time, and many other pieces of media in Japan. He frequently is a designer and just a lot of animation media. So they just did a quick overview. He's animation director, animator, designer, manga artist, born in 1963, worked on Evangelion 3.0, and then also 3.0 plus 1.0, Thrice Upon a Time in 2021. As contributed as director, concept art director, storyboard artist, art setting designer, and key animator. So it was just basically a little bit of a reveal of some of the artistic talent that is going to be working on this collaboration. All right. So the 8-player raid and the theme of the 8-player raid. This is going to be a divisive one. Because I don't know about y'all, but I know I wanted something more Viking, Norse theme, Valhalla, Helheim, something in that vein would have been really cool. And I guess technically, if you think about it, I'm kind of getting that. In a sense, there's definitely a Viking name involved in some capacity. But they said, oh, as a teaser for the 8-player raid, maybe you listen to this theme and you'll have some idea of what we're doing. And they played One Winged Angel. You know the meme, in case of emergency, break glass, and there's Final Fantasy VII underneath it? They broke the glass because Beyond the Livestream is our new 8-player raid. We are doing a double crossover / double collab for a raid series in Evercold. I'm not a big fan. I actually like Final Fantasy VII. The original's far from my favorite. I like a lot of other Final Fantasy games over the original 7. And I've enjoyed Remake and Rebirth. They have their ups and downs. I've been enjoying them thoroughly. I didn't want a Final Fantasy VII 8-player raid series. At least not alongside another collaboration. I will say probably if it wasn't 2 crossover and collabs for our raids, I probably would have received this better. The fact that both of them are crossover collabs, I've always said I would prefer Final Fantasy 14. If they're gonna, I don't mind them referencing other Final Fantasy games. They do that time. We have Costa del Sol and the weapons in the game. We have plenty of Final Fantasy 7 references in Final Fantasy 14. But unfortunately, when they do collaborations and crossovers, it's often at the detriment of something in lore or in world building or some sort of cultural understanding. Arcadian's probably the least lore / world expanding one we've gotten. Even that still at the very least focuses on the culture within Solution 9 itself and some of the divisions beyond going to people with and without regulators and form of entertainment. It manages to, even if it kind of fumbles the end, still create something in story and in lore that I quite enjoyed, even if it could have been definitely better. My concern is with crossovers and collabs, including the Final Fantasy XI one, they often completely forego that for something that's barely in world and doesn't really advance the story in any meaningful way. Up to this point, the Nier raid is my least favorite raid in all of Final Fantasy XIV because it just is so complete. The Dwarven parts are more interesting than the Nier parts, in my opinion. But those also are kind of meant to be that kind of Nier-esque energy. Don't worry, Temmie, I'll let you out in a minute. That being said, I may not be a fan of the theme, but what it's going to come down to is the fights being good. Because, let's be real, they could do some really cool stuff with a lot of the fights. And even with a lot of the Nier fights being a little too long after the damage scaling was changed, after the damage numbers were changed, they're still really fun and exciting from a sense of visuals and music and all that stuff, even if a little bit nostalgia baity. And I felt like they often achieve that with the collaboration raids. So I'm not excited about a Final Fantasy VII raid series. I think it's just kind of lame to get 2 crossovers and collabs that do almost nothing to advance the story in the game. Like I said, the only Viking thing about this is that it's Midgard. So it's I guess that's close enough. You know what I mean? So you're not going to find me in the camp of people who's ultra excited to be getting a Final Fantasy VII. I'd rather have something original to Final Fantasy XIV. At the very least, because we already have a collaboration, going on with the 24-man. If the 24-man was original and this was the collaboration, I'd probably still groan because I don't think it's necessary to do something so on the nose. But it wouldn't be nearly as bad as having 2 collaborations for me. That being said, it could still be fun from a gameplay perspective. So that's about the only major point that I'm kind of holding on to. Unfortunately, I'm also worried about how the story's going to go, because let's be honest, Sephiroth and Genova are like, Sephiroth Savage is probably going to be the final boss. So knowing the final boss already this far in advance also, I hope they just kind of do an original. I hope it's not just like Safer Sephiroth or, you know, any of the forms that are already in the games. And I hope they create something brand new for Sephiroth or Genova or something along those lines. They've been doing a pretty good job with that in Rebirth and Remake, with making sure they're a lot more present and they have a lot more variation. So I'm hoping that at the very least we'll get that. And I hope all of my raid videos and streams don't get DMCA'd by fake companies on YouTube claiming that they own Final Fantasy VII music when it's not even Square who's copyright claiming it. So yeah, wasn't a huge fan of this announcement, but I know a lot of people will be. So I can't take anything away from them. I just won't be in the same camp as them. I just hope the fights are good and that the evolved combat design and how it affects gameplay will really triumph supremely over what the actual raid theme actually is. So then they just go on talking about the collaboration here, and it goes on to kind of like the final new bit. So obviously this is all normal, 3 tiers, 3 difficulties, normal, new, and savage, because they still don't have a name for the new tier. And starts in 8.01. That's normal. One thing we didn't learn is the middle difficulty. We don't know when that releases. I'm assuming it releases alongside Savage, and that Savage players will just skip over doing it. But on the Savage patch, the players who don't want to do Savage are going to do that mode instead. But they haven't confirmed that. We still don't know when that new tier comes out, if it's alongside normal mode or if it's alongside Savage. I think it'll be either literally a week in between the two, or alongside Savage. One of those two is where my predictions is. The story, Motomo Toriyama and the Final Fantasy XIV scenario team collaborating. Story supervisions, Kazushige Nojima, who obviously has been doing the story since the original Final Fantasy VII. And then, of course, Tetsuya Nomura doing character designs or art design supervision. That's that's literally the thing that, like, you know, that's his main thing that he's known for. And, you know, regardless of how you feel about him one way or another with his other creative works, his art design and whatnot are very iconic to him and the people who enjoy his work. So that's not a surprise at all to see Tetsuya Nomura on that. I think the only other thing is the Gold Saucer event, which I predicted would be announced here. I said I think the Gold Saucer is going to be a Final Fantasy VII collaboration. And I was right. Sort of. But this was really weird. So, first of all, we are going to be getting the lobby for the Final Fantasy VII Gold Saucer in Final Fantasy XIV. That's cool. That looks nice. So when you think of a Final Fantasy VII collaboration for the Gold Saucer, you're probably thinking the snowboarding minigame, or the punching minigame, or Queen's Blood, or Chocobo, or Moogle House. Thinking the Battle Arena, right? You know what you probably weren't thinking? And it seems even the Final Fantasy VII Remake director was not thinking? A typing game. It's I don't have I don't have words for that. It's literally typing of the dead, but Gold Saucer. Now, foregoing the hilariousness of a controller player, because if you're a controller player and you don't have a keyboard, go get a keyboard. Like, come on. But even the Final Fantasy VII director went, why a typing game? And if he's wondering it, of course I am too. And unfortunately, we have an answer as to why a typing game. And I don't like the answer. Because it is adaptable to other collaborative effects. I don't like that reason. I don't like that reason. Like, so I could do, like, Dragon Quest typing. Or Final Fantasy II typing. Don't know why I defaulted to 2. But it's like, But why? Why a typing game? There were so many other things we could have had, especially alongside Final Fantasy VII specifically. We got a typing game. It's just disappointing because Fall Guys was like super, like, the thing I don't like about Fall Guys is that it comes and goes and doesn't stay for very long periods of time. And it hasn't come back frequently enough. But the actual collaboration was pretty creatively fun and intriguing. But like, this less so. So, yeah. Anyway. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not... Keybound Brawler is coming October 28th. It just... I will say this. It does feel in theme with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and throwing a bunch of random minigames at me. It's just not one of the random minigames that Rebirth threw at me. So yeah, that's happening. The rewards, fortunately, from the collaboration are pretty cool. Barrett and Tifa gear, which both look really good, as well as Barrett's gun arm as a fashion accessory, which, honestly, a good use of the fashion accessory system. I love seeing that kind of inclusion there. Definitely expands the scope of what fashion accessories can be used for and included for. So yeah, big fan. Actually, big fan of that. I'm gonna let my cat out of my office. I think he's thirsty. I could see him back there and hear him clawing at the door. Yeah, he was thirsty. He ran over to his water. But yeah, the typing thing is... Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not particularly thrilled. So this back half wasn't that exciting for me, personally. Not a huge fan of the double collaboration raids and also the typing thing. Felt very lukewarm in this, like, final bit. Then we also get to see, reminder, the Switch 2 version is coming this August. They're actually doing a launch, like, celebration stream on the 1st. It's currently available for pre-order now. And August 4th, the game will go on sale and the free trial will release. And then probably about a month of testing to ensure stability, they'll officially release it. It's basically released August 4th, but like it's still technically like a testing period in a sense. And then all the same information about, you know, the shared sub and like needing to pay the extra 50% if you want to have a sub on the Switch 2 on top of your other platforms, or if you just have the Switch 2, it's just the normal sub fee. All the details we went over in North America still apply, but now we have like a timeline for this stuff. Hey, good news is on the Switch 2, there is a touch keyboard. So you can play the game like that. You can play the typing game like that. Then, same deal, Starter Edition, Complete Edition, Dawn Trail. All pre-orders start today. And the very last thing we get is the Collector's Edition Showcase, which was also, you know, I think this was a little early. So this is the box art for the Collector's Edition. Classic Yoshitaka Amano artwork of the Reaper. Very much, you know, has that Amano, you know, vibe to it. But then we actually get to see the other thing. So first we have the statue that comes with it. And that is the best looking statue I've seen out of any of the collector's editions, because that Reaper statue is crazy. I just hope it doesn't break in transit. But then there's also some other physical rewards. You have the Ethos keychain. It's the key, so they put it on a keychain. Anyway. And then we have the Koter, which are the names. This is actually we didn't have the names of the cat people before now. And it's the Koter. I mentioned them earlier, but like, there it is. And then we also have a Tapestry of the Fourth, which look kind of cool, and some digital rewards as well. So he just briefly, you know, showcases some of those. Can't really see it too well zooming in that far, but, you know, you kind of get an idea. And then he just kind of pulls up. They zoom in on Ethos here. He's going to hold it up. There it is. Just a keychain, in case you don't know what keychains look like. You know, that's what they look like. And then you have the Koter, which you can also put on the keychain. It looks like it. Or onto your, you know, waistband. And then the Tapestry, which I kind of wish was a little bigger, but it still does look quite nice. So I think that's pretty cool. Then we have the digital rewards. That's also the actual box with the box art. And then we have the digital rewards. The digital rewards include a new weapon, a new mount, and a new emote. Now, keep in mind the digital rewards can be got with the digital collector's edition. You do not need to buy the physical collector's edition for that. And normally the digital collector's edition is like $20 more. So you don't need to get all this stuff. If you just want the digital rewards, they are there. The mount is the Final Fantasy XIII Valhalla Odin mount. And yes, in case you were wondering, because I know I was, yes, it does transform. Bam. It looks really weird to see it without a sword, but yeah. And they are playing Blinded by Light here in this trailer. So at the very least, Odin, something Odin related, makes a lot of sense. Didn't expect it to be the Final Fantasy XIII mount, but they've done all sorts. They've done like the Sildra mount for Stormblood, and they've done all sorts of mounts from different titles and references and stuff in the past. Sometimes it's on point with the expansion. This is at least somewhat on point with the Norse theming, so it works for me. And I just hope it actually plays Blinded by Light when you're actually flying on it. So that'd be cool. We also have the Entreat Crystal emote, which is like the I'm summoning all of my best friends every time you know, are in a cutscene and need 7 allies cutscene. And then the Crystal Skillboard, which is just a weapon for Bastion. So they're the ones going to be getting a weapon from this expansion. And that pretty much covers the opening keynote. Like I said, there were some highs and for me some lows. Reminder that the next Fan Fest is on Halloween and, you know, All Saints Day right after that. So that's when JP Fan Fest will be. And then they do the opening ceremony right here where they welcome everyone on stage. And that is the end of our opening keynote. Like I said, this keynote really struggled in a lot of places. A lot of announcements for 8.1 and beyond, or things that would not be finished in 8.0, but would gradually expand from 8.1 and beyond. How you feel about the double collaboration raids is going to be a very big determining factor on how you perceive those announcements. You know what side of the fence that I'm on. Overall, though, the actual theming, everything we see of Evercold, of the Norse themology of the world, that looks like they're nailing it. And so I'm really hoping that they continue down that road. But the questions that we have about progression, about the field areas, about the things that are really new to Evercold are still largely up in the air. And I don't think this keynote really instilled much more confidence about those systems instead of just mentioning them again in passing and then introducing a few very niche style things that we got more detail on, like the auto pathing and the Chocobo Companion overhaul, which again is not even going to be fully in swing until 8.1 and beyond. So we need more details about a lot of stuff, and we did not get them here, so we'll have to wait for Tokyo. And until then, we have Beastmaster coming in September. We have the MSQ Part 2 in September. We have Northhorn coming this coming Tuesday, along with the final relic steps. And that'll tide us over until then. Also, new fish on Tuesday, of course. So, with that is going to be a wrap for my overview on the opening keynote for EU Fan Festival. Tell me what you thought in the comment section of the video below. I'm going to be on stream discussing it for the next several hours because we have 2.5 hours until the live letter, which will be about Beastmaster, which I will also post an overview of a little bit later today. But with that, thanks for watching in the YouTube video. I'm going to get back to my live stream and talking to them. And until then, until the next video, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. And cut. All right, we're good. I'll never escape the fish prison. Oh, Tenny, you look so cute out there, pal. All right. There is a live letter in 2.5 hours. Yes. There's a dev panel right now that I think is on sound design with Soken. And then we have the Beastmaster live letter later today. Let's just do that. Yeah, they've already gotten that. What was the job? Bastion. Talking about fully recording right now. Well, I definitely prefer full recording instead of partial recording. That's a joke. That's a joke. Chat, that's a joke. I gotta take a few minutes and get some stuff done real quick. Oh, we didn't get 2 sneak peek shirts from Yoshi P at Dawn Trail Fan Fest either. Well, I definitely prefer full recording. Shut up, Happy. Shut up. Shut up. Again? Oh, to be... Shut up. Takes a... Like, that's the thing. Like, the at least have something in the element. Yeah. Shut up, Happy. I also shut up. Shut up. the openings about this.
Shut up.
That's kind of always.
Shut
I
up.
don't think a lot of the things we got from, I think some, etc. In this video.
Shut up. I fucking hate this guy.
To recapping.
Fucking hate this guy so much.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here.
Shut the fuck up.
Doesn't stay. But like, so yeah, big fan. Actually, I'm back there. And it's the
TLDR in the new job.
Showcases some
Shields
of those.
and
Can't
guns.
really see it too well.
And gun
Keychain, in case you
shields.
don't- not need to buy the physical collection. The bam. Odin, something Odin released stuff. Keynote AP Fan Festival, and then this is
Oh my god,
very
shut
big determining
up.
factor of the Norse mythology is about those systems going to be fully in. And until then, we have Beastmaster, of course. So, with that, that is going to be a wrap for my overview on the opening keynote for EU Fan Festival. Tell me what you thought in the comment section of the video below. I'm going to be on stream discussing it for the next several hours because we have 2.5 hours until the live letter, which will be about Beastmaster, which I will also post an overview of a little bit later today.
Kill me.
With that, thanks for watching in the YouTube video. I'm going to get back to my live stream and talking to them. And until then, until the next video, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Oh my god, he's finally done. I fucking hate that guy. This guy's kind of growing on me. Yeah, like a fucking tumor. All right, let me get a screen cap of the Final Fantasy VII raid. All right, because I'm going to need that for a thumbnail here in a few minutes. All right, while they're playing out, I can get the work done now.
Okay, let's move on.
I'm also so hungry, guys. I think I'm going to stick some nuts in my mouth.
Alright, this picture here, do any of you guys know what these are?
I also have food downstairs, but I just need a quick. I just need a quick hit.
でもわかんない人多そうだね。これはね、ちょっとね、そっち行こうかな。
I feel like there's probably a lot of people who don't know, so let me just head over there.
ジャパンではですね、刀、侍の稽古があるんですよ。
In Japan, we have these things called samurai.
Dude, wasabi soy nuts?
Katanas.
Oh my god, my favorite.
ただし本物の刀を使ってそれで練習するための刀なんですこれ。
So this is what samurai use to practice. It's a practice sword.
でその、練習用の刀を使って
Dude, such a top tier snack.
やるスポーツがあります。
And there is a sport that you can do using practice swords like this.
そのスポーツの名前を剣道って言います。
And that is kendo.
この市内をどうやって剣道で使う
You know what I
か
know
というと
kendo as?
こうなります。
And
That thing
if you
all
use
my
it for
weeb
kendo,
friends did
this is how it
to
goes.
pretend they actually knew how to fight with swords. So many weeb friends that just owned kendo sticks and didn't train with them at all, but just like pretended they knew how to.
ありがとう。Thank you so much.
So many friends kendo sticks.
はい、この市内竹でできてるんですけど、これが効果音の素材としてもすごくいい音になるんですね。
Yes, these practice swords are made out of bamboo, but they also produce a very great sound.
サウンドチームのスタッフがこう何やら力を込めてしならせているんですが、これがどんな音になるでしょうか。
We can see here that a
So
member from the
cringe.
sound team
You know what's
is
even more
exerting a lot
cringe?
of pressure and trying
I
to
didn't
warp
own
the
one,
shape.
but I would join them
Let's
in
see,
using
what
them.
kind of sound does that produce?
And then we would beat the shit out of each other, and it would hurt so bad.
こう動画の中のありがとうございます。
Oh, thank you.
I wish
動
that
画の
any
中
of them
の
were part of a
船の
kendo club of
木
some
が
kind.
しなったり
They
こ
weren't.
うきしんだりするさまざ
They
ま
just
な
liked
音
owning
に使
kendo
うこと
sticks.
ができま
Not a
す。
single one of
We
them was
are
part of a
able
kendo
to
club.
use this for a variety of sounds, like we just saw in the video. So on the ship where the wood is bending and creaking, we can use the sounds there.
まあリムサロミンサから出ている、
Last Tuesday of the expansion.
釣りのコンテンツあるじゃないですか。
Last Tuesday of January
You
will
know, you
probably be
can
the
go fishing
expansion.
from Limsa, right?
その時に、すごい鳴ってるんで、その音を聞いた時はサウンドスタッフがっ ってこう市内をやってると思ってください。
So you can hear this sound effect pretty well when you go out on those fishing voyages. So next time you do, just imagine the member of the sound team standing there
Thumbnail
going.
done.
で実はねフォーリーって面白くてマイクに音を取るわけなので余計な音は実は取っちゃいけないんですよ。
And one of the interesting things about Foley is because you're using a mic, you don't want to pick up any unnecessary sound.
だから例えば、さっきの
Yeah,
市
we
内
love
の音
Soken.
を取りたいとなった場合は
Final Fantasy 14
こ
can
の
go through all of its
お
ups
洋
and
服の
downs,
ス
but
レ
we
る
will
音
always
とかが
love
入っちゃま
Soken.
ずいんです。
So, for example, if I wanted to record the sound of me
This is a
bending
universal truth.
that sword, I'd have to be really careful about what
Yeah,
clothes
so I
I'm
guess
wearing,
early
because it
access
might
would be the
pick up
Friday
the
before
friction.
that Xylex.
だからね、女性のトランスレーターの方の前ですごい言うのも恥ずかしいんですけど僕がフォーリーをする
Man,
ときは
I
パンツ一
remember
丁です。
So it's terribly
At the
embarrassing for
Digital
me to say
Fan
this in front of
Festival,
my interpreter
I went
who
to
is a
bed
woman, but when I
right
do
after
photo
the
recording, I
concert
do
was
it in my
done,
pants. Single pair
before
of
the
undies.
closing words. So I woke up to everyone being depressed and didn't know why. And I had to find out the news the next morning.
Sorry.
That was
はい、
awkward.
ここまでフォーリーの面白さを少しでも感じていただけたでしょうか。
To be fair, they were tears of joy,
I'm pretty sure
but it was
you've
still
all been able
depressing
to appreciate
to wake
the
up to that
appeal of
news
Foley
immediately.
recording.
それでは次の効果音の紹介へ進みたいと思います。
All right,
Yeah, the
I'd
Friday
like to
before.
move on to the next set of sound effects.
続いては足音の効果音について少しお話しします。
Moving on, I'd like to talk a
I
little
am
bit about the
getting
sound of
that
footsteps.
uploaded to YouTube
プレイヤーキャラの移動に合
now.
わせて再生される足音は実は14の効果音の中でも特に多くのバリエーションを持つ音の一つです。
Out of all of the sound effects in Final Fantasy
guy's
XIV,
slick.
the sound of footsteps is one area where we actually have quite a lot of variations because the sounds are adjusted to the player's movement.
まずはこちらの動画をご覧ください。
First,
I
let's
need
check out
food.
the video.
I think I'm gonna have pork and rice for breakfast.
この動画中ではサウンドチームのスタッフにオールドシャーレアンの一角を走り回ってもらい
This is actually really cool to look
To
at, I'm not
produce
gonna
this
lie.
video, I had members of the sound team just run around in circles in an area of Old Sharlayan.
画面に表示されている青い玉と黄色いテキストは現在再生されている足音を
Well, yeah,
デバ
of
ッグ
course
機
they
能
did.
によって
Those
可視
usually
化
get
した
taken
も
down,
のに
those
なります
Xylex.
The blue
And also,
circles
you
and
can
yellow
just watch
text
it
that
on
you can
14's
see on the
YouTube
screen
channel.
represent information about the sounds of the footsteps which are being played. And this is being displayed using a debug function.
テキストが小さいので内容の判別まではできないと思いますが
Seeing the
この
sound
映
effects
像の
played
中
like
で
that
鳴っ
is
ている
actually
足音は
wild.
そのほとんどが異なる種類の音になっています
Crossing
The
the
text
data
here is
streams
displayed
beyond
very
the data
small, so I'm
streams.
not sure if you'll be able to discern the details. But essentially, all of those different sounds of the footsteps which are being played are different sounds.
足音の種類
Well,
は
yeah, there's
キャ
some
ラク
wet
ターの
ones,
性
there's
別や
some
種
ones on
族
stone,
歩
there's
いてい
some
る
ones
か走
on
っているか
grass,
そして
there's some
装
on
備している
dirt.
靴が硬いか柔らかいか地面がこう石か草か水場かなど
See, these are the types of
さらには
things
その地
in
面が
game
雨に
dev
よって
and
濡れている
in
かどうかといった多くの条件によって音が決まります
the end game result where
The
not a
actual
lot of people
sound
have that
of
much
the
of appreciation
footsteps is
for it.
determined based on a variety
of people
of
work pretty hard to
factors.
make sure the stuff
These
actually
include
works well.
the gender and race of your character, whether your character is running or walking,
Oh my
whether
God.
your character is wearing hard or soft shoes, whether the floor itself is hard or whether it's grass, or also whether it's been raining and the floor is wet or whether the floor is dry.
はいこの画面のように
That's a hell of a
非常に多くの組み
mathematical
合わせが
equation for
存在してい
footstep
ます
sounds.
So as we've displayed here on the screen, there
It's
really are
thankless
a
work.
myriad
really
footsteps based on the various factors that are involved.
その結果足音だけでも使用しているサウンド素材の数は700種類以上に及びます
It's for this reason that just for the sound of footsteps alone, we have more than 700 variations for footsteps in 14.
画面上の水場を走るロスガル男性と草の上を歩くミコテ女性とでは再生される足音が全く違うわけです
So basically,
That's a lot of
one example we can
variations,
see
I'm not
from the
gonna lie.
video is the Rothgar that's running through the water, and then the female Mikote who is walking on the grass. They have a different sound for their footsteps.
普段何気なく聞いている音ですがぜひこれからはキャラクターのいる場所や装備によって変化する音にぜひ耳を傾けてみてくれると嬉しいです
Of course, a lot of us, when we're playing the game, we probably just listen to these sounds unconsciously. But I think it would be great if you could, the next time you're playing, maybe think about what your character is, the place where your character is, what sort of footgear they're wearing, and other factors, and think about how the sound changes depending on those factors.
さっき木野谷君が700種類っていうふうに言ってくれたんですけども、
So,
All right.
Kiniya-san just mentioned
Live letters in 2
700
hours
there.
and 22
まあそれに対し
minutes.
てそれはあくまでも種類の
I am
問題で
getting
あっ
the
て、
keynote thing done right
And
now,
that's
and then I'm
just
going to take a
the
few
different
minutes and go get some
types.
food and
ファイ
some
ルの
water.
種類、要はフ
I got
ァイル
some
の
water
数
here,
ね、
actually.
種類に対してバリエーションとかも
I think it's
存
at
在するからその足音だけでファイル数でいうと実は14は1万近いファイル数があります。
But with each of those different types, you want to have slight variations within that. So if we're talking about like
There we go.
file numbers, how many files are there?
you're not that
14
far
has
off.
about,
It's about
I
2
think, over
hours, so.
10,000
Let's double check,
files
right?
for footstep sounds.
I checked it
なの
yesterday,
で
but let's just check it again.
例えば14の開発で一番サウンドチームが恐れる項目としては
So the scariest thing that
I
the
was
development
correct.
team can tell us
2
as a
hours and
sound team
21
that they
minutes from
want to
now.
do,
床の種類が増えます。
there's going to be a new type of floor.
その通りです
Yo, a hot new
もうその日
scoop
から僕
for
らは出れなく
Evercold.
なります
There's going to be a new
And
type of
from that
floor.
day, we sleep no more.
ぜひこの地球から、床の種類が、少なくなる
Lego
といい
floor?
なという日々を過ごしております。
And every day I pray that there shall be fewer floors on this world.
はい、続いては次のカテゴリーの紹介です。
Soken
環
is
境音を
anti-floor.
紹介させてください。
Hates
Okay,
floors.
moving on, I'll move to the next category we have, and this is environmental sound effects.
以前に僕の手掛けたモシャーの植物園のウォ
Mostly
ーク
Beastmaster.
スルー
Yeah,
を
it'll
ご
be
覧
mostly
ください
Beastmaster stuff.
First, let's check out a walkthrough of a dungeon that I previously worked on. This is Saint Moshan's Arboretum.
I love Saint Moshan's Arboretum. Honestly, one of my favorite dungeon games. Goated.
はい、環境音はそれぞれのロケーション、固有に再生されるキャラクターの周囲の環境や状況をプレイヤーに伝える音です。
I can't believe we have a Final
Environmental
Fantasy
sounds
VII
are
raid,
played
my
in
guys.
specific locations to inform players about the environment around them or the change in circumstances.
風の音や空気の音の
Fin-
中に
don't talk to me about
川
Final
や
Fantasy
滝
X. I mean, to be fair, it is a
オブ
pretty.
ジェクトに紐づく
It wouldn't be that
音がたくさん
surprising to
配
see
置
the
さ
V
れていて
Infinito.
キャラクターのいる位置やカメラ
But
の
I'd
向きに
rather
合わせ
not.
て適切に変化するように作られています。
The V Infinito is
There are
literally
various
like
sounds at play, such as the
a super
wind,
normal thing to expect.
waterfalls, rivers, and even sounds tied to certain objects, such as the crackling of torches. And these are designed to change whenever there's a change in the character's position or the camera angle.
音を作るときには
I could never be a sound engineer, dude. It would drive me insane.
虫や動物の声
I'm also not an
死が
audiophile,
自然に転が
so.
る音などの要素を環境の音の中に取り入れることがあります。
When we work on the sounds for these areas, sometimes we incorporate sounds which are not depicted in the graphics. These can be things such as the sound of insects, animals, or stones rolling.
マップごとの細かな設定や
I love
特
the
徴
Rolling
を
Stones.
よく確認して想像して音でさらに補うことでその場所により一層の説得力を持たせられるよう意識しています。
When we go about doing the work for these sound effects, we look at what sort of lore and settings there are behind the map, and we let
Coke,
our
welcome back for the
imagination do
second
the work
month.
to think up of other sound
Happy
effects that we can
Fan Fest.
incorporate
I've got my
in order
belt.
to further heighten that immersion and make it a more
got
convincing
my
experience
belt.
for the players.
今日は環境音については、まあ、この程度しかちょっと用意してないんですけど、
So this is all we have prepared
I
for
mean,
you today about
Sentinel was
environmental
literally
sound
not
effects.
a like
この
actual class. It
環
was
境音
literally
っ
just
ていう
the
の
skill
も
name of
実はす
blocking
ごい緻密で
because everything
細か
needed
な
its
作
own
業
skill name.
膨大な作業
basically.
があるんです。
But there's actually a huge amount of work involved in this. It's really in depth.
Lore-wise,
it's
it
really
has like
detailed.
it never had any
今
bearing
ここ
on
で言えることと
anything.
しては我々サウンドチーム
And
の
it was
環
already
境音
used,
チ
so
ー
they
ムが
probably
作
wouldn't want to
やっ
reuse
ている
it.
作業は
Especially because it was not a job name; it was a class
So
name.
essentially, to put it another way, what
Important
the
distinction.
Members of the sound team
They never
working on
evolved Sentinel
environmental
into a
sound
job
are
of any
doing
kind.
is they are essentially
It was effectively a
simulating
class
the
skill
Earth.
name for
なので
Shields.
これはまあ今日はこの辺なんですけど、また
Rentor,
機会が
thanks
あ
for
った
the
らぜ
38
ひ
months.
環境音について深掘りをぜひさせていただければと思います。
So that's where we'll leave it today. But if we do have another opportunity sometime, I would love to go into a much deeper
That's
dive
fine
on
what the community
environmental
calls
sound effects
it.
with you.
ぜひやりたい
They
です
didn't call it anything.
Yeah, I would love that.
では続いて効果音の
Bass.
新しいカテゴリーカットシーンのサウンドについてもお話しさせてくださ
I
い。
can't wait.
Okay,
For
I'll
bass
move
to
on to
come
a new
out.
category of sound effects. This is the sound effects for cutscenes.
少し懐かしい映像になり
Not
ますが、
this,
新
not
生
this
エオゼアの
cutscene.
開発当時に
Any
担当
cutscene
した
but
カット
this
シーンをご覧
cutscene.
ください。
This one is going to be a little bit nostalgic, but this is a cutscene I worked on back at the time of development on A Realm Reborn.
How very glib.
はい、プレイヤーの操作によって
Hello, Ultima.
ありがとうございます。Thank you. Thank you. プレイヤーの操作でリアルタイムに展開が変化する
It's weird to see
ゲームプレイとは違ってカットシーン
there
は
without
あらかじめ
him
決められ
yapping
た
the
タイ
whole
ムライン
time.
に沿って演出が進んでいきます。
Yeah, I mean, generally, robots are a
Unlike
pretty
live
interesting
gameplay,
thing.
where the sounds are deployed in real time based on the player's actions, in cutscenes, the sounds are applied based on a predetermined timeline.
そのため一つ一つの動きや展開に音を細かく合わせながら迫力のあるサウンド演出を作り込めるのがカットシーン効果音の大きな特徴です。
So it's for this reason that I think a key feature of cutscene sound effects is that we're able to
let's
create the
see.
most impactful sounds because we can use each sound for each specific movement and action.
I like
that
Wrath
has been
seeing the
designed
Chocobo
in that
companion thing and
cutscene,
being like,
and
this
we can tweak
unironically
them
changes
so
everything.
that they are the most appropriate for that experience.
では最後にご紹介するのがタイトル画面から
Fucking
再
Wrath
生
seeing
で
the
きるオー
Chocobo
プニングト
companion
レーラ
change
ーの
being
効果
like,
音で
it's
す。
all different now.
Lastly, I'd like to showcase the sound effects of the opening trailer, which you can also play from the top menu of the title screen.
Love that kick to the face. God, I love sound effects.
かっこいいですよね。オープニングトレーラーでは映画さながらのサウンド体験を届けたいと
They have never mentioned the shared
I think you'll
item
agree that
level.
was
It's not
pretty
shared
cool, right?
level. It is
So
shared
for the
item
opening
level.
trailer-
I know
for
they have
the
not
opening
ever
movie,
mentioned
we
crafting and
always
gathering for
aim
that.
to have something more akin to a movie-like experience in the sound.
そこでハリウッド映画のサウンド制作にも携わるロサンゼルスのスタジオと
You know, it
協力
always
して
has pissed me
効果音
off
5.1 チャンネルのサラウンドで制作してい
to
ます。
that when
To
you
this
have
end,
background
we
music
worked with
turned
an
off,
external
but then the
studio
trailer
that's
starts
based in
playing,
LA,
that the trailer
and
just
they've
plays all
also
the
doing
music because
work
it doesn't
on
have separate
sound
audio
effects for Hollywood
channels.
movies,
It makes
and
sense.
together with them,
But
we
like,
produce sound effects
I was like,
with
oh, I have background
5.1
music off, and then the
surround
trailer
sound.
starts playing, and it's
サラウンド再生環境をお持
music
ち
starts
の方
blaring.
にはぜひ5.1チャンネルで音に包み込まれるような迫力を
It's like
楽
I
し
just
んで
wanted
い
to
ただきたいと思
quietly
います。
sit here on the main
For those of
screen.
you who do have a surround sound
Trailer
system
jump
at home,
scare.
I really recommend checking out the trailer in 5.1 surround sound and really being immersed in it.
I'm waiting for my
Keynote
keynote
slide.
overview to
します。
start to be done uploading.
ここまでご覧いただいたように一口に効果音といってもその役割や
The
使われる場面
handshaking.
は本当に様々です。
So as we can
Yeah.
see so far with the examples, although
Like we
we group
said,
everything
thankless
into
work.
the term sound effect, the usages and areas where the sounds are used are really very plenty in variety.
開発の中では効果音のカテゴリーごとそれぞれ違った
Alright,
セクション
actually,
から
while
制
this is
作依頼を受け
processing,
ること
I
に
am
な
going to
り
take
ま
a
す
quick 5-minute break.
In the
I
development
will
team,
be right back.
we received the request to produce the sound effects based on their categories from different sections.
サウンドチームは14の開発の中でも特に多くのセクションと直接やり取りをしながら制作を進めているチームだと言えるかもしれません。
So in this regard, I think You can say that particularly the sound team in Final Fantasy XIV is one of the teams where we communicate with almost every other section and we work together to produce those sound effects.
ありがとうございます。ここまでさまざまな効果音を紹介してきましたが、実はサウンドの実装は音を作って終わりではありません。次のスライドお願いします。
So far, we've showcased various sound effects, but the work doesn't just stop when we've actually produced those sound effects.
作った音が正しく、そして効果的にプレイヤーの皆さんの耳に届くように、細かな調整や再生方法の工夫が必要になります。
To ensure that the sounds that we've produced do play correctly and also in the most impactful manner to the players, we need to carry out very fine adjustments and also devise methods to play back those sounds.
そしてその仕組みを支えているのが、先ほど曽健さんからも紹介ありましたサウンドプログラマーが開発するサウンドエンジンまたはサウンドドライバーと呼ばれるものです。
And the thing that actually ensures that those sounds play correctly is something that Soken-san mentioned earlier. This is the sound engine or the sound driver, which is produced by the sound programmers.
ここからは少し視点を変えて、このサウンドエンジンによって実現している音の鳴らし方の工夫をいくつか紹介します。
So now I'd like to change the perspective a little bit and talk about how we do the work to ensure that the sounds play correctly.
はじめに紹介するのがサウンドエンジンのとても重要な役割である発音数の制御についてです。
First, I'd like to talk about playback limits, which are a very important feature of the sound engine.
こちらサスタ社の最初のボスエリア手前でサウンドの再生状況をデバッグ表示した画面になります。
This area in the screenshot is just before the first boss in Sastasia, and the information displayed on the screen is displayed using a debug feature, and it contains information about the sounds that are played in the scene.
この画面に並んでいる色とりどりのラベルがその一つ一つ現在再生されている音あるいは再生を待機している状態の音を表しています。
So the various colored labels in the list indicate sounds which are currently being played or those which are queued to be played.
撮影のために一人パーティーでダンジョンに突入している状態ですが、戦闘をしていなくてもこの場面にこれだけ多くの音が存在するということに少し驚かれるかもしれません。
For the purpose of taking this screenshot, we entered the dungeon as a party of one, but I think you may be surprised to see that so many sound effects are being played, even when we're not engaged in battle.
一方で、ファイナルファンタジー14のゲームが同時に再生できる音の数には上限があります。
On the other hand, there is a cap on the number of sound effects that we can play in Final Fantasy XIV simultaneously.
そのため、どの音を鳴らし、どの音を止めるのか、これを適切にコントロールする必要があります。
As a result, we need to ensure that we can appropriately control which sounds will be played and which sounds will stop.
大丈夫？みんななんかアカデミックになってきて、なんか眠たくなってきてないかな？大丈夫かな？
Are we all good? It's getting a little bit academic over here, so just want to make sure no one's dropping off.
大丈夫かな？
All good?
あ、オッケーオッケー、ありがとう。そういえばだけど、この発音数もそうだし、ゲームを開発するにあたってやっぱりね、一番最初に問題になってくるのが、まあ昨今そんなに言われなくなったんだけども、ハードウェアのメモリーをどの部署がどれだけ使うかっていうのが開発内では戦争になります。
So it's the same for these playback limits as well, but in general, when you're developing a game, it's not so much of an issue these days, but it used to be that when you're working on something, the first question would be which team gets how much of the hardware's memory, and then you'd have a bit of a war there.
まず、プログラマーがじゃあ俺らこれぐらい持ってくわ。で、テクスチャーチームがじゃあ俺たちこれぐらい持ってくわ。モーションチームが俺たちこれぐらい持ってくわ。グラフィックデザイナー全般じゃあこんだけ持ってくわ。サウンドに、じゃあメモリー渡す。あ、もう残ってないけど、まあ頑張って。これがサウンドの現状です。
So you get the programmers come in, they go, this is the memory we want, we'll be taking this, bye. And then the texture team comes in, they're like, oh, actually, we'll take this is a good chunk. And then you get the animation team in, they're like, we'll have this bit, this looks quite nice. You've got the graphics team, the designers, and they're like, excellent, we'll have this chunk. And then they turn around and go, sound team, you can, oh, there's nothing left. Well, good luck. That's how it goes.
この状態なので、工夫をしないとならないんです。
So that's why we have to go to these lengths to make sure there's any sound in there at all.
これはさまざまなゲーム会社の、サウンドの開発を携わった方だったらものすごい大きくうなずいてくださるところだと思います。
And if there's anyone out there who's worked on a sound team in, I think, any game development company or studio, they're probably out there nodding along right now like, yeah.
ファイナルファンタジー14はもうかれこれ10年以上サービスしてますんで、結構その昔のハードウェアにも対応してきた歴史があります。
And obviously Final Fantasy XIV has been running for over 10 years now, so we do have a past where we were having to support much older hardware.
その数十年前作ったその時は僕が慌てて作ったんですけどその、作った柱が今まだ現役で工夫をした結果現役でまだ、しっかり動いてるっていうだから、ファイナルファンタジー14のサウンドシステムは結構類を見ないぐらい素晴らしいシステムになってます。
And originally the sound system, the sound engine that was made back then was sort of made by me in a bit of a mad rush. And it's still the same one. It's been tweaked, it's been upgraded, it's been refined, and over the years I think it's really turned into quite a unique and wonderful system.
これで、ここまでアカデミックな内容をしてまだもうその先が聞きたいとかいう人がいたらぜひ、弊社のサウンドチームへ、応募してください。
If there's anyone out there like listening to this and going, no, this isn't too academic, this is fascinating, tell me more, then please, we at the sound team are waiting for your application.
今言ったようなメモリが足りないと、あるいは発音の工夫がうまくいかないと、実際にどんなことが起きてしまうのか、検証用に動画を撮影してきたのでご覧ください。
So, as mentioned just now, if we don't have enough memory to play back all the sounds, or if our sound control isn't appropriate, what would happen? I've prepared a video to show you just to simulate that scenario.
That's an interesting thing to come back to. All right, I got food, I got water. I am
こ
all
の
set.
映像では大量のコブラの足音によって同時の発音数が上限に達して、それまで鳴っていた BGM や滝の環境音が
I am
押
ready
し
to
出
go
され
for
る
the
よう
next
に
several
形成して
hours.
しまっています。
In this video clip here, the large group of goblins that came, well, they had so many footsteps
Morioris,
sounds that
thank you for the
reached
Prime
the
sub.
limit of sounds that could be played at once.
This panel's
And
just a
as
few
a
more
result,
minutes, by
the
the
sound
way.
of the background music and the waterfall stopped.
場面は変わって次の動画でも同じような問題が起きています。
Moving to another situation, we
Yeah, I've
have
got
the
some-
same issue here.
Barbecue pork loin and some rice. Yeah, I cooked this up the other day.
ここでは重要な演出であるはずのリミットブレイクの効果音が後方にいる雑魚モンスターの攻撃音によって途中で停止してしまっています。
In this case, we have the sound of the important ability, the limit break, but it's being cut short by the sound effects of the trash mobs in the background doing their attacks.
サウンドエンジンが提供する発音数の制御では効果音それぞれに再生の優先度と条件付けを設定します。
To stay
With the
hydrated.
playback limits feature, we apply a priority level to each type of sound that's being played.
再生できる
They did
数が
say that,
上限に達した場合には優先度の低い音
It did
から
happen.
停止することで重要な音をできるだけ確実に再生する機能です。
So when we do reach that limit of the cap,
Hi,
we
Ivy.
cut the sounds which have a lower priority applied to them in order to ensure as much as possible that the
Hydrate or
important
dihydrate,
sounds
indeed.
continue being played.
この機能を有効にして全く同じシチュエーションを撮影したものがこちらの 動画になります。
Okay, so now let's see an example where the feature
Very
is
simple
enabled.
needs. Oh, I did. Jesus.
はい、リミットブレイクの効果音が今度はしっかり最後まで再生されたのがわかると思います。
As you can all see, this time the sound of the limit break played through to the end with no issues.
ではコブランの方どうなったか、そちらも機能を有効にしてお届けします。
You ate
All
already.
right, so what about that group of goblins from just now?
Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey. Bro.
はい、問題なさそうですね。
Oh yes, no issues there either.
Ivan.
ゲーム中ではこのように同時に再生するサウンドの数を効率よく抑えています。
I need to eat.
So, as we can see in these examples, we do an efficient job at
Probably
ensuring
not.
that the sounds that can be
Anyway.
played at once are managed appropriately.
こ
True.
れによって先ほど紹介のあった厳しい制約の中でもプレイヤーに違和感を与えることなく必要な音を届けられるようになっています。
And through doing so, even
This
though
hits the
we
spot
do
so
have
much.
those constraints that we mentioned earlier, we are still able to deliver
really
a
didn't eat
playing
much before I
experience to
started
the
the
players
keynote.
that doesn't
I had
feel
A
strange
package of
or
protein
weird.
Pop-Tarts.
お話ししたいことたくさんあるんですけども時間も限られているのでどんどん次行こうと思います。
There's a lot I want to talk about, so I'm just going to push through. Let's go through to
They
the
were
next
on
one.
sale.
続いて紹介するのがサウンドフィルターの機能になります。
Next, I'd like to showcase the sound filter.
場面はグリダニアの木工
This
シ
is
ギルドの
supposed to be
場面で
ending
す。
right about now, but
The
think they are
situation we
running a
have
little
here
bit
is the
late.
character is in front of the Carpenter's
sure.
Guild in Gridania.
プレイヤーキャラクターが
Next is
屋
the
内に入った時
community panel.
の周囲の環境音の変化にご注目ください。
Pay attention to how the surrounding sound changes when the player character goes indoors.
the ambient sound, it's all different.
はい、屋内に入った瞬間に水の流れる音や風の音、鳥の声といった屋外の音がくぐもって聞こえたことにお気づきいただけたでしょうか。
So, did you notice there when as
Yeah, the
soon
first
as
manifest
the
video
player
is almost
character
done.
enters indoors, the sound of the water, the wind, and the birds, they all became muffled.
ここではキャラクターが屋内に入ったことを検知すると屋外で鳴る音の高い成分を抑える
I'm just taking a little
フィルター
food
が自動
break
的
right
にかかるようになっています。
Here, the filter is automatically detecting when the player character goes indoors, and then it contains the high component elements from the outside sounds.
この機能がない場合どのように感じられるか比較のためサウンドフィルターを無効にしたゲームプレイを録画してみました。
For the purpose of comparison, I have recorded a gameplay footage with this filter turned off.
Breakfast/lunch is done.
プレイヤーキャラクターが屋内に入っても屋外の音に変化は一切ありません。
So even when the player character went
Hydration
indoors,
and a
there was
little bit of coffee.
absolutely no change
I still
to
have a
the
tiny bit of
sounds that
coffee
were
left.
happening outside.
機能をオンにした状態と比べるとだいぶ不自
I
然
might
な
need to
再
grab
生
my
に
beef
感じられ
jerky
る
at
と
some
思いま
point.
す。
So when we compare the footage to when
All my
the,
high-protein
filter
snacks
was
and
switched
foods.
on, I think you will agree that it sounds very unnatural.
制作した効果音をそのまま鳴らすだけで
The
な
trailer was
く
good.
その場所や状況に合わせて現実と同じよ
Big
うな
fan,
聞こえ
big
方
fan.
になるように工夫を加えるこうした仕組みも14の世界への没入感を支えています。
So in Final Fantasy XIV, we don't just use the
Community
sounds
panel is
that we
supposed to start in
produce
28
as is.
minutes, but
It's
this
these
is running a
kinds of
little late, so
schemes
that
and
might run a little
systems
late. We'll
that
see.
we use to adjust whatever sounds are being played so that they're more realistic or that they are tweaked based on the situation. And this supports the level of immersion that you feel when you play 14.
他にも音源からの距離に応じて音量を変化させたり洞窟の中では残
I
響を
loved the
加えたり
Bastion
と
weapons,
サウンド
man.
エン
I
ジン
mean, I
の様
wanted
々な
double
方法
shield,
で
but
ゲームの音の聞
they
こえ
went a
方
little
を
above
コン
and
トロールして
beyond
いま
that.
す。
I'm a
The
fan.
sound engine is also used to control sounds in many other ways. For example, when based on the distance of a sound from the sound source, then the volume of the sound can be adjusted, or reverberation can also be added into caves and so on.
今までこうやってね、キネ君に紹介してもらった機能なんだけども、多分みんなそれを気にして多分聞いてないと思うんですよ。
Them gauntlets, man.
皆さん
I suspect that most of these features
There's
that
plenty of
Keynote
time to
is
grab
talking about
snackies.
are probably not
So
really
much
things that
snacky
you
time.
notice when you're playing.
Look, I'm gonna grab a
でも
snack
改め
right
てこう
now.
やって見てみると、なんかいろいろやっとかないと
Look, I
変
found
なエオル
sausage.
ゼアになっちゃうっていうのも分かりましたでしょうか。
But looking at it like this, I hope you
Hi,
can appreciate that
sausage.
without us doing all these little things on the side, Eorzea would sound pretty weird.
ね、ありがとうございます。Thank you so much.
Thank you.
一個一
Ivy's
個は
jealous.
すげえ地味なんですよ。
I mean,
He's
each
like,
specific
put
thing
me
that we're
down.
doing is kind of dull.
けどまあこれらを数々積み上げていって皆さんが
yeah, get along.
エ
You
オ
two.
ルゼアへなるべくこうダイブした感覚に
Honestly,
なるよう
brilliant
にサ
snack.
ウンドは日々頑張っております。
But as these build up, it feels more and more
Probably
hopefully, to
probably
you that
around
you've
the same
actually
time as
stepped
Tokyo
into the
Kenrick.
world of
Normally
Eorzea,
that's when they announce
and that's
pre-orders
really
anyway.
why we work so hard as we do in the sound team.
今日はありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
We love the sound team.
で先ほども言ったんですけど今日はまあたまたま
Yeah, can this
キネ
opening
とソケンが
keynote
こ
be
こに
done
いますけど
checking?
も、
Please,
東京に
anytime?
たくさんの効果音のスタッフが多分この放送を固唾を飲んで見ていると思うんで、今一度彼ら
Melody,
に
thanks for the Prime sub.
最後の拍手をお願いできますでしょうか。
And once again, obviously, it's Kinya-san and I here today.
Three
But there is a
subs.
huge team in Tokyo working on sound effects, and they're probably up watching this stream with a nice drink. So, again, could you give them a big round of applause to let them know that we love them?
Higley, thanks for the
Thank you so
Prime
much.
sub.
これからもいい
Alright,
サウンド
looks
で
like
きるよう
my
に頑張ります。
Keynote overview
Thank you so much.
is
We will keep working
ready
really, really
and
hard to make
raring to
really
go.
wonderful sound for you.
はい。では続いていよいよ
Public
最後のトピックになりますクイズコーナーを用意してみました。
All right, so we're now ready to move on to the final segment of the panel. We've prepared a quiz for you.
すげえ
Oh,
唐
for
突だな。
fuck's sake.
It's pretty sudden.
はい、ぜひお付き合いください。
Oh, but I do hope you guys are going to enjoy it.
本日の開発パネルは
What's
地味な
that
サウンドのお仕事を紹介するという触れ込みで始まってます。
So I did start today's panel with the rather unglamorous topic of sound.
そこで最後は僕が手掛ける効果音の中でも特に地味な存在である街中の NPC の効果音を紹介し
It's
たいと思います。
Pikachu!
And so I think it's only appropriate that I finish on a very particular unglamorous aspect of sound effects, and that's the sound of NPCs that you find in Eorzea.
要はあれでしょ。誰も気づいてくれなくて誰も何もフォーラムに上げてもくれないから今日ここでみんなに聞かそうってそういうことでしょ。
So what you're saying essentially is that you're like, these are the sound effects that no one noticed, and I want people to notice them, so I'm making you listen to them.
いやその通りです。お付き合いください。
それさ分かる？それ大丈夫？みんな気づいてない音でしょ。
But
大丈夫？
I get it. Probably no one has noticed, so I totally get it.
いや少しでも気づいてくれる人がいたら嬉しいですね。はい。
Yeah, well, it would make me happy at least if some of you out there notice it.
では早速始めていきます。
All right, let's get started.
まずは映像を見せずに音だけを再生します。
So first, I'm going to play just the sound. We're not going to show you any of the picture.
何の音か分かった方は答えの発表を待たずに教えてください。
If you know the answer, you don't have to wait for me to announce it. Just let me know.
配信をご覧の方はコメントで、会場にいらっしゃる方はその場で叫んで教えてくれると嬉しいです。
If you're watching on the stream, just put the answer there in the comments. Or if you're here in the venue, just shout out loud.
はい、じゃあ行きますよ。それでは早速第1
I'm
問
so
です。
cooked.
Okay, we all good? Okay, let's get started.
お あそこほらもう正解
They know, they've got it right.
That's the shaker. Yeah, I know Sly got that
あ
immediately.
すごい
I thought he said it was going to be NPC. Oh, I guess it's NPC interactions. I was trying to think of a specific NPC name.
はい、ちょっとこれ簡単すぎたかもしれませんね。
Yeah, I think maybe this one was too easy.
はい、ちょっとテストということで最初は簡単にしてみました。
It's the shaker
Yeah,
emote.
of course, I did make the first one easy. I just was giving you a bit of a test.
正解の映像をご覧ください。
Okay, let's see the correct answer.
イエーイオーサム
カクテルを作るバーテンダーの効果音でした。
It's no.
Of course,
Mac
the
and cheese
correct
would sound
answer
very
was a
different.
bartender using a cocktail shaker.
あなた正解
You got it right.
なぜ街中の NPC の効果音が地味なのか。
So when it comes to the question about why the sound effects of NPCs are not so glamorous, or
率直に言うとこうした音に一度も出会わないままでもゲームを進められてしまうからです。
well, frankly speaking, you may never encounter these NPCs as you're playing the game.
NPC の中にはメインクエストで通るルートから離れた場所に配置されているキャラクターもたくさんいます。
There are plenty of NPCs that are placed in Eorzea which are far from the typical route of the MSQ.
そのため今回ご紹介す
Yeah,
る
there
効
are.
果音の
Where's
中には
Box Guy?
本当に今日初めて耳にするものもあるんじゃないかと思います。
So I think maybe some of you out there are going to hear some of these sound effects for the first time.
じゃあ
Yep,
続いて
probably
第
me.
2問です。
Okay, let's move to question 2.
Well, that's a. Sounds like a shovel
Anyone know?
or a hoe. Oh, that's a hoe.
Oh,
That's a hoe of some kind.
スコップだって言ってるんですけど。
ああ、
We hoeing?
惜しいな
結構難しかったかもしれない。
Close. You guys are close.
Yeah, that
It
one might have
sounds
been a
like-
bit of a tough one.
でもちゃんと正解
It's
出て
hoeing
ま
out
し
in
た
the
But
fields.
yeah, someone had the correct answer.
では正解映像
It's
で
an
ご覧ください
NPC hoeing.
Okay, let's see in the video.
Well, pitchfork in hay.
はい、
Not quite a hoe in the fields. A pitchfork in hay.
正解は干し草をフォークで広げている効果音でした。
The correct answer was a pitchfork in the hay.
いいですね。結構
I still
ちょうどい
prefer
い
hoe in the
難しさ
fields.
の効果音を紹介できたような気がします。
Awesome. I think I just got the right level of difficulty here.
じゃあ続けて第3問いきます。
Okay, let's move to question 3.
お願いします。
全然手が上がらないぞ
No one seems to know this one.
Somebody
あ
got
そ
it.
こでそれっぽい動きをしてる
Is someone doing the movement over there?
ああー、ちょっとじゃあこれ正解映像でご覧ください。
Okay, let's see the correct answer in the video.
I have no idea. The tapping of a flyer.
惜しい
Close.
惜しい。はい、正解はコロセウムのチラシを手で叩く効果音でした。
Yes, the correct answer was a tapping of a flyer in the Colosseum.
ちょっと待ってちょっと待って難しすぎじゃない
そう。
Hang on a minute. Is this not too hard?
Yeah, that's rough.
じゃあもうちょっといけるかなと思ったんですけど。
そっか
Yeah, I thought maybe like a few more of you would actually get this right.
じゃあ進めて
Well, carry on then. Carry on.
はい、ちなみにこの NPC、申請の時からウルダ派にいるので、やっぱり今こうして紹介できて嬉しいです。
Oh, but just personally speaking, this character has been there in Ulda right from A Realm Reborn, so
Yep.
I'm happy that I finally had an opportunity to showcase him.
じゃあどんどん行きましょう。次第4問です。
They sure
Okay,
have been
but
there
let's
the
move
whole
on.
time.
Question 4.
Ivy. Wait. Is that an
はい
Arimon?
誰か分かる人
Anyone know what this one is?
絹谷くん誰もいないじゃないか
That's not a Gaelic hat.
Kiria-san, there's no one who knows this.
Oh, but it's okay. Looks like someone got it.
コメントお
In the
コメン
comments?
トに正解がいくつか出ている
Someone's got it in the comments.
じゃあ正解映像でお願いします
Okay, let's see the correct
Is that a
answer.
Gaelic hat? No, I think they actually meow Gaelic hats. Oh, what? It was a baby
はい、
mammal
正解
jaw
は
being
マムージャ
raised.
族親子の高い高いの効果音でした
It was a
Yes,
mammal
the
jaw
correct
child
answer
being
was a mammal
lifted in.
child being thrown in the air.
これだけやっぱり
Somebody
正解なかなか
got that?
出ないっていうことは
That's
こう正し
crazy.
く僕の作った音を今紹介できてるってことなんで本当このコーナー設けた回がありましたね
But
This
yes,
is literally the
having
episode of
seen that
Pokemon
not
with the
many of you are
Jigglypuff scene
getting
from above
these
right
at
now.
all, it makes me feel great that it really was worthwhile doing this panel today.
いやちなみにここだけの裏
it's
話
a
なん
Voltorb.
ですがこの
It's an
赤ちゃ
Electro.
んマムー
It's
ジ
a
ャ
Jigglypuff.
はごく
Seen
稀
from
に
above.
少しテンション高めの声を聞かせてくれることがあるみたいです
Oh, yes, and some insider knowledge here. But on specific occasions, the Mamulja child can be exceptionally happy.
ああ
じゃあ名残惜しいですが次最後の問題第5問になります
Oh, yes. I wish we could have had longer, but sadly, we are on to the final question.
Yeah, you guys are running way over schedule right now.
さあさあ分かる人いますかね
Okay, does anyone know what this one is?
Mammal, Galul Jaja's footsteps.
コメントは
How about in the comments?
一人いた
Just one
一人
person.
いた
結構新しい
Hippo cart?
最近
Oh,
追加
yeah,
された
that
音
makes
なの
sense
で
actually.
知らない人も多いかも
スイッチのコメント結構正解いるね
Twitch chat, you guys have got it.
Yeah, this sound was implemented quite recently, so maybe not a lot of players are familiar with it yet.
すごいじゃあ正解映像でご覧ください
Okay, let's see the correct answer.
Oh, it's one of Alpha and Omega's random occurrences
はい
in
正解
Tuliolol.
はマラカ
I
ス
didn't know
オフル
about that
アルファ
one.
の効果音でした
Yes, the correct answer was Alpha shaking maracas.
はいまあ、実はこのアルファいつもこの場所で出会えるわけではない
Well played.
Truth be told, you cannot always meet Alpha here.
会いたいと思った方はぜひいろんな場所探してみてください気持ちが強ければいつかきっとマラカス
Finding Alpha and Omega
If your desire
Around the
to
world
meet
is one of my
Alpha
favorite
really is
things.
strong enough, then I'm sure you will encounter him somewhere in Eorzea, and he may just bring his maracas.
It's one of my favorite recurring things that they do is make Alpha and Omega explore the world.
さてさて
It sure was, Vayon.
今絹谷くんが、最後のクイズですって言ったでしょ
Kinya-san, you just said that's the final question, didn't you?
違うんだな今日俺はあるファイルを持ってきてんだよ
Wrong. I have brought a file with me.
おいいっすね
Oh,
File.
これはねそうだね会場のみんなと、どんな音か当てっこしようかなと思ってます
So I wanna ask you guys to take a guess.
準備はいいですか
Are we all ready?
Is this the extreme mode?
じゃあ1個目の効果音どうぞ
Okay, play the first sound.
That's a
誰
spell.
かいるかい分かる人
Anyone know that one?
すげえな誰もいないね
Doesn't look like anyone knows that one.
オーケーオーケーじゃあもう一個
Ario,
行ってみ
thanks for
よ
the
う
29
どうぞ
months.
どうぞ
The second one.
That was a skill of some
Anyone?
kind.
Anyone?
いるわけないんだよね
Pies,
I
thanks for
don't
the
think
Prime
there
sub.
is.
ソゲさんまずいですよこの音次の日本ファンフェスで紹介する予
There
定
were
の
three
新曲
hits there.
DPS の SE ですから
no, wait, Soken. What are you doing? These are sound effects from the new DPS job we're going to announce at the JP
Ah.
絶対ダメ
Fan Fest. That's absolute no-go.
ダメだ
That definitely sounded like Falconeer to me.
For today, God, I hope that security guard knows we need him for the Primals concert.
Sounded like Falconeer to me.
Kiruya-san, do you maybe have some closing words for our audience?
OK わかりました、こんな感じでトラブル多めのサウンドチームですけれども 8.0 に向けてサウンドの制作の方鋭意進めているところです。
Oh, yes. As you can see, in the sound team, we do have plenty of troubles arising, but I can assure you,
No,
we
and
are
I don't
very much
believe that,
hard at work
Zorua.
on sound for 8.0.
But I think Falconeer makes more sense. That Griffin seemed very much
ゲーム体
alive.
験を盛り上げる素晴らしい素敵なサウンドをこれから作っていきますので楽しみにしていてください。
Yes, we are hard at work to ensure that you have an impactful sound
Birdmancer.
experience as part of your gaming experience with Evercold.
We're gonna
So
have to
please
go
look
back
forward
and listen
it.
to those effects. Everything birds! Flight it up, let's go! Flight it up, let's go!
Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kinuya-san. Thank you for this deep dive.
Ah!
He's free!
Thank you! Thank you!
Oh no! Oh no! Wait!
They should have allowed this guy to actually pick Soken up and
I'm
throw him
sure
over
we
his
can
shoulder.
Sort that backstage, maybe. All right. All right. Oof.
Just full on
Coming
lift
up
him and throw him
next,
over his shoulder.
about
That
15
guy looks
minutes,
strong
so
enough. He
5
could do it.
minutes past 3, we have the community panel. You'll be seeing me again, and you'll get to meet my wonderful colleagues from the community team. See you in a little bit.
All right, we still have an hour and a half, approximately an hour and 41 minutes until the live ladder. So we'll have this community panel coming up. Bam, bam, bam. Nope. Live ladder's in an hour and 40 minutes. Our Beastmaster live letter. I'm already pretty tired, I'm not gonna lie, but I slept pretty soundly last night. It's just being live this many hours. Alright, they'll probably be a little late for this, but not too late. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit while we wait. No problem. Time to replay the sounds. Go back.
Anyone know that one?
すげえな、誰もいないね。
Doesn't look like anyone knows that one.
オッケーオッケー。じゃあもう一個行ってみよう。
Okay.
もう一個の方どうぞ。
The second one.
誰かいる？
Anyone?
See, my only fear is that that screech isn't actually like a falcon or anything. It's literally just a monster being attacked. The second one is a 3-hit skill of some kind. What was the response here? Lukewarmness, Zane. Yeah, the first sound effect sounds like something charging up. So it sounds like a cast bar, for sure. I don't think it sounds quite like a griffin. But that's the closest thing.
Anyone?
It's a 3-hit skill of some kind, though. It sounds like a falcon actually slashing 3 times. That's what it sounds like. That's a teaser for the Fizz ranged, yeah. It sounds like a bird of some kind slashing with its claws to me.
Hey, the second one.
Definitely getting a slashing sound effect from that. The first thing sounds like some sort of charge skill.
どんな音か。準備はいいですか？どうぞ。
Okay, play the first sound.
Yeah, definitely some sort of charge. Something with a cast bar. For certain, something with a cast bar. I mean, most people assumed Visno was probably the other job, or at the very least was hinting towards the other job, but I don't think a wand is a likely weapon. I sincerely doubt that baton thing is a weapon at all. The Burge. I get the feeling it's not a pet so much as it is. So I've long said that if they ever do Puppet Master as a main job and not as a limited job, that the puppet itself would be more representative of skills being used and an extension of the weapon, if that makes sense. So not like an actual pet with a pet system. It's like I use a skill and the puppet is part of the skill. Yeah, I do actually kind of imagine it like Quinn from League. That's Augie. No, he just said somebody in the crowd guessed it right. It wasn't necessarily one of the ones he repeated. He just said somebody in the crowd got it right. Never said it was one of the ones he actually stated that it was. We already know it's not whip because they've said they don't want to animate whips, and yo-yos are probably in that same regard. So clearly it's a blitz ball. Yeah. Boomerang would be funny. Yeah. I mean, I want double crossbows, but it's been the one I'm not confident in at all. I don't think the weapon's going to be a fucking wand. Regardless of having a fucking pet griffin or whatever. I sincerely doubt it's going to be a wand. Crossbow is still at the top of my list, but not necessarily a double crossbow. It's just going to be gloves for the Falcon. True. Well, none of those sound effects sound like they come from a pistol. So, not that that means anything. But definitely none of those sound effects sound like they're coming from a crystal. Or from a pistol. And actually, one of them does sound like it's coming from a crystal. Too close to, I mean, Beastmaster is a full-blown independent pet system. This wouldn't be a pet system even if there is a Falcon of some kind. Think of it again, Quinn from League of Legends outside of the ultimate is probably more so what to expect. Well, yeah, I always level a new job first. I never level old jobs to max level first. It's always a new job. Geomancer's not a fizz ranged. Nor, also they said it's Final Fantasy. It's exclusive to Final Fantasy 14. So A, Geomancer's not exclusive to 14. B, that's not a fizz range. Mm-hmm. They said both the new jobs were exclusive to Final Fantasy 14. They said both of them were. Hey, look, we'll get to see. I think Visna's literally right here. Let's listen to this griffin. Those shields those are not just shields. Those are. Wait. That's like a water glyph, it looks like. Oh, you know what? Okay, here's what's going to happen. I got it. Visna's not the class. That Griffin, that's an unfinished scene. The Griffin is flying to whoever the new class user is. That's what's going to happen. That scene is going to be extended in the next one, and they're going to fly to whoever the new class is. That's what it is. And then it's going to cut it. It's going to cut in there. The kid is a red herring. That's my theory based on that. I think that water glyph thing is more indicative of Visna as a character. Because that kid also yells at the bird, like, get the fuck away from me. Do you see that? When the bird is flying away, he's like, get out of here. Look. Or she's like that. She's like, what are you doing? Whoa, 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 back up. And then goes, hey, get out of here. Yeah, because that rune comes out of the tip of the wand, and it's a water rune, and they're currently on Naglfar. Visna? V-I-S-N-A, I was pretty sure. V-I-S-N-A. Mm-hmm. I think they're an arc crystal engineer. That's what I think it is. Okay. It was weird because the audio was a bit strange. It's just not playing the audio for this. I'm down with it being the Heavensward Boys again and just the Heavensward Boys in all honesty. I don't think that'll be the case, but still. Suspect, thanks for the 10 months. No, honestly, a druid is not a bad guess. Final Fantasy has almost no history with druids, and it'd be a good time to do it.
It's only a matter of time. Every day we delay.
But that's not really a fizz range thing. That really screams to me as melee. If I'm gonna pick a role for it. I mean, the names for them are like, the name for paladin is knight in Japan. Like, there's all sorts of weird names when it comes to that. I don't think that's a factor too much. But I think that Falcon, I think that is part of the job. I think it's just going to play like Quinn from League of Legends. I'm going to put it on Twitter. Theory, Visna is not the new job. They clearly are shooing away the Griffin. That Griffin is going to extend into a new scene in the full trailer where we see the new ranged with a crossbow and a falcon glove. Bam! Putting it out there. No, I don't think the Anaheim one was for two jobs. No, Falconeer is a Ragnarok Online class. Ragnarok Online. Yeah, RO. Yeah, a hand crossbow and a falcon glove. That's how they're going to be like this with one hand, with the falcon glove on the other hand. They're going to be like, fwah, get him, falcon. Pop, pop, fwah. That's Norse related. That works. Oh. Yeah, and then they can sell us falcon reskins. Listen, I've already figured it all out for them. Don't worry, we got this. All right. Falcon Glams would go crazy. All I can remember of 10-2 is mascot. No, the live letter is scheduled for 10:30 a.m. EST. The community panel is next. He didn't say one of the weapons he read out loud was correct. He just said somebody in the crowd got it right. A lot of people are yelling out a lot of things. I still think crossbow is correct, though. Everything burns! I mean, I expect it to be the same as the Southhorn one. Step. It's not even called, it's actually officially called Extreme, so that's even more fitting. Because that's about what I would say Fork Tower Blood was. Honestly, it's a bit below Extreme, but, you know, with the having to do the whole thing in one go. With the limited deaths. Adds in that element.
Fantastic.
No, Val, you won't hear anything else about Evolve Jobs probably until like December.
Panel. Now, if you've ever wondered what the 14 community
Not the
teams
addles.
do, stay tuned. We'll be talking about how we work, what goes into gathering feedback, introduce some projects we worked on, and tell you what kind of work we do for fan events like this one. Now, I'm Julia from the European community team, and with me I got Natasha, Steph, Mathieu, and Kevin, and you'll get to learn more about them in just a little while.
No. DRS
Okay,
was very
we'll get
specifically
right into this. I'll say
made
it
because it
up
wasn't
front.
tied
We'll be reading a lot of
to an
this
instance
because
or
you'll
needing
find
to
out very
relevel.
soon that we did have
That was
no
literally
chance
designed
to
exactly
learn
because of the
all
type
this
of
by
instance it
heart.
was.
So please forgive us if we're looking down a little bit. All right, Natasha, what's a community team?
Well, there are lots of community teams in this world, and I'm sure a lot of us work very differently, but generally a community team connects like the players and the devs. We kind of do a lot of things, but we work on key areas, such as...
What do we do?
We gather community feedback, which
Of
means we
all the
collect
jobs in
and summarize player
gaming
feedback on all
and
sorts
any
of things,
career,
and then
I
we
would
forward
never want to
them,
be a community
to the devs.
manager.
But we're gonna.
I'm in the community and I don't want to,
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I don't like being
so
there.
we also work to provide. Like,
I'm part
player
of it and I don't like
perspective
reading it.
internally, And this is by coming up with
Imagine
ideas
if it was
that we
my
think
job
you guys
to
as
read
players
it.
would like, and then we feedback on planned projects or features or initiatives as well.
And we keep players updated through our social media channels like X, Facebook, Blue Sky, and Instagram.
Just
Both of
imagine
these in
you're a
English,
community
French, and
manager
German.
and you put out an announcement for some live
Lot of
stream
love
you're
for
doing
French and German.
where you're
Super
going to be
sign
doing
for us.
alliance
Yes.
raids
part of our job
with people in the chat and the community,
Let's go!
and somebody's like, "Hey, fuckheads,
Part of our
where's
job
my
is
new
also
Vieira
posting,
ears?" Like,
community
bitch, do you know who you're talking
events.
to? They
And while
don't
a lot
work
of
on that.
Organizational work is handled by marketing teams. It's our job to come up with things like theming, activities, ideas, and hosting.
And some
Pass
of you
it
might
along.
think, hey, I know these people. Well, that means you're watching our community stream, The Unending Journey, where we play the latest trials and raids, and we also have
Like,
these
see, community
fun
streams.
fun
Right there.
giveaway questions for those who that tune in.
Now, if you've been part of the 14 community
That's
for
wild.
a while, most of these probably didn't come as a surprise. However, what quite a few of you probably don't know that is that we also work on a lot of
They
other
can. It's called the
tasks,
ban
like
hammer.
Translation. From live letters, digests, and slides to lodestone topics and website texts, we do quite a bit of translation works around
Yeah, in
the
GTA.
game.
Some of our blog posts also fall into the translation
Company
category,
mandated
but,
punch in the face.
Others are actually fully prepared and written by ourselves.
That's right. And the game, of course, has its own dedicated QA teams, but we also do a lot, but not all, of the proofreading for lodestone topics, patch notes, emails, and texts provided by other teams.
We actually picked up a lot of video and photo editing skills as well on the job to prepare assets for social media.
Community
And
managers
we
should not
also
be asked to
handle
do
a
all
lot
this
of
and
the
get paid
work
the
going
salary
into
of a
things
community
like
manager.
PvP tournaments, from planning to execution
I'll be the one to say
and
it.
streaming, but also with a lot, and I mean that, of help from support and game masters teams.
They should
And
be
if
paid
you've
a lot
ever
more if they're
wondered
doing
who
all
makes Those
this.
Steam, Xbox, or PlayStation news pop up on your feed in English, French, and German, that would also be us.
And finally, we also occasionally host contests and sweepstakes, starting from the planning and execution.
Maybe they pay
and
community
these are
managers
often
better.
conducted across multiple regions.
And that's a pretty good chunk of work, I would say. Which brings us to questions that players always seem to have when we talk about our job. Do you get paid to play Final Fantasy XIV? Now, it's complicated. We do have permission to play when everything else is taken care of. However, there's always something to do.
Yeah, there is.
We should also mention that we, as the European community team, are actually part of a global community team.
Yeah, that's right. So since obviously we have Warriors of Light from all around the world, there are different community teams for different regions. And
Oh,
we're
let me
in
fix
contact
that,
all the
sorry.
time. We have regular meetings to sort of discuss community trends, exchange
No,
information.
I'm not like
and
maybe.
other
I'm
feedback
saying
and
no,
ideas.
they're not.
And that also means that while we do have overlapping tasks,
Absolutely
there are
not.
also tasks that are unique to each team as well.
And speaking of different teams, sorry for the spoiler, we also regularly work with other parts of the 14 team, like, for example, the project management and communications team, who handle a lot of things like internal interpretation and
projects.
translations from Japanese.
And communications.
If you watched the keynote and the dev panel, you already met Heather and Alan from this team.
Yeah, and some of you will also be familiar with the Game Master team. They help us check on player information when needed and help us set up things like our streaming characters.
And we have also frequently exchanged information with the support team. Sometimes they forward player questions to us. Other times we send players that's you their way.
That's right.
I
We
feel so
also,
bad for
as I
all
mentioned
community
before,
managers.
Support our QA team. with
There are
language
two
checks,
professions in
websites,
this
patch
life
notes, etc.,
that I
and by
feel bad
forwarding
for.
text bugs that players share with
Community
us through different
managers and
channels.
veterinarians.
And they, in turn, they help us out
I feel bad for
when
both
we
of
need
them.
to look up or find out
More
any
than most
information
other
about unreleased content. So big shout out to the QA team.
We also regularly talk to our marketing and PR teams in order to exchange feedback and ideas, organize events, and to keep each other generally caught up on what's going on.
And there's also the work of our STF team, the Special Task Force, which is super secret. Long story short, they investigate
Super
things like third-party
secret.
tools or unchecked
The
activities,
shoe
and we
bill
keep each
image
other
for
up
the
to date on
STF.
these sorts of things.
It's a lot of
That's funny.
a lot of info about other teams, but let's bring this back to us.
Oh, they
Now,
seem to have a
contrary
lot
to
of fun,
popular belief,
Crucifix.
it
I
takes more than
guarantee
one
you they have a
overcaffeinated
nightmare
social
of a
media
job
intern to do
behind
a
the
lot of this
scenes.
work. So it is time to meet the team. We're going to start off with Sally, who's been our team manager for the last 3 years. She's cheering us on from the sidelines today, but every other day she's out there taking care of all the managerial and administrative things that go into leading a team of 8 people, so we can focus on being community managers. And also, she might actually be a Spriggan. Annika is another integral part of keeping our team on track. Since you saw the list of tasks that we take care of earlier, she is the one who sorts all of this into manageable steps with deadlines before we try to do everything at once and pass out. She and Sally also always have our backs when other teams approach us with some, let's say, less reasonable deadlines. Natasha, you're
Most
here,
of the deadlines are probably unreasonable.
I haven't actually done this in a while, so I might like.
Hey, Zay.
I'm Natasha. Some of you might know me as Tasha or Kiwi Kopo if you've been watching the English streams, and I work on the English side of things with Steph over here. I've been at Square Enix for almost 7 years, and I've played Final Fantasy XIV for just as long, I think. So I'm a Stormblood baby. I mainly play healers, but my current favorite job is the Sage. I don't know if there are any other Sage players in the audience.
I love Sage. Sage is my favorite healer to play casually.
I do
By far
sometimes
my
play raids during spare time. As you can see, they're calling me out for it. But I'm also a side content enjoyer, so I
Classically trained musician.
I do have the Big Fish title, personally. Any fishers? That's actually, there are more fishers than sages. And I'm also
Very
a
true.
Mahjong enjoyer. So, yeah, there's no sound when I said Mahjong. Anyway, and also, as you can see, I love playing the violin. But that's pretty much all about me. I'm going to hand it over to Mathieu.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Mathieu, or Mathieu for short.
I just really like pressing hollows.
Thank you.
More than anything, I just really like
compatible
pressing
in-game.
hollows.
As you can see, I'm the bald guy from the community team. And I'm very French also, as you can hear. I'm working with Kevin on the French side and Margot.
Yes, my biggest qualities. I'm bald and French.
Contrary to what you can see, I'm the oldest of the team.
That's so funny.
I've been in the team for the longest time. So
I am bald and very French.
In some way.
Daddy.
No, please. I used to be a game master, like a long time ago. So if you've been in jail like 8, 9, or 10 years ago, it might have been because of me, and we met. I know who you are. I also play White Mage and also Lalafell.
And the stream froze when he said Lalafell.
Audience?
It was like, we don't need to hear this anymore.
Yes, thank you. If you never play Lalafell, you're really missing out, I'm telling you. Of course, I'm not working alone, and I'm going to introduce you to my German counterpart, Julia.
Was that,
it's me,
was that
I'm the German
Zappala?
counterpart.
I wasn't paying
I'm
attention.
Julia, you've already met me, and
Oh,
I've
no,
been the
Zappala's not
community
there.
manager.
I just saw someone in
almost 6
friggin'
years
cat
now,
ears just like
and I work on the
sprawled
German,
out.
German
And
side
the
of
ears
things,
sprawled
along
out.
with
And they were just
Marie.
like,
I mostly play
I didn't know I was on
Samurai
camera.
and Black Mage in game, and I think I started in like really, really late Heaven's Ward, like a month before Stormblood release.
That's OG energy.
OG energy. I recently retired as a static mom and got into gardening, so that's why it says, oh, it doesn't say that yet, great. I keep haunting
Now it
the
says
team
that.
with plant pictures is the whole joke. They've been looking at my strawberries all summer, it's great. However, all of these content
IRL
reveals during the
botanist.
EverQuote
I
keynote really made
I
me
gave
think
up being a raid
maybe I have
lead
to come
and
out
took
of
up
retirement
gardening
again.
IRL. What a,
All right,
what a
I take
transition.
German efficiency very seriously, which is why I'm going to cut this off relatively soon. I'm really known to get stuff done in the team, which is why I work great with my colleague Kevin.
Literally
over there.
went from raiding
Hello,
to
it is
touching
me,
grass.
Kevin Aliversi. Well, I introduce my jobs. I play Paladin and Machinist in PvE. In PvP, you might have seen me as Warrior. Let's not talk about my PvP career. Whenever PvP actually is involved, or project work in general, expect me to be involved. I should have 27 people here that know that very well. With me, so Julia gets stuff done. With me, it's ID first, execution.
Not even the same person, Caleb.
Fun fact, every All Saints week, Mathieu loves Lalafell, but every All Saints week I use a Fantasia and I become a Lalafell for a month to celebrate.
Thank you, Kevin.
Always there for you, Mathieu. And yeah, that should cover it along with what's on my slides. I've been in the team for 6 years, playing 14 for 11 years by now. Been a while. And yeah, and I believe next is none other than Steph.
My turn.
My
I'm
turn.
Steph, otherwise known as Chess
She hit
Kid.
us with a
I'm
thank
the
you.
youngest member of the team. I work on the English side along with Natasha. My favorite thing to do in Final Fantasy XIV is ultimate raiding, and I'm solely motivated by like my growing horde of shiny weapons. I like to collect them very much. But every
Ad
time
hoc
a new raid
Gen
comes
Z
out, I'm
consultant
always
is
changing
wild.
jobs. So shout out to my static for forgiving me while I prepare for FanFest and giving me some time off. Right now I've been enjoying Pictomancer, and yeah, as you can see, ad hoc Gen Z consultant memes, they come from me most of the time, maybe. Yeah, and that's everything from me. So I think it's time to talk about
last
the
bullet
people
hurts.
who are not on stage. We can transition to our translation managers, starting with Marie.
Yes, Marie works with me on the German side of things as our translation manager. And today is actually her 4-year anniversary of joining the team.
Gold saucer expert?
Woo, Marie! I honestly couldn't ask for a better colleague by my side. She's not here
I don't
to
think that's
deflect
the colleague. They're just showing
compliments,
someone in the
so I'm really
crowd.
going to abuse that. She's an incredibly hard worker. She's a super diligent translator,
4
great
years.
writer, and she has the
Correct.
strongest like emote game out of everybody on the team. Like no contest, sorry
The
guys.
strongest
and now
emote
I'll let
game.
Mathieu gush about Margot, her counterpart.
Yeah, Margot was not here either. Is our best Margot, of course.
Let's go!
Thank you for the cheers. I'm just happy about it. So
No,
yeah,
I'm
Margot is
happy.
the last member of the French community team. She's our translation manager, and she translates basically everything you can see on the Lodestone,
Wrong
on the blog post,
apostrophe,
everywhere.
Hunter.
Basically, that's her job.
I'm assuming they mean
and
like
she's
VATS
also known
versus
for chasing
VATS,
after
or
every
its
single
versus
wrong
its.
apostrophe, because I don't know if you know, but there's like several kind of apostrophes. I don't know if you knew, but now you know.
Oh.
And she's very particular about it.
No, I didn't
She has
know.
been
There were
very
multiple apostrophes.
invaluable for on the French side, sorry, since she joined the team. And
I'm good
she's
with
really
just the
that
one.
good that we even let her do her things, and everything is just fine. She's really the best
Latin
Margot
French
ever.
grammar.
And
Thank
if you want
God
to
I
make her
don't know
happy,
French.
just share a picture of a Shiba or whatever related to Shiba, because she loved them very much. Bravo, Margot.
Bravo.
Now, it might already be obvious from the way we introduced them, but we really wanted to take this opportunity to shout out our two translation managers, Marie and Margot, because they do incredible work that is often a lot less visible than, you know,
I don't know
all the
any
goofing
other language
around
grammar.
on streams or on stage that we do. So can we get
Uneducated
a round of applause
AF.
for Marie and Margot? Woo!
Just
Sorry.
wave at it.
It was me.
I stepped on your line, it wasn't my fault.
Was it? Sorry. They put a lot of effort into making the post on the official French and German blog fun to read, so please check them out, because I know their efforts and work is not always visible.
All right, back to the team as a whole. Introducing 8 people at once is a little overwhelming, I get it. So here's a rough team overview. There's, of course, Annika at the center as a team
Yeah, the
manager.
sound clip
We
really
got
helped it,
Annika and
iTunes.
Kevin on projects. And then there's Natasha and Steph coordinating English tasks, of course, also
Well,
with
no,
our
definitely not that
American
second
community
part,
team.
iTunes.
On the French side, we have Mathieu and Margot working on things. And on the German side, it's me and Marie.
So
This
many
actually
people.
looks way neater than it is. We actually work on a lot of overlapping tasks as well.
Yeah, and since everybody speaks English anyway, it's pretty common for French and German teammates to just help with or even plan or lead English projects. And speaking of which, let's maybe have a look at some of the projects we worked on.
If you've been following our official accounts for a while, you might recognize some of these names.
Tweeting way, yep.
Anyone recognize anything? All right, let's talk about them. We have this one, that's an early project with... Great. That's an early project we called Area Memories, where, guess what? Before Endwalker, we revisited Endwalker and reminisced about the areas. Hence the name.
Now, this one is a little bit more recent. I
bit more.
believe this one was leading up to Dawn Trail. We saw a lot of people post artwork of their future.
Yeah, you don't want me
Pictomancer,
drawing my
so we
Pictomancer.
thought
It's gonna
we'd
be a
join in.
disaster.
That's my Lalafell up there.
So cute.
Very cute.
I tried.
Surprise French post. For this one, we had players try to spot the difference
Spot the
several
difference,
screenshots
yeah.
on the new occult quotient area. I don't know if you participate in this one, but if you did not, it's still available on our social media.
And there's some German for a change coming up. When the new G-Post stickers for the Arcadian released, we really wanted to see everybody's cool intro cards, so we made a little project out of it.
And then lastly on this slide, this one was also in the lead up to Dawn Trail, and we basically asked our followers, the Warrior of Light is packing for Tural, what should he bring with him? And you guys can scroll back and see you suggested some
Chrono.
very random and interesting items, so thank you for that. He had a very heavy suitcase at the end.
And for the real last thing on this slide, you might remember that one time when we took a Jamel and we stretched his neck all the way to the edge of the known universe. That was great.
It was a good time. Now, aside from project, we also manage English, French, and German social media accounts day to day, and on top of the usual information shares, we also get to have fun with it too when nobody's watching.
So we did use English.
I was
examples
very
for the slide,
surprised
but of
at the
course,
Black
there are plenty that
Regiment
come from
Critical
French and German as
Encounter
well.
post when I saw it, because if
We've
I'm
also
not
worked on a lot of
mistaken,
fan
that's
events in the last
using a
couple years,
still
and with the
image
help and
from
support from other
one of those like
teams, of
Gmod
course.
style like
I think
modded
it was a pretty good
videos
number.
to make the
Well,
the
fan
meme.
events are always fun.
And I was like,
because, you know, we.
I'm fairly
most of our
certain that's like
interactions with
an
players are just
unofficial.
online. So seeing
Like
people
because
in
that's unofficial, I
person,
don't know
really
that.
refreshing
I was
for us.
surprised that they would use
So
it in an
are there-
official tweet.
Is there anyone in the audience that has
Oh
been
no,
to
yeah,
one
he
of
changed
these
clothes
events?
hours ago.
Wait a sec. There should be more cheers because we are at a fan event now. You know, it's called Fan Festival. So can we have the cheers?
That's
better.
a little better, yeah. Can't really stress enough. Fan events truly are one of the most rewarding parts of the job. It's incredible. It feels amazing.
Fan events are cool.
It's the best.
Wait a minute, that photo in the that's not taken by us. That's taken by Yoshi-P himself.
Did it get snuck in?
Thank you for the assist, Yoshida-san.
Yeah, but we're still taking credit for it.
Always helping out. But
But wait, there's more.
there's even more things we do.
Of course, there's more. We've been hosting a couple PvP tournaments the last few years. Speaking
Yeah,
of
quite
which,
a few.
please tune in for the Crystalline Conflict Regional Championship. That's tomorrow at 10.
And of course, we have our ongoing community streams. I'm sure you've all been tuning in on Twitch, right? We go live a good few times a year. And then finally,
Yeah.
we have our
I don't tune
series,
into
the
any of them, but I
Community
do get the thing in
Spotlight. It is
there.
available in English, French, and German. And then we interview players there about their experiences in Final Fantasy XIV. So for your interest, please do check it out. There's some very interesting stuff on there.
All right, this has been a pretty comprehensive overview of what we do, but we thought we'd go into a little bit more detail on one area of work that is really close to our players' hearts, and that is feedback. Now, first
I
off,
love feedback.
why do we even gather feedback? Put very simply, feedback helps us bridge the gap between European players and the Japanese developers. Because you are our warriors of
Well,
light,
they will be
and the
adding
world
that, yeah.
of Final Fantasy XIV really comes alive through you. It's knowing which parts of the
Yeah,
game
they're doing them with
or
the
of a new
community,
patch or
Chrono. The
expansion you
community
like,
team
or
is
even
playing with the
love,
community.
What you care about, what you'd like to see in the future,
I do the same thing.
what you think should be handled differently, and maybe even what bothers or annoys you is really invaluable feedback to the development team to take into consideration as they work on
I mean,
this
I did the same thing,
ever-expanding
Arcana.
world.
So in short, I guess you could say we gather feedback because your voices matter.
Now,
They're
in terms
listening
of
intently.
How we gather feedback, we have our regular formats to keep in tune with what players are thinking, like the weekly forum reports. We will basically comb the French and German forums for feedback and every week and prepare a report. The American team handles this on the English side, of course.
And then we also have the post-patch reports, and these are usually separated first into a flash report immediately following the release, and then a few days later, kind of a more detailed one.
I am so
and then We'll
sorry.
have daily launch reports, which follow directly after expansion releases, and these tend to get pretty intense because we prepare them every
Well, this
single
isn't a
day
live
after
letter.
the
Oh,
expansion
tonight.
has released.
This is a dev panel. The live.
And
I
then
mean,
there are the
it's whoever the fans of the
developer
games are. That's who's in the crowd.
which can like have a pretty big range. So it can range from something more generic, like what are the reactions to this patch, or something that's more specific, like has there been any player feedback on this particular thing?
And then we also have online monitoring, which is, of course, the way, professional way of saying spending too much time online. But in all seriousness, we are always keeping an eye out on social media for any hot topics that might pop up as well.
Yeah, it's really not uncommon for
This
one of
is
us
kind
to
of
pop
blowing
something
up.
into the
We should
work chat,
probably
like,
tell
late at
someone.
night or on the weekend
Where's
because we
level
saw it and
1?
We're just banking it for the next workday.
Stream wants to know where's level 1.
That sounds so ominous.
What's going on, Jetter?
And once we are done watching you and have gathered the feedback, well, we're never done, we need to pass it on to the right place.
So our colleagues on the American community team gather feedback as well, of course. And then all of it gets passed to the Japanese community team, who then summarizes everything and then sends it to the devs.
And then sometimes we do get a bit of back and forth between, like for clarification, such as, you know, sometimes feedback between regions can also differ quite greatly as well. So we have a discussion around that too.
And of
Yeah, this
course,
is
if
about
there's
as
a
I
major
understood
bug
it.
or something really, really big or important, we pass on that information separately as fast as possible.
Oh, it's me again.
That's right.
Surprise!
It's a lot of people
Then we will
on a
summarize
panel
the
that all
overall
have to do
feedback,
their
and
own
then
parts
we will
of
identify
talking.
the hot topics that stand out as kind of especially strong. And then within each individual feedback item, everything will get a sentiment and an intensity.
I'm trying to hold in using the restroom for a bit.
Yeah. So after the development team has reviewed
I'm
the
trying to hold in
feedback,
using the
they share
restroom
this
for a bit
information,
because
you know, for
I don't
more
want to have to use the
context,
restroom
and
in the
they
middle of the
pass on
live
any
letter
follow-up
also.
questions if something is unclear or needs more details.
Yeah, this is still a simplified view, though, because other teams also have their own reports, which will get factored into the final general report.
This,
Yeah.
how
And
did
in
the dev
terms of
panel go?
step-by-step tasks,
We got a
that's
teaser
where
on the new job
Steph's mic
there.
was
But other than
already
that, I
headed.
mean, it was
I
as
was thinking, I
expected.
was so excited to tell you guys.
Lot of
Just
talk
the
about
different feedback
sound.
items.
Steph knows we're running behind it a little, so she's really speeding up the panel.
But too
Now,
fast is too fast.
in terms of step-by-step tasks for patch release, it looks something like this. After patch releases, we prepare a flash feedback report.
Yeah, and for
No,
this,
but
we
here's
check
the thing.
player
If I
messages on
go
the official
now, I'm
forums.
going to have to go again
This is the time
in
when
the
I'm
middle
supposed
of
to say the line
the
about the
live
feedback.
letter.
Yeah.
But it's okay, because now you guys already know. We summarize the feedback, we identify the hot topics,
I gotta
and then
hold
we rate
it.
each sentiment and intensity individually.
So two things. There's sentiment, like as Steph said, there's sentiment and intensity. Sentiment is roughly whether it's positive, neutral, or negative. And then intensity is like when we read feedback, we decide, we have to gauge whether it's like high intensity, medium, or low.
That's right. And once everything is gathered and rated, we pass it on to the Japanese community team. And like we said earlier, they collate the feedback from all regions into one massive report that gets then passed on and reviewed by the development team.
And if there are any follow-up questions,
So much
the
water.
Japanese team also forwards these to us.
Excuse me.
So all of the regions can investigate it together.
Hopefully this does answer the question, which we do feedback. We would like to tell you.
Yes, of course we do. We review absolutely all feedback.
Yeah, a lot
on
of
the
people be
official
wondering
forums,
that
and we
all the
try
time.
our absolute best to read as much as possible from other sources as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're only human, so we have limited amount of time and resources. But we truly do our best to forward as much as we can.
There's actually another question that we get quite frequently, which is...
Yeah, I
what
mean, that's
can I
kind of
do
what they
get my
imply to
feedback seen?
NA,
And we
though,
thought we would
Felf.
put together some recommendations for you. Now first,
So I'm
if
not
you post
that
it to
surprised,
the official
but
forums,
still.
you can be sure that we will be reading it. It's literally our job. Other platforms are really, really important to us too, and we do check them, but the official forums are like our home turf, so we take that especially seriously.
It also really helps us if you address one single topic at a time when providing feedback. So rather than
God.
a massive, massive thread of different feedback, it's easier for us if we see a very specific subject.
I can't imagine having to read Final Fantasy 14
Another
discussions
thing that can really help
on
us
Reddit
is if
as a
someone
community
posts
manager.
like a comment, if you agree with it or disagree with it, feel free to discuss it because it gives us a much better understanding of if it's just kind of one person's opinion or
My
if
brain
kind
would
of
rot. All right,
a
I can't hold
larger
this
group of
pee any
people
longer.
also
I'll
think
be
the same
right
thing.
back.
Yeah, naturally, details and examples are also incredibly helpful. Of course, we're players ourselves, so we can often just sort of sort out what we think you mean, but it's a lot more helpful when you can actually provide more details than this is unfair or this is broken, because we can't read your mind. So it's really, really helpful to know what you actually mean by that.
Yeah, and we also appreciate it a lot when players can put into words what exactly they'd like to see change and make their own recommendation or suggestions, because it can tell us what exactly would be more satisfying for you.
Yeah, now I know we kind of used a lot of negative examples, but it's really important for us to also know when something does work. So any positive feedback is also extremely welcome and appreciated.
That's completely right. Now, I'm going to use this opportunity to speak to my Germans a little bit, because I know there's a lot of you. And I also know that a lot of you speak English extremely well. You're like little chameleons on the Internet. Aber die Sache ist die, Leute, wenn ihr vorrangig auf Englisch postet und antwortet, dann ist es sehr schwer, euer Feedback wirklich konkret deutschen Fans zuzuordnen. Und das ist wichtig, wenn wir Projekte planen oder auch Events planen. Es ist einfach gut zu wissen, dass wir eine leidenschaftliche deutsche Community haben, die ich weiß, dass wir haben, oder? Ich glaube, sie sitzt hier im Raum, oder? Sehr gut. Von daher eine Bitte von mir und ein Versprechen an euch: Wenn ihr deutsche Kommentare im Forum postet oder auf Social Media, kann ich euch versprechen, dass ich sie lese und weiterleite.
So
Von daher
German.
würde ich mich freuen, wenn ihr hin und wieder mal vorbeischaut. Ich weiß, ihr müsst das englische Posten nicht komplett aufgeben, das will ich überhaupt nicht. Aber es wäre schön, euch immer mal wieder zu sehen, wisst
I
ihr?
like that she's like, German players are
ein bisschen einsam im deutschen
chameleons.
Forum. Gut. An diejenigen von euch, die die ganze Zeit schon immer fleißig gepostet haben, vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Ihr versüßt mir jedes Mal den Tag. Ich freue mich so sehr, wenn ich Kommentare von Leuten bekomme, die quasi dabei sind, seit ich angefangen habe.
German
Von
should
daher
feel free to write
vielen
in
lieben Dank
German.
an euch. Macht weiter.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to do the same in French, but as you can see, the mood is very different. I'm going to leave you for a bit with this French flag coming out of a boulangerie. So, on passe en français rapidement pour déjà vous remercier de tous les commentaires que vous nous laissez. Ça nous fait vraiment super plaisir. Donc, merci déjà à
Anyone
tous.
else
Vous êtes
want
vraiment
a
très gentils.
baguette right now?
N'hésitez pas également à partager vos retours sur les événements, sur les mises à jour et tout, en français, pour nous dire ce que vous avez aimé ou pas, alors, en détail, que ce soit sur les forums et sans Free Talk.
Attends,
Ok, d'accord. Sur le Free Talk, on vous voit d'ailleurs, on vous connaît, ceux qui participent.
D'ailleurs, pour le forum, retenez bien ce qu'on a dit, pour plutôt sur éviter
they're
les
saying
gros
the same
messages
thing in
qui parlent de
French.
plein de trucs d'un seul coup.
Exactement.
On vous voit.
Ouais, on vous voit vraiment. Ou alors sur les réseaux, tout avis constructif est le bienvenu, évidemment, pour porter la voix des joueurs francophones jusqu'aux développeurs. Donc, merci beaucoup. Il y a des Français déjà ici
Merci
ou pas?
beaucoup. Hey, I know that.
Allez, la France.
I know merci
Bravo.
beaucoup.
I understood all of this. Okay, enough formal community management. Let's get back to some more fun stuff. And maybe let's have a look at some of the projects we worked on.
Yeah, when we were looking at the slide earlier, some of you may have noticed we skipped one of two projects in particular.
Have you guys
Tweeting
heard
Way.
of Tweeting Way? Anyone?
Tweeting Way?
Yes.
Who's that?
I like
Sounds like
Tweeting
some
Way.
of you have, but most of you do not seem to have heard of him, so let's do a little intro for you, just for you. All right. All the way during Endwalker, we really wanted to do one of these character account takeovers. For those of you that are rarely on social media, that means that we would be posting as a specific character for a limited time.
Yeah, and at first we wanted to use an existing character, but at that point you need to get the scenario writer involved and Locke as well. So to keep things like easy and consistent, we decided to go with basically an OC instead.
So Tweeting Way is the community team's OC, is what you're saying?
Yes, basically.
Yes.
Exactly.
Nice.
And we also thought it will need to be someone who's good with technology.
And we wanted the takeover to be fun and wholesome.
I think it was also around the time when we noticed a lot of players changing their handles to something Ingwe.
Yeah.
Yep, and
that was very
then
popular.
The stars aligned. We decided it had to be a Loporite. More specifically, a Loporite whose chosen patient
I've almost
is
had
tweeting,
all
and
this
the name
water
was
already.
really easy to find from there.
I'm gonna be pissing.
Yeah, however, that doesn't mean that tweeting away was particularly
Super
good
hydrated.
at it starting out, but he got the hang of it quickly.
With a bit of help from the FF14 player community, that's you, Tweeting Away quickly got the hang of using social media.
Though he still had a lot to learn. Look at this drawing.
Look at him browsing the hashtag.
And after a successful first day as a social media intern, Tweeting Away signed off.
Fun fact, we chose July 14th for Tweeting Away Takeover, not because there are some French in the team, but because it was a day with the full moon.
We'd also like to give a shout out
Fair.
to the American team who helped out as Tweeting Away After Hours for us.
Woo! Thank you.
We were really blown away by how much people enjoyed having Tweeting Away on their timeline that day. So it became very clear quickly that we had to do another takeover.
And hence, we asked the Japanese team to let us know as soon as possible if there was going to be new Loporite content. And about 1 year later, he returned the day before the launch of patch 6.35 to celebrate the release of the Loporite Society Quest. I hope you've done them.
So
did,
many
of course.
Loporites.
And as you can see, Tweeting Away has gotten a lot better at using social media.
But rather than learning how to be a social media manager this time, he actually had a special mission, promoting Hopper's Hold.
Well, of course, he was still as excitable as ever.
And maybe he still has like a few things left to learn. And to experience some relatable social media manager moment to...
I think we've all been there tweeting away.
Yes, we
We sure have. All right, we've been talking about the fun side of tweeting a lot, but
the fun
from a
side of
project
tweeting?
perspective, there's a lot, and I mean that, a lot of work that goes into planning and preparation as well. So, thought you might like to see
about
how the
15
timeline
minutes.
for such a project looks like. So, we knew that the rough release date for the Society Quest will be in March 23. That means that preparation starts basically 4 months ago, end of 2022.
Yeah, and after coming up with the concept of and preparing a proposal, we shared this with the Japanese community team, who at that stage will either
like it's
approve
called
the project,
Tweeting Away
approve it
2.
with alterations, or tell us to go back to the drawing board.
In this case, they approved it, no problem. And we got to
Well, I
get
do have my
work
overview video
preparing
as well.
images, videos, and the post, of course.
Won't have an
Yeah,
8
this
or
time
24
around, we used a lot
player
more
idea.
images and videos. And we had
As
help for
per
the
my
Japanese
usual
community team,
memes.
so thank you very much, and our EU community team as well, recording some of the footage as the content wasn't publicly accessible yet.
And then these preparations
on
then
YouTube.
undergo another round of checks by the Japanese teams. And once everyone is happy, it's takeover time.
I'm happy.
It's tweeting time.
And we were lucky they added so many new animation and graphical assets to this quest because it gave us a lot of material to work with.
Yep. However, we still wanted to contribute things ourselves as well. So since Tweeting Away ended up having to DJ the sound test for Hopper's Hold, we made our own preparations.
If you are listening with headphones, this is your cue to lower the sound a little bit. We'll be
Turn
hitting
them
some
up.
high notes.
Yeah, no joke.
I can't hear it.
There's no sound.
More like no notes.
It's so high, it's just off the charts, we can't hear it.
This, well, let's call it beautiful, okay? This rendition
Let's call
of
it
Scream
beautiful.
was certainly worth screaming and was brought to you by a bunch of Loporites that are sitting at this very table.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I figured it was just them
this
speaking
wasn't the only
through
song we recorded that day.
an audio thing.
That's right. To celebrate Fan Festival 2026 in Berlin, Tweeting Away asked us to share this world premiere of another beautifully rendered Loporite
no.
song. Are you ready? Let's go.
They can't harmonize at all. Hanson, thanks for the Prime sub. They can't harmonize at all.
The doo-doo-doo was cute. I wasn't me, but it was cute.
It's the best part, honestly. It gets me every single time. Thank you so much, Tweeting Way. And speaking of FanFest, we thought maybe after talking about feedback and projects a bunch, we should also go over.
She said feedback? I thought she was going to say feed.
These events.
Talking about
since
feed.
we're at a large event right now, let's talk about FanFest.
Excellent idea.
So
the accent definitely made it sound like
the things we do at FanFest, like as a community team, we actually have to make it absolutely clear that we are far from the only team that's working on this event.
That's right. Planning something like this
Corrupted
doesn't just
feet.
require coordinating with a couple teams, but it actually entails really large-scale planning and cooperation between different regions as well. And this ranges from everything from like finding dates for the different regional fan festivals
CC and
to deciding
Sedge.
on things like countries, venues, agencies, content plans, and. And just to illustrate just the breadth of teams that requires coordinating for something like this, we're going to speedrun a few of them. Naturally, without our development team, there wouldn't be a game to celebrate. And LOC and PMC teams provide translation support for things like the Keynote and live letters, but also interpret panels and internal discussions.
PR teams ensure that the media is aware of our event and covers all of the cool things happening in FanFest and also everything leading up to Evercold. Our marketing teams carry
Don't
out
worry,
the organizational
as somebody who's
workloads,
American, we
such
suck
as
at making
finding
all the
venues,
sounds.
and
Just make shit up
working
half
with
the time.
agencies and managing logistics.
Yeah, and then next we have the legal team, so they will handle all the various contracts with our external parties, and then they provide the legal sections for things like the PvP tournament, you know, the rules of the art and video contest and things like that as well.
And the merch teams
What do you
oversee
mean?
the production and sale of all
Can't
the
even
cool
read.
things you can
Exactly.
buy over at the merch booths, while web teams take care of setting up the website infrastructure, not just for FanFest, but also sites like, guess what? The official CCRC website.
And you can thank our music team for the amazing concerts that you will be enjoying tonight and tomorrow evening.
Yep. And naturally,
Yeah!
running a large event like with this wouldn't just be possible without the help of external temp staff and the venue staff here.
And then in turn we have finance, who make sure everyone gets paid for their troubles and to also make sure that we don't go too far over budget.
Yeah, event agency help us
Too far,
then
but a
realize
little bit.
ideas such as the theming of the different areas, but they also run and manage all the technical stuff of the streaming and the stage show and even more. And they're actually great company backstage and front of house.
Meanwhile, our support teams have been resolving players' questions about the event and venue, while Game Master support us
Stop.
with setting up things like CCRC in-game.
And the creative teams worked on the visual identity of FanFest, providing all kind of assets and banners. And internal and external artists contributed lovely artworks.
And there are a ton of other
Their
teams which we
vocabulary
didn't,
will
like,
certainly
include,
expand.
and I'm
No, their
pretty
vernacular
sure we
will
didn't even
broaden.
properly touch on all of the different areas these other teams that we did mention work on, because that could be its own 1-hour panel. So let's make this very simple. A massive, massive thank you and a round of applause to each and every person working to make Final Fantasy Fan Festival a reality. 14th Fan Festival, of course. Moving on. We are now at the Fan Festival. Let's have a look at what we are up to right here and right now. Oh, that's actually the wrong cue. Hold on. Now I'm the one lost. I'm cool. Cool.
This makes me feel a lot better.
So, let's start chronologically. Before Fan Festival even kicks off, that's where we should be starting. We take
No.
our learnings from last time.
We go right to
brainstorm
FanFest.
ideas for theming and feedback, and we kind of compare what other teams are thinking at this time too.
Yeah, so for the folks that tuned into the previous event, which is the Fan Festival in Anaheim, We knew that it was themed around Dawn Trail, and our previous event in 2023 was the 3 city-states. So yeah, I believe that was the theming focus for that one, if I did remember.
Very much so.
Yeah, that's right. And so for this fan festival in Berlin, we and other teams, of course, set out on a journey through expansions. And for our team, that meant we put together this massive catalog of ideas, photo spots, mini games, and activities for these areas, which looks something like this.
This also involves, when we make this catalog, it involves a lot of running around in-game and internally double-checking names
Solution
and
9
taking
photo
screenshots
shoot.
for references and so on
That's
as well.
cool.
That's right. These 2 ideas right here actually made it to FanFest, and you can go check them out right after this panel. Not now, please. That being
Listen,
said,
I'm
I
still
only
mad at
included
the
2
training
slides in
racks
this PowerPoint,
because if
but
you
when
leave
we
that
walked
much
through
weight
the
on a
venue
barbell
the
and
other
leave it
day
up
when everything
that
was being
far
set up,
into the
like, I
air on
almost
the rack,
cried because
you're a fucking
everything
asshole.
you
It's
see
not even
there,
a
or
press
almost
machine, so there's
everything
really no
started
excuse.
as an idea in this catalog, which feels
Look at that, it's got
absolutely
fucking
crazy.
3 plates
I think you
on
can
it,
see
just
There's like
stacked
100
this
pages
high.
to this thing. I think we got
Somebody's
really
got to take the weights off.
competitive
It's a
putting
dickhead thing to do.
And yeah, it's such an incredible honor and so exciting to see this all put into reality.
It's one of those moments where the creative juices starts overflowing. We cannot stop. But having said that, we only pretty much provide the examples, suggestions, like ideas and all that. It's actually a lot of other teams who make these a reality.
That's right. Now, moving on, we also
Doesn't matter.
get
It's still dickhead
into
thing to do.
ideas
To A,
and
leave it up that high, and B, leave the
for
weights
merch
on.
and goodie bags.
Like a fucking animal.
Since the goodie bag is actually aligned, between regions this time, there's a lot of teams contributing to that process. Unfortunately, I don't think not all of the suggestions we make always make it to the final lineup.
Yeah, unfortunately. However, we get input on other things as well. So if you've ever been to a European fan festival before, you know that we always try to have at least one design that is kind of representative
Dude, but
of where
people
the fan
leave
festival
weights
is
on the
taking
racks
place.
all the time.
So if you have
On the
been
fucking
to
bar,
the
and they just
2023
fucking
London
walk
Fan
away. They leave
Festival,
like
you
fucking
may remember
6 plates
the clash
on
the
each
big
side.
bridge,
Like,
which
I'm
is
not fucking
actually
cleaning
themed
that up.
after London's Tower Bridge.
Exactly. And for Berlin, one of our ideas was something like this. Now, our merch
That shit
team liked
pisses
this
me the
one, so
fuck
our marketing
off.
team reached out to an amazing artist that we suggested, and that got us this.
You can actually buy. Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
you can buy this at the merch counter. Remember,
getting
if you
tired,
want to
guys.
visit the merch
I need
counter,
the
you
live
to book
letter.
it in your app.
That's right. And
remember that.
of
I
course,
need a little more
massive
coffee,
thank
too.
you
Not
to
too
the
much more. I've
artist
already had a
for
lot
this
of
piece.
caffeine today.
That was Josh Corpus. I
shouldn't
hope I'm
really have
not
it
mangling
anymore.
your name. He turned our little
Just a
mock-up
teensy
into
bit
this
more.
beautiful illustration, and we were so happy with how it turned out. It's really amazing.
You were what?
Right. There's also another person I need to thank, Peter Bramhill. I think very
Hi,
well-known
Peter.
name, the English voice actor for Thancred, for modeling the T-shirt for us.
That's right. So we continue in the concept and idea phase. We also provide inspirations for activities and mini-games. We already touched on this a little bit.
So just like all
I'm
of
so
our
tired.
proposals, we made
This
a
is
pretty
Thancred.
massive catalog. We suggested a lot of ideas, and sometimes we surprise ourselves at what
This
actually
is, in
does
fact,
make it and gets
Thancred.
approved, and we just look at it and think,
How?
how? Why did this get approved? Why did they let us fly Ambrose into the sun?
Why is nobody stopping us?
Why
Small
not?
disclaimer, again, this is an actual screenshot from the concept phase from this catalog. So
Zora,
the
thanks for
final
the
rules
Prime
once you
sub.
go play this game, which you can, might be a little bit different. Now, we can't go into depth on all of the following because if this panel goes over time, we are going to cause a delay to the live letter, and we are already really tight on time, and it's considered really bad form as a community manager if you do, so we'll keep the next one simple.
So while the web team sets up the backbone of the EU Fan Festival website, the FAQ, frequently asked questions, news, various articles are actually written by the community teams. As always, 3 languages for us. Over here, English, French, and German.
And just like we monitor player feedback in the game, we actually also do the same for fan festivals. So this includes incorporating learnings from the fan festival immediately preceding this in Anaheim, but
Must
also
wake
fan
up,
festivals from previous
still have
years as
live
well.
letter,
And then what we do is we, in exactly the same way, we'll forward that to other teams, and then as well, like we send off player concerns and questions as well.
We could probably spend an hour on CCRC, but I hear we're tight on time, so I'll be quick. We agree on the rules. We all agree on the rules with the original teams. Then we briefly the legal teams with these rules. Then we set up the tournament itself. We handle player registrations and checks. We set up the we conduct preliminaries, quarterfinals, live streaming, so on and so forth. It's an adventure, and the end result for this adventure is tomorrow at 10.
It's also a pretty similar story for the art and video contest. I believe some of you probably still has to go visit that area to see your own artwork. We set up the legal rules on all
That's the
forums
easiest
in
way to wake
collaboration
up
with
chat.
other teams,
Go ahead and put a
and
little
we
makeup.
have to decide a theme for our contests. We also have to handle a pre-selection of finalists, which is always really tough because there are so many amazing entries.
We also handle the cosplay walk preparations, and they begin here by setting up the rules, setting up the registration. We also have to make the pre-selection of the cosplayers, assign them a walk slot and the running order. Then we have to internally recruit all the staff to help manage them backstage and
All
so
I can
on.
hear
So
is the
please
rest
do
of the
tune
song
in
now.
tomorrow to see
Self-righteous suicide.
That's right. And last but not least, part of our job is also preparing community shows just like this one, which sounds probably quite simple, but it's a very convoluted process of informing.
It's kind of
the
like
right
when
teams of
somebody
the
says,
techniques,
wake up,
getting everything
I hear the
approved,
song.
writing a script,
When somebody says
getting all of the
somebody, I
stuff
hear the rest of the
sorted,
song.
and so on and so on. So it's, yeah.
Looking at things like this, it sounds simple.
Yeah. It sounds simple, but that's because we forgot to add one element back into the mix. All the other stuff we do.
Somebody.
If you look a little tired now, you know why.
Every time somebody says the word somebody,
Now,
I go,
moving
no,
on.
no.
At Fan Festival. So let's have a look at what we are up to right here and now. Naturally, there's stage shows like this one, Hello Again.
And then I imagine
and
Shrek.
You'll be seeing me and Kevin for our PvP tournament.
Granny, thanks for the
CCRC
145
tomorrow,
months.
Natasha and myself for the cosplay walk. And all of the other people on the team are actually also always supporting stuff backstage. Like, you'll be seeing Steph at the cosplay counter a lot. And of course, Mathieu, Marie, Margot, they're handling our social media stuff, our translation stuff. It's really, it's team effort for real. Now, aside from stage shows, you'll also be seeing me
It goes. I'm tired, but we got a live letter in half an
because
hour.
as the German community manager, I'm working to host this fan festival in Berlin.
And when
Or
we're
as Ray
not on
Brownman
stage,
puts it,
some of
the
us
sharpest
are going
tool
to be
in the TED.
backstage working on social media posts throughout the event, including sharing pictures, videos, stories from the venue.
Good morning, babe.
And also live tweeting the keynote and the live letter.
And speaking of the live letter,
Those
there's
are
also,
brain rot
of
millennial
course,
songs,
the
all
Euro
of them.
translation for French and German going into that.
Apparently,
which no doubt
In
Margot
Sync
and
was
Marie
part of
are working
like
on it
a big
right now.
like
So we are ready
TikTok
for the
social
show
media
just
craze as
after
of
this
late.
one.
Yeah.
Of some
and
kind.
Also a note, of course, we absolutely
So that's kind
love
of brain
meeting
rot for
and
some
chatting
people
to
right now.
players during FanFest, even if we don't always have a ton of time during FanFest to do the fun stuff. So if you see us like somewhere and we don't look like we're about to pass out or we are running somewhere, please do stop us, say hi. It's always such a pleasure to talk to people. So please, please, please do.
Please do.
Honestly, if I heard me
imagine it's
talking
tomorrow
Zorro, I
night.
would make the same decision.
Fan Festival in Berlin has successfully concluded. What do we do after?
Well,
Listen, Backstreet Boys is my
sleep.
shit, all right?
I say good night.
True story. I've been to very few concerts in
Fine,
my
maybe
life.
we
Backstreet
collapse,
Boys
we have
was
a
one
little
of them.
rest. We, you know,
I was
need a little
11.
sooner.
Actually, no, I was
But
9.
What do we do then?
I was like 9 years old and my mom took me to
We
a Backstreet Boys concert.
Have to write down the learnings for future
No, I
events.
have not gone to
so
their current tour.
even if an event is really
You
successful, we always try to make our future events as
fire,
enjoyable as
the
possible.
one
And there's always room for improvement.
Yeah, that's right. Since a lot of time passes between fan festivals,
when
it's really
I
helpful
say-
to write down everything right after the event.
Chat's
so you
like,
remember it,
no,
like a few years
no.
down the line, because you think you'll remember, but you won't. You really won't.
We also, you know the drill, gather the player feedback because that is just as if not more
like
important
this.
than our own internal learnings as well.
And we also get to do fun stuff like reaching out to contest winners and shipping some well-earned prizes to them.
And once all of that is taken care of,
In
it's
Sync
time
was
to go
literally
back
just
to business as
Timberlake
usual
with
and
4
perhaps
backup singers.
start
Backstreet Boys
preparing for the
actually
next event.
was 5 singers.
All right, this has been a lot of us talking. So what do you guys think about getting our audience involved a little
Backstreet
more?
Boys,
Let's go.
far
Let's
superior.
do
Like
it.
a plan.
All right, let's move on to a community caption contest.
Well, you better hurry. You got 2 minutes.
So first of all, thank you to everyone who submitted captions for this, either on
Yeah.
social media or through the app. You've given
Lance
us
was also
a lot of good laughs,
pretty
and
good.
when I say a lot, I mean
Lance
a lot.
did a
How many
little
we
bit of
get?
singing.
We got over 8,000 submissions.
Yes.
Good job, everybody. Well done. Thank you. That's an applause for you. So, if you have no idea what we're talking
I remember
about,
you
in case
telling
you
me
missed
that.
it,
Lance
we asked players
Sephiroth Bass.
for on our English, French, and German social media accounts and on the official forums to submit captions for 3 different screenshots that we shared there. Players could also submit captions through the app. Now, what we're going to be doing right here and now is we're going to be showing you our selection of finalists.
Just
and
imagine
then
Kermit
you
the Frog
get
as a
to vote on your
Backstreet Boy.
favorites.
You are my
So the voting process is pretty
You just
simple.
have to imagine everything as Kermit
First
the
of all,
Frog, and
we're
it makes
going
it
to,
way better.
Introduce our candidates on the screen, and then we'll go through each of them one by one, and you guys just have to cheer as loudly as possible for your favorite.
That's right. And since
Or
this is a
Elmo.
home game,
Elmo
why don't
and
we
Kermit
start with
join
the
a boy
German
band.
suggestions. Okay, first one coming up.
Call it Muppet Street.
Wer kennt es nicht? Vielen Dank an Dintel für diesen Beitrag. Wir haben unseren zweiten. Ich höre euch. I'm gonna. Do I do this? Yeah, I should do this in English. Right. I forgot that we have English people listening. All right. For the first one, okay, let me explain to all of the people in the audience who have no idea what this says. For the first tweet with the Loporits, it just says, I know shortcut, trust me. Which, you know, I don't know if I do. I really don't know if I do driving way. The second one.
The last
is
concert I
meme
went to
that is
was
going
a
to be
Perfect Circle
funny to
concert.
the Germans.
And I didn't even know
It's
who they were
difficult to
until I went.
translate,
And it
but
was a
it's
great
just like,
concert.
Brother gotta go. Brother gotta run. It was actually submitted by so many people. It was just the German, like, mind, the subconscious, the shared unconscious.
I think that's what their
was
name
really
was. Perfect
thriving.
Circle?
And then we have our third
That doesn't sound right.
finalist.
Somebody help
Der
me.
ICE 123 nach Eorzea heute nicht von Gleis 2, sondern von 98.
Oh, no, I was right. Okay. APC.
I think we have
There
a
you go.
winner already.
We're doing the
perfect.
voting
That's why.
later,
I was
but
missing the,
pretty, Okay, let me catch up the English audience. For those
forgot
of you
the,
who arrived here by train,
That's why
this
it
might
felt wrong.
already be pretty relatable. This just says the Intercity Express 1232 Eorzea arrives on platform 98 instead of 2 today. Classic train humor from the Germans.
Where you get the
Thank
link for the
very much.
concerts
Oh,
once you bought the ticket?
of course. Thank you,
Thought it would
Björn.
be in the email.
So, shall we get to voting? All right. If you think, ich kenne eine Abkürzung, vertrau mir, I know a shortcut, trust me, is the best post, please cheer loudly now.
Oh, come on, not even one.
I just think people they're really banking it. We're taking this very seriously. Okay. Second option, if you would like to vote for Bruder muss los, brother gotta go, then please cheer loudly now. All right, not too shabby. I think I know what's about to happen. If you'd like to vote for our third option, the German train humor, please cheer loudly
Germans
now.
do love a good train. Everybody loves trains.
It sounds like a winner, baby. All right, we have a German post. I'll hand it over to the French.
Thank you. So now we switch. Let's go. So your first caption was like, quand il va à 200 miles par heure, which is basically des kilomètres par heure, mais que t'as pas le permis, which translates to when you go,
That was so
you go at
French.
200 kilometers per hour, but you don't have the license. So the
Classic
guy is
French.
like,
No, DPS is almost always shown second.
By,
Unless there's 2 DPS, of course.
Iga ou
That'd be
Liga?
in
Let's go.
Japan.
Thank you very much.
La deuxième, c'est un vrai gentilhomme ne fuit pas devant le danger. Il effectue un repli stratégique à grande vitesse avec une élégance irréprochable. Hildebrand.
Yeah, what that guy said.
A true gentleman does not run before danger. He strategically withdraws at a high speed.
Swiftly.
Swiftly. He acts swiftly and withdraws at high speed with complete elegance. Hildebrand. From Toto's 78-54.
No efforts.
No effort.
And
All
the last
yours.
one is POV. Quand tu joues avec une pousse et qu'on vient de finir le donjon, la voûte. So to translate this one, it's POV when you play with a sprout and you just cleared a dungeon, the vault. By Angel Mac.
Too real.
Yeah, too real. Oh, that's you?
That one's gotta win,
it's
right?
here. Oh, good job. I think you're gonna win. Oh, take a picture.
Say that before you vote.
I think you're gonna
let's go back to
win.
the first one.
He's right though.
If you want to cheer for the first one, please do so now. Okay, a few, not bad, not bad.
If you want to cheer for the second one, that's your cue.
A couple of
not
pity,
bad.
Yeah,
a couple of pity
If you want
shouts.
to cheer for Angel Mac, who's here with us today, please do so now. I guess it's safe to say that Angel Mac won this round. Good job.
That's
Now
so
handing it
funny.
over to our English team. By the way, we'll be posting these after the panel. Stay tuned.
Can't go that much more over time. Live letter's
You
supposed to
don't
be
want to?
25
Okay,
minutes.
I'll do it for you.
Because I'm quite far away, cannot read them. So
Go for it.
right. So we now have our 3 English captions. Bring your warrior of light to work day.
That's a good first one. That's a good first one.
By Mostly Wong.
Mostly Wong.
And then coming up, our second
Not
caption,
always
we
Wong,
have
just mostly Wong.
POV, the hunt train leaves without you.
That's another good one.
And then the third one, let's take a look. The guy who has lost 999 materia in one world and the guy who has to pay for
Those are all
This is
really
actually
good.
quite relatable to an extent.
That's so
All
funny.
right, so now you have our 3 captions.
Bangers.
If you
We got
think
3
Bring your
bangers.
warrior of light to work day is the funniest, please can you cheer for us?
Pretty good.
Not bad.
Okay, and if you think the second one by Venturka is your winner, cheer now.
Kind of similar, no?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Very
I think
similar.
Hard to tell. We
The final
might have to
one
do it
might be
again.
decided. Let's see if this can help us decide. The third one by Oregon Law, cheer if this is your winner. Okay,
Never mind, I take that back. I take that back.
we're gonna have to do a tie break now.
The material one
in
hits
all
on a
3
personal
languages,
note.
It's the third post that's made the cut, right?
True.
Very true.
Not bad. So I've
Save
been
the
told,
best for last.
actually, our live letter is going to be starting a little bit later. It's going to be starting at 4:45 now instead of 4:30. So we thought it might be fun if we just post these live from the stage,
Like right now?
Right
like
now.
right now.
Post them all right
All right,
now.
let's go. We got German going out.
Check your Final Fantasy XIV official account on social media,
We
people.
got English. And that's the one for no, the,
Yep,
yeah, the French
they
one was
did
also the
indeed
third
post
one,
them.
right?
I just went to my socials
Yep,
and
it's
there it
number 3.
is.
I don't speak French, help.
You don't?
Well, I pretend to.
Thought you did.
Let me quickly. We have so many social media platforms, so let's go. Blue Sky, you're coming up. Don't worry, I got you. Yep. Now, okay, here it is. Go, be free.
As you can see, Yulia is always very prepared for everything.
Something
Gotta be
about
logged
being
into
the
3
first
separate
one.
I
accounts right
wasn't
now?
actually
That's
expecting
crazy.
you to post these live on stage, by the way.
Well, I figured if we have the time, why
Take a
don't
nap?
we?
No, it's only 30 minutes. I'm gonna be passed the fuck out if I
Okay,
go to
French Blue Sky
Take a
also
nap.
going out.
Excellent. Thank you for
And
France.
Thank you again for the amazing French post.
And of course, we have our English account as well. Okay, all posts should have been going out now. Now.
Well, congratulations again to all our caption winners. Please,
Yeah,
another
good job,
round of
caption
applause.
winners.
Thank you so much. Also, please, I think Mathieu has an ask.
Have an ask.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
use the restroom again before the live letter.
Yeah, please go and give them a like before they get pushed out of everyone's feed by the producer live letter.
Yeah,
sorry.
this is like our only time window.
Yeah.
We have a lot of posts going out, so
few
like
minutes.
get out. It's not rude. You can get out your phone right now during this panel. Give them a like. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
After that, there will be a lot of tweets.
And of course, another massive thank you to all of you for coming to this panel, for tuning in from the stream. I hope we were able to introduce you to the chaotic life and work of the community team. Really, we love reading all of your posts. We love reading all of your feedback. We do our very best to pass everything on to the developers.
Well, I'm glad someone is,
And
Akami.
I really just hope you enjoyed this little excursion. That is also... Oh. Thank you, thank you. Now, that is also going to be it for us today. Stick around for the producer live letter, like I said, at 4:45 today, rather than at 4:30. And other than that, just have a wonderful fan festival. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan, thanks for the 120 months. Yeah, consider me not an optimist when it comes to the actual story and or implementation of the 7 raid. It'll probably have some cool fights, and that's all that'll really matter at the end of the day. I cannot give a rat's fucking ass about the actual story of it. The last thing I need after the trilogy for Final Fantasy VII Remake is another story about Final Fantasy VII Remake. It won't. It's a collaboration and a crossover, Teddy. It's not a reference. They've been very clear about that. What do we call them? I call them over. No, a man can't hope. Hope has been taken from us. I'm going to go S1 through 12. Stream 1 through stream 12. Alright, they said they're going to be starting this live letter a little late. Versus 13 isn't a thing. Never got past the concept phase. What about snow? It is in my heart. Cheapy, thank you for the Prime sub. Like hell, I mean the nostalgia pulling of the 11 raid series, I was like, yeah, from a nostalgia standpoint, that's pretty okay, but the story is not good, and the way it ended is basically just, hey, go play our other game. Oh my god, yeah, that's the other thing. Bro, I don't need any more remixes of Final Fantasy VII. Like, I don't mind remixes because we've gotten some really good ones. Doom Train had a great Final Fantasy IX remix. Same with Mistwake, honestly, in 7.4. And we've had some pretty good, and even like Enuo is a pretty solid remix 5. I just... Look at Arcadian. And all the musical prowess that came out of that. The theming, the stylish nature, all that's gone for a Final Fantasy VII tier. It's just going to be like the coolest Final Fantasy VII themes. Which, theoretically, there's nothing wrong with, but it feels like such a downgrade to go from so many unique musical tracks to what is likely going to be a lot of retreading musical tracks. And that's honestly the thing I like least, one of the things I didn't like about Omega, too. It was just, you know, a couple, and honestly, I resented even more after UMAD. Omega and Whirlwind aren't crossovers. People do not fundamentally understand what is a crossover and what is a reference. Well, I mean, Chicken Tenders is fine. Chicken Tenders isn't an old Final Fantasy theme. But just getting Final Fantasy 5 and 6 boss music for like 3 of the bosses in those tiers, it's like, it's kind of novel, but it's also like the Neo X Death remix and the Dancing Mad reorchestration are cool, but I just, we experienced peak and it feels like we're stepping back. Oh my god, the Force Your Way remix was very good, yeah. Well, yeah, they said they were going to do a collaboration. That could have just been the Gold Saucer. It didn't need to be the whole raid series. The Final Fantasy XI raid series had one new song. One. And it was made by the original composer. If I only get one new song in all of the 7 raid series, I'm going to... Or one, even just one reorchestration. I'm going to be upset. I better be getting mad new reorchestrations. Yeah, and both of the collabs, both of the raids are collabs. Wouldn't surprise me, Axel. Palm, thanks for the Prime sub. Okay, yeah, but they shouldn't have done the typing minigame either. I mean, sure, but like, look at the Nier raids. The Final Fantasy 14-ifying of a few tracks there, like, you have the Final Fantasy 14-ifying of, what's it called? Of, Weight of the World, which basically just adds the prelude in for like 15 seconds. Whoop-de-fucking-do, right? You've got, is it Torn from the Heavens that they use with Puppet's Bunker? It's Torn from the Heavens that they use as the motif to combine with the Nier stuff in Puppet's Bunker, right? Yeah, and the Dark Colossus, yeah. And then it's not prelude, but like, how would you do? I guess the like basic Final Fantasy motif. The like what would you describe for the Kaisei remix? What would you consider that? Because it's the da 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 da. I guess it's just a motif, because that's not the prelude. The crystal theme. There you go. Dude, Tier 1 might not even be out by the time. You gotta remember, Revelation is probably in spring. It seems to be the going theory at the moment. If it's in spring, then the first tier and the raid series will come out at the same time. No, you're not seeing any more Evolve Mode jobs today. Don't expect to see anything more about Evolve Mode jobs until, like, December. They did say during spring, exactly. Kaine's theme was given the crystal theme mixed in with it. Finch. The da 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 da. That part's in the Final Fantasy XIV Kaine theme. Yeah, I also just don't get why a typing minigame. I mean, I like typing games. But you're not going to sit here and excite me with... You're collaborating with Final Fantasy VII for the Gold Saucer. You have all these iconic minigames you could use. And you chose a typing game because it's easier for future collaborations, which now means I don't have to be that excited about some future collaborations either. Because why the fuck would I be excited about a game collaborating with Final Fantasy XIV so I can type? I think they just got tired of North America not reading and wanted to find a way to encourage it. I think April, lingering, since it's spring-ish timing. God, I love this part of the trailer. I sincerely doubt that kid is the Falcon class. That kid is clearly shooing the Griffin away. Like, get out of here. Stop messing with me. That Falcon is gonna fly away and then go to the actual character who's playing the ranged class, and they're gonna have some other sort of weapon. That's not a class icon. That's a rune. That icon... Class icons represent the weapons in some way. There's no weapon present on that rune. It would be a wand if it was a weapon, or a picture of a falcon. That's just some random rune. Looks like a water rune, because the kid's probably an engineer on the Naglfar.
The traveler, the one from the sky.
Every class icon shows the weapon. If that's showing the weapon, then the weapon's also clearly not a wand. Yeah, it just looks like a water drop with trident tips, which is clearly a reference to Naglfar, where the kid currently is. Bastion looks great, dude. That Falcon's gonna fly away, and we'll find out what the weapon is after the fact. No, they didn't even show us the Bastion icon, which was surprising.
You have been blessed. Blessed to be a dominant. To wield the power of an
Bastion looks so good.
It is time to prove your strength.
She also doesn't really need one. Well, I mean, if you go over the, literally all they show in the Bastion video is they show the what looks like a basic melee combo, but it's like machinist style hypercharge, where it's 1, 2, 3, 4 finisher. So it's, I guess that's more like the Reaper combo in that sense, you know, when they're in, when they're transformed. It just looks like left swing, right swing, left swing, right swing, you know, combo finisher is the 5th skill. And then when they swap, they do a basic 1, 2, 3 combo. The symbol, no. It's not a job icon. Job icons represent the job's weapons. That's a water drop with a trident. So I guess if you want to say a trident as a potential class weapon, it could support that. Hi, Sarah. No, they're not. You're not going to see anything else for Revolve jobs until probably like December. The live letter is Beastmaster, yeah. Do they imply when Bastion swaps emoji goes ranged? Well, they become ranged attacks in the same way that, like, when Paladin activates Confiteor, they get ranged attacks. I'd imagine it's no different than that. Well, the Viper Fangs are meant to be the weapons. It's a little derivative, but it's meant to be the weapons. The Viper Fangs are the swords, yeah, because they're called the Twin Fangs. Mm-hmm. All right, anyway, I need to use the restroom before this starts. All right. All the same, yeah, that wand is definitely not the weapon. The kid is shooing the griffin away. He clearly doesn't get along with the griffin. He's like, get, he even yells at the griffin. He's like, get out of here. You can also hear her say stop. And also, why would a wand be? Even if it's for commanding a falcon. Yeah, that bird is going to fly to like one of the scions, and that scion's going to be the new class. What? I don't think their weapon is the falcon or the falcon glove. I want to say it's some form of ranged weapon and a falcon glove. Honestly, they could have a slingshot and command a falcon. They could have a crossbow and command a falcon. I think the falcon's a part of it. / griffin. Griffineer. I want to believe crossbow, but it could be anything. The job's like, my name, P, Tier, Griffin. Yeah, Peter Griffin. Ah, crap. But the point of the Evolved Job Showcase was never to show those jobs in the first place. It was strictly to show the thinking behind Evolved Mode. They've already said when they go to show more Evolved Mode jobs, it's going to be like a 4-hour broadcast. That just sounds like the job showcase they always do. They always do about a 4 to 5 hour stream where they show off a bunch of job actions. Usually not absolutely everything, but they do that before. The question is, will it be different this time? Yeah, and they even acknowledge, everyone's like, where's my job at? Because, yeah, of course they were going to do that. Just wait for the Reborn Mode one versus... There's got the Reborn Mode job action trailer and the Evolved Mode job action trailer. Those are going to be long. Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could go with FanFest with that one. I'm sorry, with, what's it called? Sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, the live letter they said would be at 10:45. Since they were running late on both previous panels. They were late ending the opening keynote, too. I mean, I just want to see all my phase range, Mithril. I don't think that would be very good for a showcase, Muxie, personally. No, you're not going to see anything else for job actions probably until December. I keep telling people this, and I've been telling people this for months. We've literally known the schedule for some time, and we know that they're only going to show it if there's a dev panel dedicated to it. And we've known there's no dev panels dedicated to it. You shouldn't expect to see anything else job action related until December. Unless they say otherwise, that should be your expectation. Stop breaking.
Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
The live letter is literally all about Beastmaster Valerian. We already know that. And miscellaneous updates. We literally already know this live letter is completely about Beastmaster Valerian. Again, we didn't have a live letter entirely about Beastmaster. It came up in a previous live letter, but this one they're going to be playing it and doing the new roguelike mode with it. You should expect to mostly hear about Beastmaster with a few minor things otherwise. Clara, thanks for the 23 months. Welcome back. Well, I mean, the main way to unlock the skins, the character action skins, I would expect that to be seasonal, but I would expect it also probably comes from a handful of other contents as well. A lot of seasonal unlocks, though. Look, this kid's annoyed by this griffin. Hey, stop! He even yells at the thing to stop. They clearly are not getting along. Who's going to be the Falconeer? Real. You sure can, Balloon. Whether or not I can answer it, who the hell knows, though. Or thanks for the 43 months. Aaronville is the Falconeer. Yeah, live letters in a few minutes. Why would I know anything about the answer to that, Balloon? I make my living here, Balloon.
Then what happened? The land below became
We focus on us and what we can do.
But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye. Though in those days, we knew them.
Not my job to be worried about that stuff.
Far
I mean, thanks for being here and watching ads, Balloon. Thanks for the money. Why did you unban it, Grandy? Why did you ban and unban?
Been blessed. Blessed to be a dominant.
I don't think Aaronville is coming anywhere near this expansion.
It is time to prove your strength. Wait.
Mouse is dying. 1 month old account. I know, right? Yeah, I think he's off doing his own thing.
Every day, the delay brings us closer to disaster.
Yeah, I think Aaronville is going off to Marrow City, and we'll join him somewhere down the line. Aaronville variant dungeon is crazy. My favorite Fizz range job. Aaronville. Stop it, Jitter, please. Stop. Oh. Fucking Final Fantasy VII collaborated. I don't think I've ever been less excited for a raid tier. Bastion Man. I like that name for that Rogadin. Bastion Man. I do content creation full time. The thumbnail of the video. What are you talking about? I'm not in the thumbnail for the video. Unless you mean like the live stream. Like the thumbnail the live stream shows. This is mostly Beastmaster, yeah. They said there's miscellaneous updates. Eh. Don't make me fight Sephiroth for 3 separate tiers. Don't do that. I enjoyed it when I had it, John. Don't make me fight Sephiroth for 3 different tiers. Can I kill Chadley at least? Everyone's like, you're on to something. Chadley's gonna be the main quest giver. Chadley's gonna be the Savage unlock. What do you mean? Chadley's gonna be the Savage unlock. Hey guys, you want some Savage? Safer Chadley. No, Chadley can never be safer. No, the first fight's gonna be the Airbuster. I think they're gonna skip the Scorpion tank as a fight because we already have that. So they could just start with Airbuster. No, we knew it was a medium. They literally told us it was a medium at North America, Adidas. That wasn't new information. God, I don't even want to fight Reno and Rude as a raid boss. That doesn't sound fun or interesting. Tall fights of just Chadler. How many Genovas will there be in there? At least 3. Minimum. Reno and Rude show up and they're like, let's do this together, bro. I don't want to fight any of the Turks, quite frankly. They better not end every tier with a Sephiroth fight. I don't want that. Palmer is the final boss. Oh, I don't have hope for that virtual. I feel like the first tier is undoubtedly going to be Sector 7. The second tier is going to be Temple of the Ancients. And the final tier will be the Northern Crater. And Genova's going to be in all of them. I do think Genova will be in all 3 tiers. I think there'll all genuinely be 3 Genova fights. And potentially more than 1 Sephiroth fight. Hey, the trailer again. Live letter starts in 5 minutes, by the way. God, that'd be so lame. Yeah, I also don't expect the weapons to show up as fights. They could still. It's not like there's anything against the weapons showing up. They could absolutely still show up. I don't think that's cool, but it could happen. How do they do it so it's not lame? By not doing it at all?
One more time?
That's...
It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the Promised Land.
Long, long ago. In a time...
I couldn't, dude, when he said that it's hot and ring horny, I was like, oh no, it's hot and horny singles in your area. Oh no.
The world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel.
Not normally next, no.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas.
There's gonna be at least 3 Genova fights, Zane. At least 3.
Wanting for naught.
I can't wait to fight the Prod Clod.
fighting the relentless ice.
They said at NA which ones were main and which tanks are off tank. They literally said that at North America. We knew it was Paladin and the new tank as main tanks, and the other 3 were off tanks.
And as we struggled to
Well, they just delayed because all of their panels are behind.
and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the skies.
That's just because they're running behind. They've been running behind the whole day. So that's all. Stop! Yeah, this will be for Beastmaster. No, it's not for 7.55. It's for 7.56. Because Beastmaster is in September. God, he's so dapper. No, she's not the new job penguin. She clearly... She even tells the Griffin to stop and shoos him away. That Griffin is flying to the actual new job somewhere else. The Miko is a red herring. John Bastion is looking great in the trailer. Well, that's because this was a job action teaser. It wasn't an evolved mode job showcase. So yes, it was shorter than what they showed off for PAL, because they were not the same types of showcases in any way, shape, or form.
The traveler, the one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days...
Call him John Bastion. John Balder. John Boulder. Guy Bastion. Sebastian. Under the sea. Under the sea. Alright, they should be starting any second now. Here we go. Hey! Hello, Mr. Ozma.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for joining. It's time for Letter from the Producer Live, number 93.
93.
93, that's a lot. Hey, let us begin with our self-introduction. 第93回プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしたいと思います。まずは自己紹介から参りましょう。吉田さん。
はい、ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
I mean, they usually rerun collaborations, Silver, during the downtime, so yeah.
重たかったんで、すっぴんというジョブをねちょっと外しました。はい。
Yes, that gear there was a little bit heavy, so I've stripped down, as it were.
Sorry.
いいですね。And today's main guest、本日のメインゲストです。中川さんお願いします。
はい。リードバトルコンテンツデザイナーの中川です。よろしくお願いします。
I'm lead battle content designer, Nakagawa. It's a pleasure.
Hello, Nakagawa-san.
そして今日は
Whereas
中川さんを
Aimee,
お迎えして
she works with the
本日の
North
トピ
American
ックス
team
なトピ
more
ックな
so.
んですが So with having 中川さん today
EU has its own
today's
separate set of
topic, main
translators
topic
most
for
of the
the
time.
PLL is screen Yes! It's all about Beastmaster、魔術界についてたっぷりお届けしたいと思いますのでどうぞよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。もう今日は普段のプロデューサーレターライブだといろんなコンテンツの紹介あるんですけど、何分ですね、ここにいる中川小妻正樹がもう渾身の力を込めて作ったこのビーストマスター、すごい
No, you won't, Ludo. Don't expect to see anything else about Evolve jobs
今日
until
の PLL で
December.
は
November, December.
ビーストマスターだけ特集で、お届けしたいと思います。
Of course, in typical PLLs, we will be showcasing a variety of content that's coming to the game. But for today, we are bringing the spotlight on Beastmaster, because I think it would be no exaggeration to say that Masaki, Mr. Ozma Nakagawa here, has poured his heart and soul into the development of the content, and there's really plenty to get your teeth stuck into. So please join us for this Beastmaster special.
Yeah.
Yes. では早速始めてまいります。はい。So let's begin. So can you move to the seat, please? 座席の方へ移動しましょう。
今日は開発サーバーにつないで実機も使えますんで、お楽しみに。
Yes, today we are connected to our development server, and we are going to bring you live gameplay. So I hope
We
you
all
can
love
look forward
Mr.
to it.
Ozma.
でもすいません、ちょっと始
I
め
would
る
shout,
前
I
に
love
一
you,
点だけ
Mr.
吉田さん
Ozma.
少し私の方から
I
皆
love
さんにお
Mr.
知らせしたいことが
Ozma.
あるんですけれども、いいでしょうか。I'm so sorry. Before we get started, Yoshida-san, I actually really need to apologize for something. Would you allow me to have a moment?
どうぞ。
Of course.
So, for those with keen eyes, you may have noticed that there was a spelling mistake in our keynote speech this morning. It is such a thrill to be here as the newest member of the localization team, representing them for the first time, to talk about our grave errors. The new player town is called Fargarth, with an R. If you look on our social media channels or on our website, you will find that the spelling is correct. So if I could just borrow Stefan's kairos from the keynote speech this morning and ask you all to forget about that for another extra 2 seconds or so, then we'll all be good. Okay. Taking
Minor spelling mistake. You're fired.
Let me pass the baton back over. ですいません。今は英語のローカライズのミスについてのお詫びですので、特に日本語でプレイされている方は特に気にしなくて大丈夫です。改めて6チームを代表して深くお詫びいたします。
The typo for ring horny was actually, its name is actually very horny.
マルガルズのスペルをミスってたっていうことらしいです。エレンさんがね、別に悪いわけじゃないんで。
Yes, of course, it was simply a spelling mistake, but of course, Ellen, you were not responsible for that at all.
はい、というわけで、初めて。
This is why the typing game exists.
ここにね、ちょっと紹介したいフィギュアがあって。
Yeah. I'm not a
So
fan
without
of it,
further
Cass.
ado, I do
Of
want to
this,
start the
I
show,
mean.
but there's a figure here that I'd like to show you guys.
何でしょう。
さっき。
Oh, so they had mentioned they wanted to work with companies to make these. Are they going to tease that at the end? Because that's his lolly. That's fucking awesome, by the way. Oh, a player made that? That's fucking crazy. A player made that for Yoshi P? That's fucking crazy. That thing's awesome.
手がね、麻雀牌持ってるやつに取り替えられるって。
And it has interchangeable hands.
Can you get closer to the
Interchangeable hands. Even for 3D printed quality, that's pretty good.
紹介させていただきました。ありがとうございます。
I heard they very kindly brought it over from Turkey, so I thought I just have to show this to everyone. Thank you so much.
Now I'm a bit nervous how we can bring back to our office. どうやってオフィスに持ち帰るかちょっと今からドキドキしております。
Oh yes, of course.
なんとかなるでしょう。
Well,
even if you were to 3D print something like that, there's no template. You'd still have to basically design it from scratch.
早速ですが、一言ね、久しぶりだもん。
そうですね。
So without further ado, let's get started. But I think it's been a while since you've been on these kinds of panels, right?
Like most people like download templates to things online and then 3D
So yeah,
print them.
let's start with your self-introduction.
And have to
work
paint
our
it
way through.
afterwards too. That's a lot of work that went into that.
英語でやらせていただきます。はい、I'm Masaki Nakagawa, Lead Encounter Designer. Today I will be showing you what makes Beastmaster so much fun by playing it myself. This is actually my first time playing the game live in front of such a large audience.
For those who don't know what Mr. Ozma has
if I
done
make
this
any
expansion,
mistakes, please go easy
Chaotic,
on me.
Quantum, Beastmaster, and presumably worked on some other bits and bobs. I think the second Savage tier he also worked on.
Okay, so today's topic is all about Beastmaster. 本日の、トピックは
ごめんなさい。
魔術界についてのすべてということですので、ここからの進行は中川さんにお任せしたいと思います。So 中川さん、please lead the presentation.
はい。
Chaotic, great content, slightly overtuned. Actually had a good reward structure, but some weird reward decisions overall. Quantum, amazing fight, not a very successful system.
So this is a request
largely
for
failed by
our
the
event
rewards.
staff. We would like to
And
have-
Beastmaster,
Thank
TBD.
you. Perfect, thank you.
はい、今日のプロデューサーレターライブは魔術界特集ということで、
I'm sure he's had his hand in a bunch of other stuff too.
ご紹介させていただきます。
So today is PLL, is the special feature on Beastmaster, and I'd like to start by explaining the general job system to you.
Break, thank you for the 28 months. Welcome
その
back.
あたりはさらっと流していく予定です。
Well, yes, we have already talked about this previously, so we'll just run through this very quickly.
で、
I would like
後半は
another chaotic
魔
raid
術界
too.
専用コンテンツである東獣連の紹
What is
介
that
を
job
させて
shell?
いただ
It's
きます。
an axe and a
And in
shield.
the second half, I'd like to go over the dedicated Beastmaster content that is the Crucible of the Unbroken.
はい、では次の
Because
スライドお願いし
that's
ま
their
す。
weapon. It looks like a snail.
では
It does
テンポよ
kind
く
of.
前
I
半
see
は行
it.
きたいと思います。
So I'd like to go through this at quite a good pace for the start.
魔術界の解放条件から見ていきます。
So first of
I
all, the
see the
unlock
snail.
conditions.
魔術界を解
Immortal
放する
snail.
ためにはファイターソーサラーが1つレベル50以上である必要があります。
So to unlock Beastmaster, you first of all need to have one Disciple of War or Magic at level 50 or above.
で新生編 2.0 のメインクエストをコンプリートする必要があります。
And you need to have completed the 2.0 main scenario quests for A Realm Reborn.
さらに黄金のレガシーの権利が必要です。
And you need to have Dawn Trail registered to your account.
No free trial
では次のスライ
Beastmasters.
ドお願いします。
Next.
では概要の方を見ていきます。魔術界の武器は見ての通り片手斧で左手に盾を持っています。
So as you can see here, the weapon that the Beastmaster uses is a one-handed axe, and they have a shield in their other hand.
ロールは近接 DPS で初期レベルは1、レベルキャップは
Little
50
bow
になります。
Their roll
Beastmaster.
is melee DPS, they start at level 1, and the level cap is 50.
青魔導士と同様、ジョブクエスト
Little
も
bow
同時実装になります
Beastmaster is great.
So like Blue Mage, there are also job quests available.
では次のスライドお願いします。魔術界は捕らえたモンスターをペットとして呼び出して
No,
共に戦う
Beastmaster.
いわゆるペットジョブになります。
So Beastmaster is essentially a pet-based job. You capture beasts, and then you call upon them as your familiars to fight at your side.
We have some light
様々な
confirmation
モ
in
ンスター
game
を捕らえ
now
て自
for
身
their
の
gear
ペッ
type,
トを
don't
増
we?
やしていき、最大で50種類まで増やすことができます。
You can capture all kinds of different beasts, and up to 50 different types can be
Well,
made.
I know the shields they can use like all the level 50 and below shields, including the caster
そのペットの
shields.
特徴を生かした戦う
I think they said their gear is supposed to
And then
gradually
you will be
upgrade as
able to
part of the
choose 3
roguelike
of
mode.
those to call upon in battle and make use of their different
And it's
characteristics
striking on the
unique
market
abilities
board.
to
There you
fight.
go.
That's essentially what Beastmaster is.
では次のスライドお願いします。ではいくつか魔術界のアクションについて説明していきます。
So I'd like to explain a few actions that Beastmaster will be able to use.
There are so many
ここから
things I'm
結構大事
excited
なの
about
で
for Beastmaster.
覚えて
I
ってく
can't
ださい
wait.。
Now, this is getting to an important point, so do keep this in mind.
Okay. ちょっと情報量が多いのでついてきてください。
I do apologize. There's a lot of information to take in, but try and keep up.
左上の最後の一撃というアクションは現在呼び出しているペットに魔法攻撃を指示するアクションです。
So parting blow in the top left orders your familiar to execute a powerful magic attack.
このアクションを使用するとペットがエーテルバーストというアクションを使用して魔法攻撃を行ってから強制的に帰還します。
So this powerful magic attack is called Etheric Burst, and once they have used that, that familiar will leave the field.
右上の大技というアクションは呼び出しているペットにウェポンスキルの実行を指示するアクションです。
And the trick in the top right-hand corner is an action that orders your beast to perform its instinctual skill, which will be detailed later.
後ほど詳しくご説明しますが、ペットの TP ゲージが100以上の時に使用できます。
And as I'll go into later, this can only be used when your beast's gauge, TP gauge is at 100 or higher.
左下の放つというアクションはペットに
This will be in the
アビリティを
exam.
指示するアクションです。
I'm definitely going to play a lot of BSM.
Orders your familiar to perform an ability.
ペットのアビリティの効果はペットごとに異なります。
And this ability is unique to each and every beast.
最後の右下の借りるというアクションは今呼び出しているペットからエーテルを借りて魔獣使い自身が特別なアクションを使用するといったものになります。
And then in the bottom right, we have borrow. This allows you, as the Beastmaster, to borrow some of your summoned familiar's ether and use a skill yourself.
なので、ここにある最後の一撃、それから大技、放つっていうのは、魔獣、ペット側にアクションを実行させるコマンドになっていて、借りる自体は借りるとアクションが切り替わるので、ビーストマスター自身が使う技になるので、そういうふうに覚えてください。
So, to summarize, Parting Blow, Trick, and Tempered Release are all abilities that you would order your familiar to carry out. In contrast, Borrow is where you take on the strength of your familiar and your ability switches so that you, as the Beastmaster, can carry out that action. I think that's an easy way of remembering it.
では次のスライドお願いします。ペットからエーテルを借りることで使用できるようになるアクションは8種類あります。
So there are 8 different types of action that you will be able to use after using borrow.
例えば110項のペットからエーテルを借りた場合、ビーストスキンというアクションで移り火ダメージを軽減できます。
These are all the borrowed
so, for example,
skills.
if you use borrow while you have called upon a beastkin familiar, then you will be able to use beast skin, which reduces incoming physical damage.
水星項からエーテルを借りた場合はクエリングウェーブというアクションで遠隔魔法単体攻撃が使用できます。
And if you were to use borrow when you had summoned a wavekin familiar, then you'll be able to use quelling wave, which grants you access to an action that is a single target ranged magic attack.
15項であればソウルクラッシュというアクションで単体攻撃プラス栄唱中断ができます。
And if you were to use it when you have summoned Sulking, you'll gain access to Soul Crush, which is a single target attack and also can interrupt an enemy action.
Okay.
では、パワーポイントでの説明は退屈だと思うので、実機の方でもう少し詳しく説明していきます。
No, there are 50 total monsters you can catch.
Probably a little bit boring for me to just run through this on PowerPoint, so I'd like to show you a little bit more in game.
That's what I like to hear.
ソウルクラッシュはインタラプトができるっていうのを覚えておいてください。あとで多分実演するんで、ソウルクラッシュっていう技を借りてビーストマスターが使うと敵の栄唱を中断できる。
Hey, in Power World at the moment, I'm making a full team of Dandalords to take on the Moon Lord Ultra Raid.
This ability allows you to interrupt the enemy's action. I think Nakagawa-san will be showcasing it in live gameplay. So if you keep this in mind now, you'll see how it is put to use.
Go ahead.
はい、では実機画面の方を映してください。
Okay, if we could switch over to the gameplay screen, please.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
これからいろんな魔術使いの仕様を説明していくのですが、さまざまなデバッグコマンドを使用するので、あまり驚かないでください。
So as I go through various explanations, I'm going to be using a lot of debug commands, so don't let that put you off.
テンポよく説明するためのものです。
It's just so I can get through this quickly, okay?
では魔術使いのペットを呼び出すところからご紹介していきます。
Okay, so first I'll go over how you call upon your familiars.
ペットを呼び出すためには呼び笛というアクションにペットを登録する必要があります。
So to call upon your familiars, you need to assign them to battle horns, which are specific actions you have.
Yep, I
魔
remember
術
the
図
battle
鑑を
horns.
開いてペットを選択して登録したい呼び笛を選択します。
He's got a
So
dodo.
first we open up our master's bestiary,
We knew
and
about
then we
the dodo.
select the familiar that we would like to assign to a battle horn.
プギルとスライムとコブランを呼び笛に登録しました。
So as you can see, I've registered the Pugil, the Slime, and the Goblin.
魔術使いのレベルが上がっていくと最大で3つまで
Resistance
呼
of
び笛アク
allies.
ションを習得することができます。
And as you level up as Beastmaster, you will eventually gain access to 3 battle horns.
Oh, the one
ペッ
had
トを
a
予備笛に
a
登
life
録する
leech.
と予備笛
The
アクシ
slime
ョンの
had a
ヘル
life
プに
leech.
ペットの名前が表示されるようになります。
And once you have a familiar assigned
Oh,
to a
it
particular
resets
battle
some
horn, you'll see
cooldowns.
that the
Okay.
help text actually shows you which one that is.
この状態で予備笛を使用するとペットを呼び出せます。
And if I use it, it will call upon that familiar.
非戦闘状態であればリキャストタイマーは発生しないのでこのように何度でも呼び出し直すことができます。
And if you're not actively in combat, you can use the battle horns as many times as you like with no cooldown. So as you can see here, I'm just summoning and unsummoning them.
では少し戦ってみます。
Okay, so let's have a bit of a fight.
魔獣使いが敵に攻撃を開始するとペットも自動的にオートアタックを開始します。
So when the Beastmaster begins to attack a target, your familiar will
Like the cap
automatically
closer.
start attacking the same target.
先ほど説明した最後の一撃を使ってみます。
So let's use Parting Blow, which I explained a moment ago.
このようにペットが範囲攻撃を行ってから帰還します。
You see that the familiar has used an area of effect attack and then left.
戦闘中にペットが帰還した場合は対応する予備笛アクションのリキャストタイマーが回り始めます。
And what you'll see is that as soon as the familiar left the field, the battle horn that it was assigned to has started the cooldown counter.
ですのでこの予備笛アクションのリキャストタイマーを無駄なく管理しながらペットをローテーションしていくというのが魔獣使いの基本的な戦い方になります。
So the basic way of fighting as a
this isn't ever
Beastmaster
pulled.
is to manage these recast timers on your different battle horns to rotate through the familiars that you have assigned to them.
では次に放つと借りるについてもう少し詳しく説明していき
And
ます。
limited or reborn
Next, I'd
only,
like to
I'm pretty
explain
sure. Yeah,
tempered
they're not going to
release
have
and
a
borrow
separate
in a little
evolve
bit more
mode.
detail.
この放
That wouldn't make
つ
any
と
sense
借りるとい
at
う
all.
アクションは人獣同調というステータスを消費することで使用できます。
And you can use tempered release or borrow by consuming this status effect one with nature.
つまりペットを呼び出したときにこの人獣同調というステータスは魔獣使いに付与されます。
And this status is applied to the Beastmaster whenever you call out a familiar with the battle horn.
Why would you
つま
click
り
it off?
ペットを呼び出すたびに放つか借りるのどちらか1回を使用できるようになります。
So in other words, every time you call a familiar to the field, you can either use tempered release or borrow once.
ですので、戦
September
闘の
8th,
状況に応じて放つを使うのか借りるを使うのかっていう判断を何度も行っていくことになります。
So essentially, you have to constantly be thinking, at this point where I am in this fight, would it be better for me to use tempered release or would it be better for me to use borrow here?
これらを踏まえて少し敵と戦ってみます。
So with that in mind, I'd like to fight an enemy.
The kill command just blew it
that
the
was a
fuck
debug
up.
サンドバッグをキルすると爆発
The
する。
kill command.
Oh, yes. Once you have that sandbag, it just blows up.
今呼び出しているプギルというペットは水星孔に属するペットなので借りるを使うことでクエリングウェーブつまり魔法遠隔攻撃が使用できるようになります。
So the Bugil that I've got summoned at the moment is a Wavekin, so if I use Borrow, I will be able to use Quelling Wave, which is a ranged magic attack.
一方で放つつまりプギルのアビリティはウォーターウォールというアクションで魔法被ダメージを軽減できます。
On the other hand, if I were to use tempered release, that would order the familiar to
I think
use
that's the stack
water
at the
wall,
top of his
which
job gauge.
reduces magic vulnerability.
ですので先ほども説明したように状況に応じてどっちを使うのかを
Hollow,
考え
thanks
て
for
い
the
くことにな
65
ります。
months.
So as I explained earlier, you essentially want to think about which would be the best choice to use in a given situation.
今回ボムと戦うためにクエリングウェーブの方を使って戦ってみます。
And since we're fighting a bomb here, I think I'll use Quelling Wave.
では戦います。
I'm going to go beat it up.
このように遠隔攻撃ができます。
And now, because I have Quelling Wave, I can do a ranged attack like this.
だからこれはペットから
He's
技を
kiting!
借りたってことですね。
So that means you borrowed the ability from your familiar.
はい。最後の一撃を使用
I
し
didn't
て
expect it to become
ペット
spammable,
を
but
スラ
that's
イムに
pretty
入れ
cool.
替えます。
Yes. And now I'll use Parting Blow and call upon Slime instead.
今度はスライムのアビリティを放つによって使わせます。
And this time I'll use Tempered Release to get my slime to use its ability.
スライムのアビリティは敵をバインドする効果があります。
The slime's ability can bind an enemy.
ですのでクエリングウェ
Wow,
ーブ
that
と
bind is
スライムの
strong.
アビリティを組み合わせることでこのように敵
Oh,
に
so
一方
you
的に
can-
攻撃することができます。
Yeah, okay. So you can borrow a skill and then swap the pet
I'm
and
able to sort of attack
Okay.
the enemy from quite a one-sided position here.
しばらく戦います。
I'm just going to fight it for a bit.
yeah, like he still has the
30秒のバインドだから。
ability from the other pet,
Yeah, it's a 30-second bind, so quite a lot.
but he summoned a different pet and used that effect
今
as
度はボ
well.
ムが自爆の詠唱を始めたので
That's a
15個で
big
ある
self-destruct.
ポプランから借りるをします。
And as you can see, the bomb has started to cast self-destruct, so I am going to use borrow from my Koblin, which
It's a
is
soul
a
crush.
soulkin.
これによって詠唱中断ができます。
And this means I'll be able to
Oh,
interrupt
and if
this.
you interrupt, you get 100 TP as well. Nice.
敵をキルします。
Which they can
and,
then
just
use
kill it, debug.
for the combos.
はい、簡単な紹介ではありましたが、こ
You
の
get
ように
100
放つ
TP
と
for that
借りるを
outright.
組み合わせ
And the
ること
potency, it
で
said goes up to
ユニークな
1,000,
戦
I
い方
think?
ができるというのが魔術界のジョブシステムの特徴になります。
Okay, so that was a fairly simple explanation, but I hope you can see that one of the things that makes Beastmaster so unique is the ability to combine tempered release and borrow in lots of unique and different ways.
放つによるアビリティの数は50種類あって、借りるは8種類あるので、さまざまなアクションを組み合わせて遊んでいただければと思っています。
And as mentioned, there are a full 50 different abilities that you gain access to with tempered release and 8 from borrow. So I really hope that everyone will kind of experiment with different combinations and find something that feels good.
はい、では
gonna
最後
depend on
に
the fight.
重心儀ウェポンスキルというものについて説明します。
Okay, and finally, I'd like to explain a little bit about instinctual skills.
では一旦パワーポイントの方に戻してください。
If we could go back to the PowerPoint, please.
Instinctual skills were the thing I didn't
juicing-
understand all the way.
ギウェポンスキルは TP ゲージを消費して実行するウェポンスキルになります。
So these instinctual skills consume TP.
魔獣使いとペットはそれぞれが TP ゲージを
I know it
持
was
って
the
い
gauge
ます
stuff,
So
but
both
like
the
the actual
Beastmaster
flowing
and the
from
Familiar
one
have
into
their
the
own
other
TP gauges.
wasn't entirely
魔
clear.
獣使い自身は4つの重心儀ウェポンスキルを使うことができます。
As Beastmaster, you will have access
It's
to
basically
4
like skill
instinctual
chains.
skills.
一方でペットは1種類のみ重心儀ウェポンスキルを使用することができます。
On the other hand, each familiar has access to 1 instinctual skill.
Yeah, so
こ
you
れ
have
ら
to
の
use
重
them
心儀ウェポン
to
スキルを
chain
7
everything
秒以内
together.
に連続して使用することで重心儀連携が発生します。
And if you use the Beastmaster's instinctual skill and the Beast's instinctual skill within 7 seconds of each other, you will achieve a instinctual combo.
重心儀連携が発動すると敵に追撃ダメージを与えることができます。
And if you successfully perform a combo, this will deal additional follow-up damage to the enemy.
さらに重心儀ウェポンスキルには重心儀属性というものが設定されています。
And these instinctual skills have different affinities.
緑色のアイコンの重心儀ウェポンスキルには重心儀属性小が設定されています。
So the green icon, instinctual skills with the green icon have the affinity Volant.
赤いウェポンスキルにはもう青には剣、茶色には魔という属性が設定されています。
Red is Rampant, blue is Durant, and brown is
Good
Eldritch.
thing you told me what colors they were.
これらの属性をジョブハットの時計回りの順番でつなげると重心儀連携でさらに大ダメージを与えることができます。
And if you take a look at the job gauge, you'll see that these icons are kind of arranged in a circle. If you perform them in a clockwise order, the instinctual combo follow-up attack will perform even greater damage.
では実際に実機の方でやってみようと思います。
I'll give you a demonstration in game.
まあ見た方が分かりやすいです。
Well, yes, I think it goes without saying it's easier to follow if you see it in action.
ではゲーム画面
I
お願
mean,
いし
yeah,
ま
I
す。
fundamentally
Okay, let's
understood
switch
that
to
going
the
from
game
like
screen,
violent
please.
to rampant triggers, it like opens the gauge on the right. But it's what that open gauge does, I wasn't completely sure.
Just going to fill my TP gauge up to 100 with a debug command.
現在呼び出しているフギルの重心儀ウェポンスキルはスクリュードライバーというウェポンスキルで重心儀属性剣が設定されています。
That TP scaling.
So at the moment, the familiar that I have called out is the Pugil, and the instinctual skill that it has access to is Screwdriver, which is a Durant.
これを一回実行してみます。
So I'll ask it to carry that out.
こ このスクリュードライバーを打つとジョブハットが青く点灯します。
And as you can see, after carrying that out, the job gauge is now glowing blue.
これは現在の重心儀属性が剣であることを示しています。
And so that's showing that the current affinity is Durant.
この青く点灯した状態で時計回りの茶色のウェポンスキルを打つことで重心儀連携で大ダメージを与えることができます。
And so if I were to then perform a skill that has a brown icon, it would be part of that instinctual combo and deal greater damage.
実際やってみます。
So I'll give that a go.
青を打って茶色を打ちます。
Brown one.
Spinning axe. Skill chain.
これで成功です。
So that meant it was successful.
So now that gauge is open on that side. But what is that? Because that gives them the
And if you successfully
Sunstrider
perform an
buff.
instinctual combo, you'll see that the center of the job gauge lights up either white or black.
Yeah,
今度は魔
I knew
術使いの
that.
ウェポンスキルから先に打ってみます。
This time I'll try using a Beastmaster skill first.
赤を打ってフギルの青を打ちます。
So this time we're going from red to blue.
今度
Oh,
は
it
黒く
opened it very
点灯しま
briefly.
した。
And you'll see that
Oh,
the
so it still
black
does
half
open
lights
it.
up
It's
there.
based on where
で
it's
は次
actually
に
opened from.
属性を時計
There's
回
also
り
a
以外の順
gauge at
番
the
でつな
bottom
げ
that
た
says
場合にどう
1
なるかを
into
見てみます。
0.
So just
So I'm
to
wondering
quickly
if you can
demonstrate as well,
swap
what happens if you
pets.
perform these skills not in a clockwise order?
青から青につないでみます。
Let's go blue to blue.
Nothing.
これでも
Oh, it
重
does
心儀連
still
携
do
は
an
成立し
instinctual
ます
combo.
が、
It's
先
just
ほど
not
よ
as
りも
good.
追撃ダ
And
メー
it
ジが
did
少
still
し
give
低
them
くなります
the
So
Durant
this still
buff.
did result in an instinctual combo,
Durant
but the follow-up
heart. That
damage was
actually-
slightly lower than before.
But what does Durant
今度は青から
heart do?
緑につないで
Because that means there's
So
a
this
reason
time
to
I will
skill
go blue
chain.
to green.
時計回り以外の
And
順
then
番
it
につな
just
いだ
does
場合は
Volant because
ジョブ
Volant
ハ
is
ット
the
の中
target
央が
skill
点灯
chain
せずに
bit.
外側のいず
It
れかの
also
属
has
性が点灯します
4.
And what you
Oh, they
can
all
see
have
there is that when you combine an instinctual combo that is not in that clockwise order, the inner part of the job gauge will not glow, but the outer section will.
時計回りの順番でつないだ時の連携を重
We
心
also
儀
still
連
don't know
携
what
レ
the
ベル
actual
2と呼びます
ticks do under
So
the
when
pet
you
and
perform an
above the
instinctual combo
Beastmaster's
in
gauge.
that clockwise order, we call that an intentional combo.
時計回り以外の順番でつないだ場合は重心儀連携レベル1と呼びます。
But if you perform it in any other order, that's just your basic instinctual combo.
ですので、なるべく重心儀連携レベル2を狙っていくことがダメージを出すために必要なことになります。
So if you want to get that big DPS, you need to be intentional and go for your intentional combos.
重心儀ウェポンスキルのアイコンをジョブハットと同じ順番で並べておくとやりやすいと思います。
And I recommend sort of lining up
We don't know what the
skill
Moonstalker or
icons
other
in the same
debuff
order
does
that you want to
either.
perform them in the same order that they are on the job gauge, just to make life a little bit easier for yourself.
では
Because
次
there's the
に
Moonstalker
重
and
心
the
儀連携のも
Sunstrider
う一つの要素を
status
説明します
effects
Okay,
as
and now
well.
I'd
I
like
didn't
to
get to read
explain one
that debuff
additional
long
aspect
enough.
of instinctual combos.
And I
魔
think
術
that's
使
going
い
to
の
be
レベル
nice.
が上がると気合と応援というアビリティを習得します。
Rallying.
So as you level up Beastmaster,
Oh.
you will gain access to the skills Rally and Rallying Cheer.
これ
Okay.
らのアクションを利用することで重心儀連携を3回、4回と連続してつないでいくことができます。
And if you make skillful use of these, then you'll be able
Oh,
to
that's
perform
what the gauges at
three
the
or
top and
four
bottom
instinctual
are.
combos in a row.
この気合というアビリティは魔術使いの TP ゲージを即
I see
座
where
に
it's
増加させる効果があります。
Yeah.
So, for example,
Makes
what
sense now.
Rally does is it instantly fills the Beastmaster's TP gauge.
応援というアビリティはペットの TP ゲ
Yeah,
ージを
that's what the
即座に
ticks
増加
are
させます。
above the
And
Beastmaster
Rallying
and below
Cheer
the
instantly
beast.
fills the TP gauge of your familiar.
実際に4連続で連携をつないでみます。
So I'll try performing 4 instinctual combos in a row.
フギルのウェポンスキルを打って
So there's the Pugil skill
魔術使いを打ちます。
and the Beastmasters.
応援を使用して
Rallying Cheer
フギルをまた打ちます。
and the Pugil skill.
気合を使用して
Rally
魔術使いのウェポンスキルを打ちま
and
す。
the Beastmaster skill.
このようにして重心儀連携を連続して成功させる
And
と
now
ジ
they've got
ョブハットの下側に
3 stacks.
連続成功回数が
What
表
is
示され
that
ます。
3
And
of?
the more instinctual combos that you manage to chain together, the higher this number at the bottom of the job gauge will go.
Yes.
重
Is
心
that
儀連携の
like a
追撃ダメー
stacking
ジはこ
damage
の連
buff?
続成功回数に比例して上がっていきます。
Good thing you
And
pointed it
the
out.
follow-up damage that your combos deal will grow increasingly higher, the higher this number goes as well.
Okay.
今日ご紹介したのは4
Now
回
you
ま
see
で
what
ですが
Sunstrider and
借
Moonstalker
りる
do.
や放つを使用して特別な条件を整えると5回、6回、7回とつないでいくこともできます。
And so I've shown you how to get it up to 4. But if you combine tempered release and borrow and create these quite unique scenarios, you can actually boost that up to 5, 6, 7.
はい、これで魔術使いのジョブシステムの紹介を終わりにします。
Okay, and that's it for an introduction to the job system for Beastmaster.
さあ、ここで確認をしておきましょう。皆さんついてこれてますか？
5
Now,
and
let's
6 and
see a
6
show of
plus 1.
hands. Is everyone able to follow? Are you all getting this?
フォックスクローンは
I kind of get it.
How about you, Foxglon?
Yes. You may see some, smoke from my brain, but yes. I'm catching up.
チャットの皆さんも大丈夫ですか？
How about everyone in the chat? Are you following okay?
なるほど。
Yeah, I'm following it okay. I just needed to see how all the elements were
さあ
used.
じゃあすごい簡単な覚え方を お伝えします。
Well, in that case, I'll give you a super easy hint to remember them.
まあ今ね PLL なので、オズマ正樹はね正式な単語でこういろいろ説明していったと思います。
So, of course, this being the PLL, Mr. Ozma here has used the official terminology to explain.
まず一つ目、一番簡単な覚え方の一個は色で覚えてしまうことです。
The first easy way of remembering is simply to think of them based on their color.
あ、この魔獣の技青なのね。
Ah, the Beastmaster's color is blue.
で、いや違うよ。ごめんね。ペットの技が青なのねとか赤なのねっていうペットごとにその使う技のね属性を覚えます色で。
So first you will remember the color based on the color of the familiar's ability. So whether that's blue, green, and so on.
で、ビーストマスター自身は4色の色の技どれでも使えるので、ペットの色に応じて自分が使う色を切り替えてコンボをやるっていうだけです。
On the other hand, the Beastmaster has colors associated, abilities associated with 4 different colors. So all you have to do is think about what color your familiar has, what their ability is colored, and then think about what would be the next connecting ability that your Beastmaster would carry out.
で、ゲーム画面の右下にあるジョブハットを見てもらうと、4つのその色のアイコンがジョブハットに並んでると思うんですけど、単純に時計回りに連携すればいいだけです。
And here we can see the job HUD is there in the bottom right, and you can see that the 4 colored icons are there on each side. Simply put, all you have to do is to carry out the abilities in a rotation that goes in that clockwise manner.
で、もう一つの覚え方は色ではなくアイコンに示されている図柄で覚えてしまえばいいです。
And the second easy way of remembering is not necessarily by color, but each ability has its own icon which you can see based on that ability type. So you can also remember based on the icon.
なので、例えばね、緑の技を使った後は赤を使えばいいんだなって覚えたり。
She's so peaceful right now.
So first of all, you could think, okay, we used a green ability here, so then next I have to use a red ability.
羽の形をしたアイコンの技を使った後はモンスターの顔がねくっついてるアイコンの技使えばいいんだなって、そんな風に覚えちゃってください。
Or alternatively, you could think, okay, the ability used right now was that feather one, so next I have to use the one with the beast's face.
まああとビーストマスターがレベルマックスで使えるアクションの数ってそれが全てですよね。
So the Beastmaster's abilities, which they can use at the maximum level, this is all.
I understand how this all works.
はい、今登録しているものがすべてです。
Yeah, everything you see up on my hotbars, that's all there is to it.
なので結構ねコメントでパッドなんだけど大丈夫かなっておっしゃってる方いるんですけど、実は使うアクションそんな多くはないです。
So we did get some comments along the lines of, is the HUD okay? But truth be told, there's actually not that many abilities you need to use in the job.
はい。
はい、どうぞ。かなり複雑な部分もあったかと思うんですが、
Yeah, there really aren't that many skills you actually press as part of playing the job.
教えてくれる
If
よう
you
になっ
look
てい
at
る
it,
の
it's
で、
just
ご
how
安心
you
いただけれ
actually
ばと
are
思い
going
ま
to
す。
use them.
I do appreciate some of that may have seemed a little convoluted, but don't worry. If you do the Beastmaster job quests, it will explain everything to you step by step.
今回のジョブクエストは、まさきとそれからシナリオライター、それからシナリオを実装している人間、プログラマーとがっちりタッグを組んで、いつもの5つレベル置きとかではなくて、非常に遊びが増えるたびに丁寧にジョブクエスト進むようになってます。
So for this round of job quests, Masaki has been working very closely with the scenario writer, also the staff who are responsible for implementing the job, and also the programmers. They really grouped together and worked really hard on preparing the job quests. And also, unlike traditional jobs where the jobs have the job quest every 5 levels, for Beastmaster, you have a job quest whenever there's any sort of change in your play cycle. So I think it's a much easier playing experience for you.
実際ジョブクエストの中で目の前にいる目人でこの技決めてみてねみたいな指令になってたりするので、ジョブクエストやれば順番に覚えていけるようになりますんで、どうぞご安心ください。
So you don't have to worry about anything. Through the job quest, there will be a striking dummy, and you'll have the opportunity to practice the rotation. And you will, through that process, you'll get accustomed to the correct order
I'd
of doing
assume
things.
as you
So
actually
you
unlock
really
certain
don't have to worry
skills, you'll be
about
given
anything.
job quests.
はい、ではパワーポイントの方に戻してください。
Okay, if we could go back to the PowerPoint, please.
ではここから
This is what
は
I'm
魔術
looking
界
toward.
専用コンテンツである東獣連の
The
紹介をさせていた
Crucible.
だきます。
Okay, so here I'd like to speak about the dedicated Beastmaster duty, the Crucible of the Unbroken.
はい、次のスライドお願いします。東獣連は魔術界のジョブクエストをレベル
The roguelike
30まで
mode.
進めると解放される魔術界専用のソロバトルコンテンツです。
So the Crucible of the Unbroken is a dedicated single-player experience for Beastmaster, which will be unlocked once you have got to the level 30 job quest.
操縦版と呼ばれるボードゲームのようなマグの中に入り込んで魔術使いとしての訓練を積むといった内容になります。
So the Crucible itself is kind of like a magic board game that Beastmasters can use to train themselves.
コンテンツに突入する前にペットを10体から15体選んで連れていくことができます。
And before you jump into the Crucible, you will be able to choose between 10 and 15 familiars to take in with you.
この連れて行ったペットたちを駆使して
That's a
採
lot
用
of
にいるボス
familiars.
の討伐を目指すといった内容です。
And then your job once you get in there is to use your team to try and defeat the boss waiting at the very end of the board.
東獣連を遊ぶことで魔術使いの経験値を得ることができます。
And as you play
No,
the
they will
Crucible
not
of the
talk about the
Unbroken,
North Horn.
you will gain experience points as Beastmaster and level up.
ですので魔術使いレベル1から30までは世界各地でモンスターをたくさん仲間にしながらレベリングしていくといったゲームプレイになるのですが、レベル30以降は東獣連中心のゲームプレイに変わっていきます。
So from level 1 to 30 as a Beastmaster, you'll be traveling the world, you'll be finding beasts to capture and befriend. But from level 30
Yes.
onwards, the gameplay focus
Befriend.
shifts towards the Crucible of the Unbroken.
さらに東獣連に連れて行ったペットたちも経験値を得て東獣連内で成長していきます。
And the beasts that you take with you into the Crucible of the Unbroken will also level up within the Crucible.
では次のスライドをお願いします。ペットの経験値が一定値に達するとペットのビーストランクがアップします。
So once your beasts have gained a certain amount of experience within the Crucible, their beast rank will increase.
ビーストランクがアップすると東獣連
Yep.
内
This is
専用
the
の5つの
progress
パラメ
a
ータ
little
が
bit
成
every
長
time
して
you
いき
do
ま
it
す。
thing.
And once their beast rank increases, the attributes that they possess within the Crucible will also increase.
力と賢さはそれぞれ物理用ダメージと魔法
No,
用
they
ダ
said
メ
in the
ージに
last
影
live
響し
letter
ます。
beast ranks were
So
tied
strength and
entirely to the
intelligence affect
Crucible
physical
because
and
it
magic
only
damage
affects how
物
strong
理
they are
耐
in
性
the
と魔法
Crucible.
耐性は文字通り物理非ダメージと魔法非ダメージに影響します。
And physical resistance and magic resistance do
Freaking
much what they say on the tin and
Constitution.
affect physical vulnerability and
Classic.
magic vulnerability.
最後の体力はペットの最大 HP に影響します。
And finally, Constitution affects the maximum HP.
つまり東獣連内ではペットが HP を持っていてペットの HP が0になると戦闘不能になります。
And so, in the Crucible of the Unbroken,
I see an
your
interesting
familiars
thing in the
will have
UI.
HP, and once that HP reaches 0, they will be unable to participate in battle.
では次のスライドお願いします。ここから実機紹介になります。実機の画面をお願いします。
So I'd like to showcase a little bit more gameplay, so if we could switch over to the game now.
では今日
Entrance
は
NPC
ネタバレを避けるために
Crucible
テスト用のモー
tester.
グリからコンテンツに突入します。
Now, I want to avoid spoilers today, so to enter the Crucible of the Unbroken, I have asked this little Moogle to stand in and take us there directly.
実際にはモーグリから突入するわけではなくて、まあ、なんていうんだろうな、当充連ボックスというか、そういったものからこうダイブしていくみたいになるんですけど、
Thank you, Crucible
今日はネタバレ
tester.
避けるためにモーグリに
They should have got a Whopper
別
and called him
途中手伝
Testing
ってもらおう
Way.
とします。
Of course, don't expect to see a Moogle taking you there in the actual content. We've only had that here for.
He has a
avoiding
behemoth in his
spoilers.
party.
Well, there's going to be some sort of thing there. You could call it maybe a crucible box, which you would use to dive into the crucible. But look forward to that when the content releases.
はい、
First
今
board
表
of
示
the
されている
Unbroken.
画面にはこれから突入する当充版の情報が表示されています。
Okay, so on the screen here, you can see the information about the board that I'm about to dive into.
この画面でコンテンツに出てくる敵の情報などを見ながら連れていくペットたちを決めていきます。
And on this screen, you can have a look at the enemies that will be waiting for you within there and also decide which of your familiars you're going to take in with you.
ではまずは採用にいるボスの情報から見ていきます。
So
Well, this
first,
is the
let's
level
take a look
30
at the
mode.
boss.
当充連内の敵は弱点属性を持っています。
So enemies inside the Crucible have weaknesses.
この敵は突
Look
属
at the
性が
weaknesses
弱
and
点
make a
のような
team.
ので突属性攻撃ができるペットを連れていきます。
And this boss is weak to piercing attacks, so let's take in a familiar that can use piercing.
魔獣図鑑を開いて突属性攻撃でフィルタリングします。
Open my master's bestiary and then filter by piercing attack.
フーシーとベスパが突属性攻撃を持っているのでこの2つを選んでいきます。
And as you can see, my Kushia and my Wesp also use piercing, so I'll take both of those.
選択したペットは左側の UI に表示されます。
And the familiars that I've selected will be shown here on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah.
今日
And
ご
then
紹
they
介す
have
るステージでは最大で
a
10体までペ
weakness
ットを
to
連
the
れていくこ
weakness
とが
to
できます。
fire.
And in this particular board that we're looking at today, you can take a team of up to 10.
ボス戦に出てくる雑魚の弱点は非属性のようなので
Damage
同
up.
じようにして非属性のペットを選んでいきます。
And you can see the other enemies that are going to be appearing in the boss fight are weak to fire, so I'm going to do the same to filter by fire and select some familiars that can use that.
今度は非属性でフィルターしてヒマイラとベヒーモスを選択します。
And then that gives us
Just
Chimera
casually
and
bring you a
Behemoth,
behemoth,
so
no
I'm going to
biggie.
take both of them with me.
では次にボスの手前に配置されているエリートエネミーの情報を見ていきます。
So next, let's look at the elite enemy, which is waiting for us just before the
Wind
boss.
and
エリート
water.
エネミーは通常のモンスターよりもかなり強いモンスターになっています。
These elite enemies are significantly stronger than other enemies you're going to face inside the Crucible.
当充連に出てくる敵は先ほどペットのところで説明したように5つの専用パラメータを持っています。
So, I mentioned slightly earlier that your beasts have specific attributes within the Crucible.
力、賢さ、物理耐性、魔法耐性、体力です。
And so do enemies. Here, strength, intelligence, physical resistance, magic resistance, and constitution.
このオーガピースという敵は物理耐性が高く、魔法耐性が低いことがここから分かります。
And as you can see, this ogre piece has high physical resistance but very low magic resistance.
なるべく有利に戦いたいので、賢さ、つまり魔法与ダメージが高いペットを選んでいきます。
Now, I want to turn the tides of battle in my favor, so I'm going to take in some familiars that have high magic attack, essentially high intelligence.
賢さでソートしま
Sort
す。
by
So I will
intelligence.
sort by
I'm at the
intelligence.
bottom. The
現在の
dodo has the
ペ
highest
ットの
intelligence.
中で最も賢さが高いのが
Didn't
ソ
see
ー
that
ド
coming.
とフライングトラップというペットになります。
Now, the most intelligent beast that has become our familiar at this point is a dodo and also a flying trap.
この2つを選んでいきます。
So I shall select
Okay.
these two.
このようにして
Behold
10
the
体のペ
dodo's
ットを
power.
選んでいくのですが、かなり情報量が多いので、ちょっと面倒くさいなと思う方もいるかと思います。
And so you basically do that and you choose the 10 beasts that you want to take in with you. There's a lot of information to parse, and some people out there might think it's a bit tedious.
そういう方のためにおす
So
す
you
め
can
自動編
probably
成機
there's a
能という
recommended
のを
team
用意し
button.
てあ
I
ります。
noticed.
So we have a feature that allows the game to select a recommended team for you.
このボタンを押すと自動
You
的
can
に
also
10体
save a
のペ
team,
ットを
it
選
looks
んでくれ
like.
ます。
So if you push this recommended team button here, it will automatically select a team of 10 familiars for you.
こんな感じです。
Oh, nice. This is nice. 素晴らしいです。
But there's no behemoth.
Thank
Where's
you.
the behemoth?
この機能を使った後に微調整していくのも効率的でいいと思います。
But it's also quite time efficient to say use this and then go through and make any tweaks and minor changes you might want to.
まあ最初のうち
Chimera and
は、
Behemoth.
まあ、あんまり難しいこと考えずにおすすめで挑んでいくぐらいでいいんじゃないかなと思います。
So yeah, I think in the early days when you're starting out playing Beastmaster, maybe you can just take it easy and just use the recommended team function to get used to it.
でもまあなぜあそこまで細かくねステータスを見て自分でパーティーをこう編成していけるのかっていうのは後々わかるので、今はまあ基本おすすめ使って楽しめばいいやと思っててください。
But I think as you play with the job more, you'll gradually get a better understanding and you'll get to see how the stats work and how you should go about composing your own team. But when you do start out, I think it's just
That
easy.
flying
Just
trap is
take
so
it
much
easy and to
constitution.
try out the recommended team
Same as a
function.
Gubu.
では実際に微調整していきます。
And having said that, I am going to make some minor changes.
ジズとクワールを削除します。
I'll take the Ziz and the curl out of there.
代わりにベヒーモスとキマイラを選択します。
And I'll bring along my Behemoth and my Chimera.
Yeah,
これ
good
で
call.
10体のペットが決まったので、コンテンツに突入していきます。
Now we have our team of 10, so let's head straight in.
Crucible mode, second degree. How are you just going to throw the second degree part in there?
ではカットシーンを見ていきます。
Let's take a look at the cutscene first.
Without explaining it.
このマス目が並んでいるのが先ほど言ったボードゲームのようなマグ、操縦盤というものになります。
So you can see these spaces lined up here, and this is why, as I explained earlier, it's kind of like a board game, this Crucible of the Unbroken.
操縦連に突入すると、このボードゲームのような操縦盤のスタート地点にプレイヤーが
Oh,
立
look
ってい
at
る
those
状態になります。
items that you have.
And
Beast
then what
gear
happens
and
is you're standing
crucible
right at the
items.
start on the very first space once you dive in.
Beast
操
gear
縦連の基
effects.
本的なルールは、この操縦盤のマス目を一つ一つ進んでいって、各マス目で発生するさまざまなイベントをこなしながら採用にいるボスの討伐を目指すといったものです。
And the fundamental way that you play
There's
this
two
is to just
duty
go
actions.
space by space, tackle each
Look at that.
event and each
There's
thing
two
that
duty
happens on each
actions.
space, and aim to get to the boss at the end.
この目の前に見えているスライムのようなアイコンはエネミーイベントと呼ばれるイベントです。
And you can see that there's a kind of flan icon here. This is an enemy space.
このエネミーイベントのマスに止まるとバトルが発生します。
If you stop on a space like this, then you'll find yourself with a battle on your hands.
操縦連のバトルでは3体のペットを選んで戦うことになります。
And inside the Crucible, you will select 3 familiars from your team to take into battle.
さらに操縦連ではバトルで消耗した HP というのは自然回復しません。
And any HP that you lose inside the Crucible will not automatically recover.
ですので、どのエネミーイベントでどのペットを使うかというのが重要になってきます。
So it's really important to think about which beasts you want to take into which battle.
他にもいろいろ説明するべきことはあるのですが、早く見たいと思うので、目の前にあるこのエネミーイベントをやってみます。
Anyway, there's lots of other things I could explain, but I'm sure you just want to see me get on with it, so I'm going to head straight into battle.
I like that you actually walk
先ほど
across the
説明し
board
たよう
too.
に、この画面でペットを3体選んでいきます。
So as explained, I'm going to select 3 pets here, 3 beasts to take in with me.
敵の弱点は打属性のようなので、グーブーを選択します。
And these guys are weak to blunt attacks, so I shall take in my Goo-Boo.
このボタンを押すことで敵に有効な状態異常の情報を見ることができます。
And if I click this button at the top here, I can toggle the view to find out which status ailments the enemies that I'm about to face are particularly susceptible to.
左側の UI は
It's actually
それ
heavy
ぞれ
and
のペットが
slow.
付与できる状態異常を俯瞰して見ることができます。
And conveniently, on the left-hand side, I can also see which status effects each of my familiars can inflict.
ボーンナイトという敵に栄唱中弾が有効なようなので、ホブランを連れて行きます。
And it seems like this Bone Knight is particularly susceptible to interruption, so I'll take in the Goblin.
The satiation stat hasn't been explained yet, but it looks like you can give them items. Oh, maybe you pick up items that you can feed to them throughout the Crucible.
So let's go into the battle.
Yeah, it's pet food that you pick up during the Crucible.
バトルマップに移動すると、先ほど選んだ3体のペットが自動的に予備笛に登録された状態になります。
So once you enter a battle in the Crucible, you'll find that the 3 familiars you have selected have been automatically assigned to your battle bonds.
先ほど外の世界でも説明したように、バトルを開始する前であれば何度でも予備笛を使用できます。
And just like you can in the outside world, if you haven't yet begun battle, you can switch between and summon and resummon your beasts as many times as you like.
Yeah, I wonder what these duty
では
actions
バトルを開
do.
始する前に東獣連専用のコンテンツアクションについて説明します。
But before we jump in, I just
Yep.
want to quickly explain the duty
Snarl
actions that are
and
available in the Crucible.
challenge.
この左側の引きつけろというアクション
Oh, one is a pet provoke?
So if you use Snarl on
Well,
the
it
left-hand
takes
side
all
here,
the
then your
damage
pet
in a
will
sense.
draw the enemy enmity.
Yeah.
右側の挑発というアクションは
And then, so these are tank
敵
swaps
視を取ります。
And if you use Challenge,
Between
then
you and
you,
your
the
pet.
Beastmaster, will draw enemy enmity.
先ほども説明したように戦闘で消耗した HP というのは回復しないので、なるべくペットに敵視を取ってもらうことが重要になります。
And as I mentioned earlier, you will not automatically recover any HP that is lost in battle, so it's quite important to ask your familiars to take on some of that damage themselves.
では戦っていきます。
Yeah, take the tank buster.
Okay, let's go.
コブランから借りるをして栄唱中断がいつでもできるように準備しておきます。
Okay, so I've borrowed from the Goblin so I can interrupt at any time.
ちょっと戦ってる時はあんまり喋れないで。
はいはい。
Yeah, there's the
I can't really
cover.
talk too much when I'm
まあ
fighting.
今言った通りあれですね。ペットに敵視取ってもらってます。
Oh yes, but of course, as you just mentioned, now you're having your familiar take the enmity.
It's
ま
alright.
あインタラプト可能不可能っていう詠唱をねちゃんと見分けておくようにしましょう。
Save the
And
pet!
let's pay attention
Save
to which
him!
abilities are possible to interrupt and not.
今放つをして大技打ってペットを変えましたね。
So you just had your tempered release and switched your pet.
さあインタラプトを使ってみましょう。
Okay, let's try interrupt.
そうこれさっきね、借り
Do
たイン
the
タラプト
combos.
ペットを交代しても、借りたままインタラプト
I
が
still
使え
want
る
to know
よ
what
うになります。
Moonstoker and
So
Sunstrider
yes,
do. I
a
still
key
don't
point
know.
is that interrupt ability which you borrowed from your familiar. Even if you switch out your familiar, you will
Forward
still
guard, get
retain
behind him!
the ability.
Get behind him! He's gonna block in front of
こ
him!
れ重要なのでイメージ的には借りた技
Oh, he's turning
モンスターをスイッチ
constantly.
すると技自体が使えなくなりそうなイメージがありますが借りたらそのまま使えるので、いつでもインタラプトできる状態っていうのを維持しておくのが、まあ、このバトルにおいては結構重要。
Yes, this is a very important thing. So you may think that if you've switched out your familiar to another one, that the ability that you borrowed may also just cancel out, but that's not the case. Even if you do switch out to
Ooh,
another
look at
familiar,
that.
if you've already
Territory
borrowed the
tokens and
interrupt ability
beast
from
gear,
the previous
crucible
familiar,
items and beast
you can
gear.
use it. So in this
Grant
battle's case, it is
stand still to
important
self.
keep
Returns
that,
you to the
interrupt
monster
ability
combat.
so that you can
Returns
use
you
it
the
whenever
moment
necessary.
combat
まあも
commences
ちろん
upon
他のペットから別
incapacitation.
の技借りたら上書きされるので
So it allows you to
まあそれは注意
it allows you to
But it goes
like turn
without
back
saying
time.
that if you do borrow
Crystal item
another
deals range
ability
fire
from
damage to
your
opponents. You have
current
2,500
familiar,
target
then
and
it
all
will be
enemies within 12
overwritten.
yalms. Target suffers 2
話してるう
freeze.
ちにエネミーイベントをクリアす
Receive
ること
additional
がで
damage
き
to
ま
the
した。
potency of
And while you
1,000.
were explaining that, I have beaten the enemies.
今開いている画面は戦利品画面です。
And this screen here is the loot screen.
さまざまなアイテムだったりお金を入手することができます。
So it gives you currency, it gives you items.
これらがどういうものなのかについてはやりながら説明していきます。
I'll explain what these are as I go.
Probably because you can only hold a certain number of items. So the further you get in, you may choose to take an item or exchange an item back
Well,
out.
for now, we've taken all of our rewards, and we've, for now, completed our first enemy event.
はい、ではどんどん進めていきます。
Yep, so let's keep pushing on.
次は分かれ道になっています。
And next you can see we have a branching path in ahead of us.
左側の奥に見える このテントのようなアイコンはテントイベントと呼ばれるイベントです。
And on the left-hand side, you can see that there's a tent on the second space waiting for us.
このテントイベントに泊まると、魔獣使い自身と何体かのペットの HP を回復することができます。
And if you head to a campsite like this, you'll be able to recover your own HP and also the HP of a couple of beasts.
この右奥に見える宝箱のアイコンはトレジャーイベントというイベントです。
And then on the right-hand side, you can see that waiting in the second space is a treasure event, a treasure space.
トレジャーイベントのマス目に止まると4つの候補アイテムから1つを選んで入手できます。
And if you go to a treasure space, you will be given 4 items and you can choose one of those to take with you.
先ほどのバトルで結構 HP が消耗してしまったので、左側のテントルートの方に行こうと思います。
You can see we lost quite a lot of HP in the previous battle, so I'm going to head towards that tent.
では次のエネミーイベントも戦っていきます。
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and fight this second enemy space here.
このエネミーイベントの敵は雷属性が弱点のようです。
And it seems like the enemy here is weak to lightning.
And deals slashing damage.
ベヒーモスとコブランを連れて行きます。
So I'm going to take my behemoth and my goblin.
さらに毒が有効なようなので、フライングト
And
ラ
the
ップを
fly
連れていき
trap.
ます。
And it seems like poison is effective against it as well, so I'll also take my flying trap.
ではこれで同じようにしてバトルをやってみます。
So again, I'll go in and I'll fight it just the same as before.
コブランちゃんちょっと酷使されてヒットポイントが少なかったですけど大丈夫ですかね。
Well, your Coblin's been battered quite a bit, and I'm kind of concerned about the HP. Are you going to be all right?
That'll be fine.
It's not okay.
ですのでちょっとアイテムについ
So
て
he's going to use
説
a
明します。
crucible
So
item
allow
on
me
it.
to explain one of the items I have.
ここに書いてあるクルーシブルアイテムと書いているものはいわゆる消費アイテムです。
So here, where it says crucible items, you'll see I have several consumables.
使用することで効果を発揮します。
And essentially, I can use these to gain their effect.
ディープダンジョンの窓機のようなものだと
You
思
can
ってく
also
ださい。
sell the
You can
items.
kind of think of these as like commandos that you would get in deep dungeons.
ビーストポーションというアイテムがあるので、これでコブラ
Grade
ンの
3
HP を
beast
回復しま
potion.
す。
So I can use this beast potion here to recover my goblin's HP.
One
ま
nice.
だ半分ぐらいです
思っ
が、
たほど回復しなかったんです。
I mean, it's still at like half HP.
Yeah, it didn't recover as much as I expected.
はい、なんとか頑張ってこれで戦ってみようと思います。
But I'll try my best, and so will my goblin.
ベヒーモスから借りておきます。
So I shall borrow from my behemoth
コブランを呼び出し直します。
and call back my goblin.
今借りたのは何ですか。
What did you borrow just now?
ビーストスキンで物理的ダメージを軽減できます。
Beast skin, which reduces incoming physical damage.
まあそれによって受けるダメージをね軽減して自分で受けてる。
Oh, yes, so that means you have damage mitigation, so you can take on the damage from the enemy.
コブランに行かないようにしてるわけです。
Yeah, so basically you're ensuring that your Coblin doesn't get targeted.
どっちも危ないです。
そうですね。
I mean, we're both not in great shape.
うまくこれヘイトコントロールしながらこう双方に綺麗にダメージ作ってます。
Yeah, so basically you really have to manage your enmity really well between the two of you and ensure that both of you are doing good
I like the way
damage.
that this version of Abyssal
で
Transfixion
放つを
looks.
やってコブランを返して
So you've done tempered release, you've sent your Coblin back,
はいフライングトラップを呼びました。
and now you've called your flying trap.
割と必死です。
そうですね。
I'm actually. I need to focus.
Yeah, for sure.
The bit concerning ちょっと心配ですね。
ね。いや結構ね今ドキドキしてます。
Oh, I'm nervous.
負けるわけにはいかないんで、
You have another pet.
負けるかも。
I might lose.
No, use the behemoth.
あいやいや。あいやいやいやいやいやいや。
Don't worry, he has the ring of sacrifice.
Whoa.
おっと。
That was the
これ
ring
が
he
説明
started
したか
with.
ったというのは嘘になりますが、
I mean, I would say this was intentional, so I could demonstrate.
He's
this,
cheating.
but it wasn't.
Ah, 5
実
stacks
は
of
これ少し
blink.
難易度を上げてやってます。
I am actually doing this on a slightly higher difficulty.
Yeah, so I noticed this was on second degree and not first degree. I'm assuming first degree is the starter difficulty, and second degree
But I thought it
is
would be
slightly
kind of more
harder.
fun if I was living a little bit on the edge. So I secretly just turned up the difficulty for myself.
そういうの先に言っといてもらって
Because there's also a third degree.
ガチ焦りしたん
Mind
だ
you,
けど
there is
Could you
also
do
a
me
third
favor?
degree.
Tell me that in advance. Like I was worried, like for real right now.
ではもう一つのアイテムの種類であるビーストギアという種類のアイテムを説明します
Where's my
So
kill
allow me to
button?
explain a little bit about another type of item that you get, beast gear.
まあその名の通り
Yeah, but it
装備品
sacrificed his
アイテムになります
behemoth.
And
So his behemoth is
as
just
the name
dead
implies,
dead
it's
now.
equipment.
持っているだけで効果を発揮します
Just by having it, you've already gained its effect.
この身代わりの指輪というアイテムは主人公つまり魔獣使いが死んでしまった時に代わりにペットが犠牲になって魔獣使いを生き返らせてくれます
So this ring of sacrifice here, if the Beastmaster happens to, heavens forbid, be knocked out, then your familiar, the currently summoned familiar, will be sacrificed instead, and the Beastmaster will return.
自分が負けてしまったのはたまたまだったんですがこのアイテムの説明をできてよかったです
It was purely by accident that I lost just now, but I'm glad to have the opportunity to explain how this works.
Now you can use a potion on
それを
yourself
持ってたおかげ
too.
で実はペットが一体犠牲になってリレーズがかかったってことですねさっきのは
Oh, so thanks to having that item, your pet familiar was actually sacrificed, and you were able to come back. Is that right?
その通りです
Yes.
仕組んでたんちゃうのかなこれ
いや割と今ドキドキしてます
Wasn't that a slip up just now?
This was not planned. My heart is going.
ではテントイベントの方に進んで
I
いこう
would
と
have
思い
played
ま
it.
す
Okay, let's get to that campsite.
テントイベントでは先ほども説明したように魔獣使い本人と
Yeah, it
何
looks
体
like
かの
this is
ペ
where
ッ
you
トの
can
HP を
choose to
回復する
feed
こと
your
ができます
pets, I
So as I
guess.
explained previously, once you reach a campsite, you, the Beastmaster, will have HP
I can't see
restored,
the
but
words
you can
beneath
also
your head,
select,
man.
Some familiars who can have HP recovery as well.
休ませられるペットの数はテントイベントごとに異なります
And how many familiars can rest with you depends on the particular campsite that you visit.
今泊まっているマス目だと2体のペットを休息させることができます
In this particular space, you can see that we can allow 2 familiars to rest with us.
ちょっとごめんそれってどこでわかる今多分そうですね見せてもらう
Yeah, there you go.
ここに書いてます
はい
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah, we just wanted to see where can we find that information.
ではクーシーとコブランを休息させて
Yeah, I wonder
So
if you just get
I'll allow
feed
my
as
Kushi
items
and
from the
my
other
goblin
things.
to take a rest.
Because we haven't seen any feed yet. It wasn't even a full heal.
ちゃんと休息イベントが入るんですね
Oh, so yes, we do have our dedicated event where we can have our rest.
ちょっと懐かしい演出ですね
It's a fairly nostalgic little scene there.
では次のエネミーイベントの方に進んでいこうと思います
Okay, on to the next battle.
たださっきみたいなトラブルがあると怖いので
Yeah, they can have more
But I
feed
don't want to have
effects.
the same kind of incident as earlier.
このテンポラルサンドというアイテ
This
ムは
allows you to retry a fight,
戦闘で負け
basically.
てしまった時にその戦闘の直前からやり直すという効果を持っています
So I'm going to use this item, Temporal Sand, which allows you to restart a battle if you were to lose.
なので途中で終わったらまずいのでこれを使っておきます、
I don't want this PLL to end earlier than scheduled, so allow me to use that now.
Yeah, all the items have a sell value on them.
次のエネミーイベント
When you
の
visit
時は
shops.
氷属性が弱点のようです
And it looks like the enemies waiting for us in here are weak to ice.
ですので氷結の方向ができる
Yeah, it looks like all of these
So I should
enemies
take
he has,
my
all of the
Chimera.
beasts he has are only rank 1. So in theory, you would want to rank the
さまざまな
beasts
状
up
態以
before
上が
moving to the
効
higher
くようになっているような
difficulties.
ので
And it looks like there's quite a few status ailments that would be effective here.
バインドができるスライムを連れていきます
I'll take my slime, which can use bind.
さらに暗闇を付与できるドードを連れていきます
And I will also take Dodo, which can apply
This
darkness.
one's 6. Oh, I guess it did say that, yeah. They are also all only rank 1.5. Yeah, I think it said it sinks
ネタバレを避け
down
るた
from
めに
5.
エネミーイベント
I
は
just
ここ
wonder,
まで
because if it's the
来
higher
ますが
difficulty, I wonder if
ここ
there's
は
a
真面目にや
means
ろう
with
と思い
which
ま
you
す。
actually scale it.
To avoid too many spoilers, this is the last battle that I'll be doing.
No.
But I will take it seriously.
じゃあじっくり見せていただきましょう。
はい。Okay, so yeah, let's
Keep
let's
going.
see you give it your all in action.
Roger that.
もう一つここまでで説明してこなかったのですが、敵の情報にはその敵が使用するアクションの情報が書かれています。
One thing I haven't mentioned yet is when you look at the enemy information here, you can see what skill, what action they are going to use.
例えばこのベーンマイトという敵キャラクターはデッドリースラストというアクションを使うようです。
So you can see here that this Banemite enemy is going to use an action called Deadly Thrust.
ここに書かれている情報から単体攻撃でかつ突属性かつ毒の効果があることがわかります。
You can see from the information here that this is a single target attack, that it deals piercing type damage, and that it can apply poison.
慣れてきたらこういった情報を見て戦略を立ててみるのもいいと思います。
So once you are a little bit more familiar with Beastmaster, this kind of information can really help guide your strategy.
で現在持っているアイテムの中でブリンクの書というアイテムがあるのですが、これは物理攻撃を無効化する効果があります。
And as you can see, one of the Crucible items that I have at the moment is this Tome of the Impervious, which grants Blink and thereby nullifies most physical attacks for 5 different attacks.
先ほど見たデッドリースラストというアクションは物理攻撃なので、これを利用しながら戦ってみます。
And
There's
as we just saw,
freaking
that
Bosia
Deadly Thrust
spirits
is a
here.
physical attack, so I think this will come in handy.
So you can combo the items together. Oh, thank God you can put them on the hotbar. Thank God you can put the items on your hotbar.
ではここからちゃんと戦います。
Okay, now I'm going to fight this guy properly.
さあちょっとね緊張感みなぎっておりますね。
さっき負けちゃったんで。
Oh yes, you do look a little bit nervous there.
It's because I lost.
The dodo! Let's fucking go, dodo!
おほうほうほうほうよく見る技ですねこれね。
Oh yeah, we see this ability a lot.
Get him, dodo!
最初はビーストマスターがヘイトを持ってる。お来た。
So first the Beastmaster is the enmity, and here it comes.
That's Deadly Thrust. I've used Tome of the Impervious.
2 dodges.
Oh yes, you dodged it.
Don't get hit.
おうおう結構マジですね。
The speed of those was very interesting.
マジです。
It is.
はいはいはい。で、ヘイトを今度は
He borrowed from the dodo this time.
So now
This
you
dodo
have
is strong
your
as heck.
familiar take the enmity.
おっとアドが出てきました。
Oh, and now we have ads in the fight.
お、なるほど。
You just AoE'd them all down. I like it.
You
Yeah,
gave
drain
them
some
an
health.
AoE with parting blow.
Alright, use the skill to get your HP back. I mean, I guess he still has the effect, so it doesn't really make sense to do that yet. There we go. See, he healed himself with Digest.
It's quite a tough battle, I say.
Yes, the dodo just blew the fuck up.
コンボを順調につないで、さすが。お、また来たよ。
But you're doing a good job at connecting those combos. I expect no less.
Oh! That was a lot of
なるほど
damage.
あ、うまくね、ペットでやり過ごして。
Yeah, you're doing a good job as well with switching with those familiars.
Good job. Roasted. Haste belt. It's a speed belt. Belts are back.
難易度上げなきゃよかったですね。
いや、うん。
I didn't really need to boost the difficulty.
中川さん didn't make any single word during the fight. 戦闘中一言も喋りませんでした。
みんな難しいと思ってるよ、多分これ。
I want to see a shop, though.
Oh god, this is hard.
No, I want to see the shop. The shop's at the very end, though. Well, second to
explain a little bit
last.
more about that later. Don't worry.
本当はこんなに難しくないです。
It's not really this hard.
ではトレジャーイベントの方に進んでいきます。
Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the treasure space here.
トレジャーイベントは先ほどもちらっと説明しましたが、4つの候補アイテムがランダムに表示され、その中から1つ選択することができます。
So as I briefly mentioned earlier, when you get to a treasure space, you will have 4 items presented at random, and you will be able to choose one of these.
Okay.
何を選ぶかの
Rapid
判断材料
recast
が今持っ
TP
てい
one
る
stack
アイテ
of
ムと
high
同
wire.
じを
Oh, well, high wire is a damage
ある
buff.
ものを選んでもいいですし、ここから先のエネミーイベントの情報を見てもいいと思います。
But in terms of what you should use as, you know,
That
what
depends on the
what
boss.
help you make the decision on what to choose. You can either look at what works well with the beast gear that you already have, or you can take a look at upcoming enemies and figure out what might be effective against them.
I like the angel
で
robe
はエネ
effect.
ミー情報を見てみます。
Let's take a look at the enemy information for a minute.
この後にエリートエネミーが配置されているので、エリートエネミーの情報を見ます。
So for example, what we have next is the elite enemies. We'll take a look at that information there.
あともう一つラスボスの情報を見ていきます。
And then we'll just check the final boss's information too.
ラスボスのアクションに毒を付与するものがあるようなので、エンジェルローブを選択します。
And it looks like the boss has something that can inflict poison, so I'm going to select the angel robe here.
このエンジェルローブは毒耐性が 100% になっているので、すべての毒効果を無効化できます。
And this has plus 100% to poison resistance, so it effectively nullifies any poison.
アイテムを一つ選ぶとこのようにイベントが終了します。
Once you've chosen an item, that's it. That event is done.
では先ほども言ったように、ここからはエネミーイベントはデバッグコマンドで飛ばしていきます。
And as mentioned, I won't be fighting these properly, so I will just use the debug command to quietly dump this one off.
I think he's trying to go to the
あ
shop.
ともう一つショップイベントというのを説明したいので、ここからはテンポよくいきたいと思います。
I would just like to be able to show you the shop space that's waiting after this, so that's why I'm upping the tempo a little bit here.
ただせっかくなので、先ほど使用したテンポラルサンドというアイテムの効果を発動させてみたいと思います。
But since I did use the temporal sand, maybe I should show you what it does.
先ほども説明しましたが、戦闘に負けてしまうと、その戦闘の直前からやり直すということができます。
And as I explained before, once you've used the temporal stand, it gives you a status that means you can redo a certain battle if you are defeated.
では実際わざと負けてみます。
And so I will lose, this time on purpose.
On purpose.
On purpose. さっきはオンパーパスではなかったです。
The last time was not on purpose.
Kill him. Press the kill command. No, I don't want you to
よく見
die.
慣れてる
I don't want you to die. Kill him.
Yeah,
Kill
we're
him.
very used
And
to
you're dead.
seeing that downward facing icon.
こうなったとしても、あ、時間が戻る。
Ah, but time's going back.
あ、なるほどなるほど。
I see, I see.
こんな感じで当10連で入手できるアイテムには強力でユニークな効果を持つものがたくさんあります。
And so, amongst the crucible items that you may find, some of them have pretty unique and powerful effects like this.
ですのでアイテムやペットの特性をしっかり理解して攻略を進めていくことが重要になります。
So it's really important to know what all the different items can do, what your different familiars can do, and that will help you as you make your way through.
I like just the
はい
idea
で
of
は
I
この
need to
エネミーイベン
try
トは
again.
デバッグコマンドで進めてしまいます。
Right, time to use the power of debug.
Kill.
神の力。
The power of God.
はい。はいはい。で、テントへ行って、
And so now going to the tent.
もう一回休ませます。
I'll let them take a break.
I wanted to see the items though.
で最後、これがショップイベントのアイコン
Wow,
です。
that's a
And
fresh
finally,
joke
this
right
is the
there.
shop space that we have here.
ショップイ
Steak.
ベ
I
ント
thought it
で
said
は
steak
今まで入
simulator.
手したコンテ
They're
ンツ内の
simulars.
お金であるビーストコインというものを使ってアイ
Beast
テムを
feeds.
購入することができます。
And then what you have here is that you can use the
Grapes.
in-duty currency, the territory tokens, to purchase certain items.
I like that
この Beast Coin というアイテムは
some of them just
イベン
don't
トを
work
クリア
on
する
some
たび
of
に
the
入手でき
the
ます
beast
And this
types.
currency is obtained each time you finish a enemy.
Oh, there's a lot. Empress
トップイ
hairpin.
ベントでは
I
こ
know
こ
that
までに
item.
説明したビーストギアやクルーシブアイテムももちろん購入で
Minus
きますが
8% max
トップイベン
HP.
トでしか入手できないフィードというアイテムがあります
And of course, you can buy beast gear and crucible items, which I've explained in the gameplay thus far. But you can also buy a particular type of item that can only be found in these shop spaces called feed.
このフィードというアイテムは文字通り餌アイテムです
And as you can imagine, this feed is for you to give to your familiars.
餌をペットに与えることで特定のペットを強化することができます
And by giving your familiars feed, you will be able to make them stronger.
フィードを選択するとこのような画面が開きます
So if I select an item of feed, it will come up with a screen like this.
この画面でそのフィードをどのペットに与えるかを選択します
And here I can select which familiar I would like to feed this particular item to.
この右側に表示されている四角い
Yeah,
枠は
unfortunately, your pugil
そ
and
れぞ
your
れのペット
coblin
が何
do
個ま
not
で
like
餌
this
を食べ
food.
られるかを表しています
And these squares here effectively represent your familiar's stomach capacity, how many items of feed they are happy to eat.
これは当獣連内専用パラメータである満腹度というパラメータによって決定されます
And this is decided by another attribute that's only found within the Crucible, satiety.
例えば虫系のモンスター百中光は満腹度が1か2に設定されている傾向にあります
So for example, when you have Vilekin, they're likely to only have 1 or 2 squares available.
Yeah, they don't have big
つまり
stomachs.
虫
But
系の
the
モンスター
slime?
はあまり餌を食べることができないということです
So essentially, bugs
Slime
are
is
unlikely to eat
hungry.
much food.
一方で獣系のモンスター百獣光は満腹度が3か4に設定されている傾向にあります
Whereas on the other hand, Beastkin tend to have space for around 3 to 4 items.
ここで言うとクーシーやグーブーベヒーモスヒマイラなどが百獣光になります
And the Beastkin here are Kushi and the Gubu and Behemoth and Chimera.
さらにアンデッド系のモンスターである獅子光という
I like the slime.
種族は満腹度が5に設定されている傾向
I'm
にあり
very
ます
curious what this
And
looks like
generally,
in longer
Ashkin,
crucibles, because this is like the beginner
Undead,
crucible on the
tend
second
to have
difficulty.
this set to 5.
ただし獅子光のモンスターは
Beastmaster is in
5つの基本的な
7.56.
パラメータが他の種族よりも低く設定されています
But in general, Ashkin tend to have lower stats, lower attributes for everything else than the other types of beast.
つまり餌を食べてない状態の獅子光は他のモンスターよりも弱くなるということです
So, for example, when they haven't eaten anything, they're generally weaker than other familiars.
このようにさまざまなペットにさまざまな特性が設定されているのでどの餌をどのペットに与えるかっていうのを考えるのがすごく重要になってきます
So as you can see, each familiar has its
Well,
own
this is
unique
already
characteristics.
difficulty
It's quite important to think
2,
about
but it's difficulty
what
2 of the
feed
level
would most
31,
suit which beast.
not the level 51.
今日ご紹介しているステージではショップイベントの先にラスボスイベントしかないのでこのラスボスイベントで使うペットを決めてからペットを強化するといいと思います
On the board that we're currently playing, the only space remaining after this shop space is the boss. So I think it would make sense for us to decide which beasts we're going to be taking into that battle with us before we decide who we're going to give food.
ではラスボスの情報を見ていきます
Let's have a look at the boss information.
ラスボスの弱点は突属性のようなので
So
ク
it
ー
seems,
シーとペスパを強化しようと思います
and it seems that the boss is weak to piercing attacks. So I will be strengthening Kushi and the West.
では実際に餌を与えてみます
And I will give them some feed.
Eat. No, feed slime. Feed slime. There's actually some pretty expansive effects on some of the things, like the flounder. He bought the grapes. Wow, they're really going all in on that one monster. No, I don't.
もう一つ
Alt. She's a
フ
red
ィードの
herring.
特性についてもう一つ説明します
Oh, one more thing that I'd like to explain about feed.
フィードの中には食べられる種族が限定されているフィードというのが存在します
There's certain types of feed that can only be fed to specific types of beast.
こういった種族が限定されているフィードは他の通常のフィードよりも性能が高くなる傾向にあります。
And these tend to have better effects, stronger effects than feed that can be fed to any beast at all.
ですのでこういったフィードを見つけたら積極的に購入するといいと思います。
So if you happen across any of those in shop events, I recommend that you purchase those as a priority.
このクリームチーズシミュラーでいうと食べられるのは草木香のみになります。
So for example, this cream cheese simula here can only be eaten by seedkin.
本当はここ
And
で
we
ブ
don't
ラウ
have
ンドト
any
ラップに
seed can.
与えるつもりだったんですが死んでしま
It
ったの
actually
で
looks like it's
予
really
定が狂い
strong
ました。
too.
I wanted to feed this to my flying trap, but it's dead.
はい、ただ説明できたのでいいです。
But you just get the explanation, I suppose.
では残りのお金はビーストギアとクルーシブアイテムを購入しようと思います。
So I shall use my remaining currency to purchase some beast gear and crucible items.
はい、どんどん買っていきましょう。
Yeah, let's buy them quickly.
はい、ではこれでラスボス戦をやる準備が整いまし
All
た。
right, we're out of
So
money.
now I am
Let's
ready to
leave.
take on the final boss.
ただネタバレをしたくないので今日は
But I
こ
thought you
こ
didn't
ま
want
で
to spoil. I mean, to be fair, we know what the final boss is. Just use the kill command.
Just a little.
That would be a spoiler, so I'm not going to do that today.
Well,
What do you mean? We already know what the boss is.
このままだと説明で終わっちゃうからね。ちょっとぐらい見せて。
We know who it is. It's a freaking.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do have more explanation to follow, so it would be great to give you guys a bit of a sneak peek.
Okay, just a little.
ではクーシーとベスパを
It's not like it's some
So I'll take Kushi and I'll take my West.
big secret who it is. We scouted it out at the start.
あとはちょっと待ってくださいね。
And then for the third one,
まあまあ途中で切っていいから
マイラを選択します。
take my Chimera.
大丈夫、クリアまでやらんでも。
Well, yeah, of course, we don't have to clear the fight. We can just see a little bit.
ラスボス戦はカットシーンが流れます。
For the final boss of a board, you'll get a cutscene like this.
Break out the beasts.
さまざまなステージがあって最後は必ずラスボスがいるといった構成になっています。
There are lots of different boards, but there's always a final boss at the end.
ではちょっ
The
と
Hawk Manor board.
Okay, I'm going to have to take this seriously.
I mean, you could just kill command it so we
これも
can see the
難易度上がってるんで
rewards.
す。
上がってますね。
Has this one also got a higher difficulty?
Yes.
Yes.
いやいや
It's in the second
できるだけ
circle.
いろんな人に遊べますよで簡単にしとけばよかったのに。
Well, I think we should have presented it more to the players along the lines of anyone can take on the challenge. It's accessible.
言い訳をしておくと HP が減った方が説明しやすいと思ったからです。
I mean, if I were to explain myself a little, I thought that I'd be able to explain more things if my HP went down faster.
Oh, okay, I see.
さあ。なんか新鮮なのはこうやって。
Wow.
Looking at it from this perspective, it's quite refreshing.
ボイドエアロ
Wow.
Oh, he had the pet bait the attack. And then blow it up so it didn't get hit.
でも
They did have 100% poison
レ
resist.
ジストしましたね。
はいはいはい。
That was
Just
one of the.
resist that
Oh,
poison there?
yeah.
Oh, yes.
That was one of the
Yeah.
equipment pieces they had.
Oh, there's an ad. アドバイス出ました。
There's 3 ads, actually.
キャスティングしてる。
Oh, they're casting.
鉄。
Oh, the freeze missed. The freeze didn't work on this succubus mage.
やる。
Oh, yeah. Doing good in there.
さすがコンテンツ作った。
I would expect no less from the person who made this content.
すごいんだ、かなりうまい。
久々なのでいろいろ忘れてます。
That's going to be
This
another
one for a while, so
attack.
I've forgotten about
I guess it
this
wasn't baited last time then.
まあペット3体を含めてローテーションを作りながら、 特性を使ってモンスターの攻撃を
Yeah, he's not using them
とどめ
HP
て
pots. He don't
クリ
need
アを
them.
目指して
Are we gonna get a second summon?
So I guess the way you
Let
can
me
think of it is
drink
that you're
deep of
using
your
your three
essence.
familiars and their abilities as part of your rotation.
Hey!
And you're putting their
She just stole a bunch
affinities
of
as well
HP.
to good use in order to put a stop to the enemy's attacks.
Hey, you
and
might
then
want to step
defeat
away
them.
from her. This is the charm attack.
Oh,
Or I guess it's just a
しかし
raid wide in this case.
But
なるほど
I see.
仲間を
Well, now he doesn't have a pet for
復活
20
しました
seconds.
You sacrificed your little one there.
Also, yeah, there's AoEs on the side. There's another one that's gonna go
今
off
呼
still,
び
looks
笛
like?
のリキャストタイマーが回って
It
るの
was
で
asleep?
ペットを呼び出せない状態です。
Cold
All of my
caress?
battle horns are on cooldown, so I cannot call a familiar right now.
Well, use another potion. You have like 4.
I think I'm gonna die.
Just use a
Come on, hang in
potion.
there.
And then you go away.
Yeah, get those potions in.
Come on,
Get
you
those
now your horn
potions
is
in.
available. Cosmetic potions. He's saving them for the next one.
はい今ら戻しました
Is that the in or out? I think that's the out, yeah. There's a different
今
animation
は
for
ビーストマ
the
スター
tail.
がヘイト持ってますね
So now you, as the Beastmaster, has the enmity.
はい借りたビーストスキンを貼って物理防御
It's
力
gonna
を上げる
heal again?
You've used
Is there a
your
way to
borrowed
stop
beast
this?
skin to do damage mitigation.
Maybe it's just a DPS check. Probably just a DPS check. I'm sure you could also use an item that
Oh,
avoids
nice
the
combo.
hit. Well, that's the second time it's done that.
You
Is
didn't-
this just going to be a raid wide again?
Second one,
関連
Nightmare.
and a third one.
Okay.
わ寝てる
Yeah, he's cooked, chat. I'm not going to lie. Oh, the hearts. Get away from the hearts. Move away from... No, move away from the
Nightmare,
hearts. Unless you need to be
Oh,
asleep for
nightmare.
this.
おお
Do you, I'm assuming you don't need to be seduced
あでもま
for
た
this.
また食らってるあーえ
You have no pets left.
ペットがいない。
I don't have any. I don't have any familiars left.
Chucker, thanks for the 35
マ
months.
スターともあろうものが全てのペットの魂を捧げて復活したものの
That's it. Turn on God mode. Hit the kill command.
まあ
I
こ
wanted to
の
see
クリアは
the
ぜひ皆さん
2000
で
kill.
目指していただきましょう
But yeah, definitely, I want all of you warriors of light to take
Oh, he
on
did
the
get some
challenge
sort
and
of
clear it for
reward.
yourselves.
Materia.
はい。
Love that. It is the
では
level 30 mode, so I
50 年
can't
の
be
攻
too
略が
upset
終わ
at
った
that.
後のリザルト画面について説明していきます。
Okay, so let me
I
explain
love
about the
materia.
results screen showing how you did in the Crucible.
Oh, he didn't also earn any.
enemy
There are
event
supposed to be
に負けて
bonus
しまうか、
rewards, but you have to fulfill the bonus conditions to
ペッ
get
ト
them.
ギブアップ機能というものがあるんですけど、その機能を使うかすると、当10連の攻略が終了してリザルト画面が表示されます。
So you can reach the results screen either by losing in
He also lost, so he
an
doesn't
enemy
deserve good rewards, to be
battle,
fair.
or by defeating the final boss, or by forfeiting.
攻略が終了すると、そこまでの進捗などに応じてスコアが計算されます。
And at that point, you will receive a
No,
score
that's
based on your
materia too.
progress.
計算されたスコアからスコアランクというものが決定され、右下に表示されます。
And you will be given a rank based on your score, which you can see in the bottom right here.
日本語だと一級魔獣使いとか特級魔獣使いとか伝説の魔獣使いなどと表示されます。
And these will be essentially different depending on different terms here. Here you can see we have adept, and those will change depending on how high your score is.
この決定されたスコアランクによって払い出される報酬の量が決定します。
And the rank that you receive here changes how many rewards you receive.
今ここに表示されているビーストコアというアイテムはたくさん集めることで魔獣使いのジョブ専用装備を強化できます。
And you see here that we have this faded remnant of resilience. If you collect these items, you will be able to strengthen the Beastmaster's gear.
They did tell us that would be a part of doing this. And there's the rank up screen.
And then finally, it shows you how many experience points all of your familiars received and whether their beast rank increased.
はい、以上で当10連のご説明を終わりにします。
Anyway, so that's it for the Crucible of the Unbroken.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。では、パワーポイントの方に戻してください。
Okay, could we have the PowerPoint back, please?
まあ今日は 今東十連ビーストマスター説明してもらいましたけど、知っておいてほしい情報全部さっきの方で伝えたので、でノーマル一番低いランクのやつとかはここまで使いこなさなくても全然クリアできるので、まずはジョブクエストに従って、おすすめ
Can I exchange the fake materia for real
普通
materia?
に気楽にチャレンジしてください。そのう
That's
ちだ
so
んだん
funny.
覚えていくと思いますので、よろし
Best
く
I
お
can
願
do
い
is
します。
fireworks.
So yes, for today's Beastmaster showcase, of course we went through the Crucible and then the Beastmaster job itself, and I did tell Masaki about all of the information I wanted to convey to you players. But what you can keep in mind is that when you're playing at the normal difficulty, you don't actually have to be such a master at rotating the skills in order to clear the content. And of course, you will learn how to play the job as well as you go through the job quests. So in the early days, as I mentioned before, you can just use the recommended team function and just take it easy and just enjoy the experience as you get to learn the job. And eventually, you
capture
will
beasts?
get a
Get them low on
better
HP
understanding
and
of
then
it.
use
So I
capture.
hope that will ease you into the job, and then you can start enjoying it and taking it one step further.
But it has to be one of 50 qualifying
では
beasts.
東10連を繰り返し遊んでペットのビーストランクを25にするとペットの見た目を変更できるようになります。
So, once you have played the Crucible of the Unbroken quite a few times and you've increased your beast rank to level 25, you'll be able to change its appearance.
Nice.
このようにクーシーの見た目を黒に変更できます。
Like this, you could change your Crucible.
So instead of it being earned randomly at
他
the
にも
end of the
色が変わるだ
Crucible,
けじゃないペットとかも
you do it
存在する
via
ので
mastering each
頑
of
張
the
ってビースト
pets.
ランクを上げてみていただけるといいと思います。
And for other familiars, it's not that they change color. There may be other different changes in appearance. So I hope you'll experiment with that as well.
通常のね街とかフィールドでも連れて歩けるので、見た目の変更が行われているペット魔獣を連れてる人は相当ランク高いんだなあの人はっていうのが分かるみたいな感じでもありますね。
You can take your familiars with you in the fields or towns.
Thank you, Karma.
So if you do see a familiar with a different color, you could then be thinking to yourself, yeah, this is quite a high-ranking player.
一応繰り返しになりますが、今日みたいな難しいバージョンのコ
I
ンテン
want
ツを
shinies though.
やらなくてもペットのランクを25にすることは全然可能になっています。
And at the risk of repeating myself, you don't need to play the higher difficulty versions like I showed you today. You can still level up and increase your beast ranks in the easier versions as well.
はい、では次のスライドお願いしま
There's
す。
a lot of max rank dodos here in Limsa.
ではここからはチャレンジコンテンツの説明をさせていただきます。
Having said that, let's speak about high difficulty.
通常の
Anyway,
ゲームモ
so
ー
here's the
ド
hard
の
shell.
高10連のすべてのステージをコンプリートすると高難易度のゲームモードである獣道
Rollback,
が
thanks
解
for the
放
prime
されま
sub.
す。
So once you have completed all of the boards within the Crucible of the Unbroken, you will unlock additional difficulty levels known as degrees.
Yeah, he was
すべ
playing
ての
that
ジョブクエ
first
ストを
fight on the
完
second
結させる
degree.
ことで解放できると思ってもらって大丈夫です。
So you can also think as well, by the time you have completed all of the job quests, you'll be at this point.
この高難易度のゲームモードである獣道には1、2、3の3種類の
I gotta
難
use
易
the
度があり
restroom
ま
so
す。
bad. I've had so
And
much water
there
today.
will be first
So
degree,
much
second
water.
degree, and third degree in increasing difficulty.
今日実際やってたのは
Oh,
獣道
normal,
2
new, and savage.
And I was actually playing the second degree earlier.
マジかよノー
Actually,
マ
I
ル
have a
でや
little
れ
bit of
よ
water here.
Oh, serious? Just play it on normal.
Yes, normal, new, and
レベル
savage.
2かい
レベル2です。
Second degree?
Yeah.
Really?
Second.
It was the second degree
で
of the level
獣道でゲームを
31.
プレイする
It's
と
fine.
敵の HP と
Need to see
攻
level
撃力がアッ
51.
プします。
If you play on higher degrees, then the enemy HP and damage will be increased proportionally.
最高の難易度は獣道3になります。
And the third degree is the highest difficulty.
最高難易度である獣道3は今日ご紹介したようなアイテムを効率よく使ってその組み合わせのシナジーなどを考え尽くさないとクリアできないような難易度になっています。
Yeah, it
And
just doesn't have a
for
name
the
yet.
third degree, you really have to be thinking about the synergy between all the different items to have a hope of clearing it.
ただ自分がこういったチャレンジコンテンツのご紹介をすると
I'm doing
鉄と
Beastmaster
か
before
電子とかみたいな
MSQ.
凄まじいギミックバトルを想像される方
On September
も
8th.
いるかもしれないのですが この獣道に関してはそういった方向性とは全然違うものに
Not a lot, but
But
definitely
if
some
I'm
bond.
sat up here talking about difficult content, then people are going to think, oh, it's something like Ultimate, it's something like Savage, there's going to be so many mechanics. But that's not really, this is a completely different kind of approach to difficult content.
ですのでこれまで絶とか霊式をやってこなかった方にもぜひチャレンジしてみていただければと思っております。
So even if Ultimate or Savage is not really your thing, I'd still really love it if you gave this a bit of a go and maybe it'll click for you.
まあ今回のこの投重連に関しては、まあ今日さまざまなパラメーターのお話しさせていただいたと思いますけど、データが基本的な戦術の全てになってます。敵の能力を知り、自分のペットたちの能力を知り、どうやってそれを突破するかの編成を行うみたいな、とにかくデータで遊ぶゲームになっているので、まあ、そのあたり今までの高難度の、ギミックベースのバトルとは違った面白さが詰まっているので、ぜひじっくり挑んでみてもらいたいと思います。
So bad, hurry up.
So yes, as we showcased today in the Crucible, the main basis of the game is based around parameters and stats, and it's really a data-based game where you have to think about take a tactical approach. Think about what affinity and what sort of abilities your enemy has, what abilities your familiars have, and how can you use a certain combination of those abilities to turn the tide of the battle in your favor. It really is something of a different type of difficulty compared to other high-end content where those types of content are more based around the mechanics, whereas this is more based about you having to use your thinking brain and thinking about strategizing and what sort of data-based approach would be the best in your favor.
I'm a big fan of my thinking brain.
はい、ちなみに獣道3で全てのステージをコンプリートすると達成できるアチーブメントやアイテム報酬なども存在します。
Incidentally, there are certain achievements and rewards that you will be able to obtain if you complete all stages on the third degree.
はい、では次のスライドをお願いし
I'm
ます。
assuming you're not allowed to go to the third degree without clearing the second degree.
さらに獣道3で全てのステージをコンプリートしてもまだまだやり込みたいという方向けに高10連ランキングというものをご用意してあります。
Yeah, you do have to rank up
Say
your
you do
monsters
go out and you
too.
complete all the stages on the third degree and you say that is not enough, I want more Beastmaster.
高10連ランキングは獣道3のスコアを競うランキングになります。
Then we have the Crucible rankings, which allow you to compete based on your scores achieved
Yeah, they told us about
playing
this last
stages
time
in the
too.
third degree.
各ステージで直近3回までのスコアが記録さ
Need
れ
number one.
全てのステージの合計スコアで競うランキングです。
And these rankings will take your previous 3 scores of every single stage when played under the third degree.
ですのでたまたま1回だけ高いスコアを出せただけではダメでコンスタントに高いスコアを出せる知識や技術が求められます。
So it's not enough to just go in there and accidentally get a really, really high score as a bit of a fluke. You need to be consistently using your knowledge and your skills to get those high scores.
もちろん高10連ランキングの上位入賞者には特別なアイテム報酬を用意してあります。
And we have a special reward for those who make their way to the top of the rankings.
高10連ランキングは PVP と同じようにシーズン制になっています。
And just like PvP, the Crucible rankings will have seasons.
シーズン1はパッチ 7.56 の2週間後からパッチ 7.58 までを予定しています。
So the
Time to
first
compete.
season will run from, it will start 2 weeks after patch 7.56 comes out, and it will run until 7.58.
シーズンごとにスコアとランキングがリセットされます。
And each season, the scores and
Competitive
rankings will be reset.
beastmastering.
まあ最初の1回目はパッチ 7.56 が実装されて一通りね皆さんがレベリングしたりっていうのが落ち着くであろう2週間後ぐらいから、ファーストシーズンを 1.5 ヶ月ぐらい、
Gotta go with no
集計やろ
rests
うと思って
taken.
ますので
I
ぜひぜひ
wonder what the.
少
We need
しず
to
つでいい
understand
で
how the
す
scores themselves actually
う
work.
まくなってってねチャレンジしてもらえるとありがたいです。
So yes, the content will be released in patch 7.56, but then we've given you a time of about 2 weeks after that so that you have enough time to do all of your leveling and get used to the job, and then we will
Yeah, it's
open
going
up
to depend
the
a lot
first
on the
ranking
bonuses.
period, and this ranking period will go on for a roughly 1.5 months. So you don't have to rush. You can just start little by little, get used to the job, and then hopefully you'll be ready to take on the challenge.
7.58.
Getting that ranking.
About 2 months after 7.56. Expected, but still.
Whoa. これが
Well-
10連ランキング入賞者向けのマウント報酬になります。
And this
I want
is
that.
the mount that those high-ranking people in the Crucible rankings will receive.
Well,
ギラギラやね。
It's
Goodbye, all my time.
bling.
おーい、シャイニー。
ぜひこのマウントの入賞を目指して頑張っていただければと
Pride
思
Rock.
います。
So please do
Pride
your
Golem.
best to try and get your hands on this shiny, shiny mount.
はい、では今日自分から魔獣使いの
That's
紹
it.
介と
We're
50
grinding.
連の紹介は終わりになります。
Okay, so that is all from me today on this deep dive into Beastmaster and the Crucible of the Unbroken.
長い時間ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for sticking with me for such a long presentation.
Thank you very much, 中川さん、中川さん。
Instead of a
どうもあ
golem,
りがとうござい
it's
ま
a
した
galem.
いや、吉田さん、すごいですね。吉田さん、That's a lot.
Taste the rainbow.
本当に 100% ほぼ全て話したと思う。
I think, truly speaking, he went 100% through everything.
まあ繰り返し言いますけど、ここ
I
までの
think,
知識は
I don't know, yeah, it's not
もっと
made
やり込ん
entirely
でって身に
clear
つく
if
もの
there's
なの
like
で、
a
一通り
threshold
説
for
明
a
はし
rank
まし
or
た
if
け
it's
ど、
ranked against other
知らな
players.
くて
It's
も
not
全然
made.
遊んで
I
いける
hope
の
it's
で、
just
まずは序
a
盤
high
テスト
enough
やりなが
rank.
ら、
Like
一歩ず
like
つ
you meet a
ぜ
point
ひ進んで
threshold
みてくだ
minimum.
さい。
I do
Well, I
hope
think,
so. That
frankly
too.
speaking, the more you play, then the more your knowledge will get built up and you'll just get used to it. So although we have explained the basic fundamentals here, I think you can just take it easy, start with the job quests, and then you'll get used to it. And then soon you will be a master of Beastmaster.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. So this is all about today's Letter Live. 今日の P レールのコンテンツはこれで全てとなりますが、終了前にお知らせがありますのでみんなで確認しておきたいと思います。So before closing, we have one announcement to share with you. So let's check it out. どうぞ。
ああ、そうそうね。
はい、Final Fantasy 14 coming
Oh,
to
it's just a reminder
Switch to
about this
August
again.
4th ということで、基調講演の中でご紹介し
Just
ま
another
したけれども、
reminder about that.
Nintendo Switch 2バージョンの Final Fantasy 14が8月4日発売となります。So as we announced during the keynote, today's keynote address, the Final Fantasy 14 Nintendo Switch 2 version will be released on August 4th. そしてですね、こちらの、予約についてはお住まいのリージョンによってもうすぐ間もなく始まったり
My
始まろう
chocobo
と
does
してい
more
たりし
damage
ます
than
の
you,
で、
man, who
詳し
dungeon
い情
comment
報は、
dropped.
公式サイトロードストーントピックスや公式 SNS をチェックしていただければと思います。So and then the pre-order for this Nintendo Switch 2 version is very soon, depending on the region you are living in. So please check our Lotus and Topics or the official SNS account for more information. はい。ということで、スイッチ2版のお知らせでした。
はい。
はい。
まあ今日ねたっぷりビーストマスターのご紹介をしたんですけど、まあ今もちょっと話しましたけど、データがかなり詰まったゲームで、専用ソロコンテンツ、まあある意味14の中にもう一個別のバトルゲームが入ってるぐらいのボリュームになってます。
So yes, today in today's PLL we did showcase Beastmaster, but as you could see, there's plenty to sink your teeth into, and it really is a type of content which is built around data, and also the fact that it's a solo-based content as well. It's almost as if we've put a whole new battle game within Final Fantasy 14.
まあそういう意味だとまさにスイッチ2でカウチとねソファーに寝そべってこうじっくり向き合うみたいな遊び方、まあまさにね携帯ゲーム機であるスイッチ2にぴったりだと思いますので、ぜひねセットでプレイをしていただけるとさらに嬉しく思います。
It has the same sub price, but if you want to play on
you
the
can just
other
kick back on your
platforms
sofa,
and
relax, and
Switch
then
2,
just sink
then
into the game.
you have to pay a second sub that's
with the Switch
50%
2
discount.
being a portable device. So I would love if you get a Nintendo
If you
Switch
only
2,
play on
then
Switch 2,
you can play
you're
your
just paying the
Beastmaster on
normal
it.
sub.
ありがとうございます。ちょうど
It's only if you want to
スイッチ2
add
版
the Switch
麻雀やる
2 to
のに
the
いいかなと思っ
existing
たんですけど、
subscription.
今日のプレゼンを受けて麻雀と
Then you
ビースト
get
バスト
that.
をやるのに最適だなと。
A dish, then you have to pay that additional 50%.
Yeah, so I was thinking the Switch 2 version will be best for the Mahjong game, but today I learned it will be also good for the Beastmaster too.
It goes without saying that it's also good for crafting and gathering.
Yeah. はい、ありがとうございました。ということで、今日の PLL は以上になりますので、最後に前に出て一言ずつご挨拶いただきたいと思います。So this is actually a wrap for today's letter live. So let's move to the in front of the stage and make a final words.
Okay, I'll listen to the final words. And that's it.
Careful. Thank you very much for watching the long time.
Yes.
さあ、それでは一言いただきたいと思います。では中川さんお願いします。中川さん、can you make a final words to everyone?
はい、皆さんいかがでしたでしょうか。
So, everyone, how did you find it?
We've seen a few final versions of the relics, but they don't show all of them.
魔術使いとその登獣連は
There
サ
have
イド
been
コン
like
テンツで
5 of them
あるの
on
ですが、
the media
凄まじ
site
い
like
ボ
for
リ
a
ューム
week
と
now.
新規性があるコンテンツに
But they
な
don't
っていま
usually
す。
show all of them. No.
Obviously, Beastmaster and the Crucible of the Unbroken. At the end of the day, it's side content. But I think you'll agree there is a fairly overwhelming amount of content, and it's pretty new and fresh.
ソロプレイ中心のゲームプレイ
Yeah, I want that
な
mount
の
from the
で、ご
Crucible.
自身の
I'm
ペ
very
ースで
curious
ご
to
自
see
身
if
の
you're
プレイ
ranked
スタイル
against.
で
It didn't say you
楽し
were
んでい
ranked
ただけ
against
れば
other
と
players,
思っ
but
て
it
いま
did
す。
not say
And
that. And I
since
would
it's
assume you're ranked
mostly
against other
for
players.
single-player experience, I really hope that you'll enjoy going through it at your own pace and finding your own play style.
自分もスイッチ2を使って通勤電車の中でプ
No,
レイ
they're
しよう
not
と
going
思
to
い
do
ま
that
す。
vigorous.
I think I'm planning
Don't
to
expect
play it on
anything
the
in that
Switch
regard
2
till like
on my
December.
commute to work.
本日はありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for today.
You can have a ranking leaderboard, but still do the rewards based on meeting a
では最後
threshold.
吉田さんお願いします。そう吉田さん please.
You know what I mean? Like, it could list everyone on the
一番実は
leaderboard
カジュア
that
ルな
meets the
遊び
threshold,
方
and then
ビースト
still have
バ
them
スター
like,
ね
you
一
know,
番カ
credit
ジュアル
them
な遊
from
び
top
方っ
to
ていうのがあっ
bottom.
て
But the
何かという
rewards
と
could be based
50
on
体
like a
全部
minimum
ペットにし
point
て
amount
連れ歩く以
instead
上
of it being like top 100.
Well,
But
yes, with the Beastmaster,
I think it'll
but
be
there
like
is
top
like the
100.
most easy way you can approach it and play it. Simply, you can just collect all 50 familiars and then take them with you.
そうそれだけでもそもそも遊べるので
So that in itself is quite a lot of content that you can do.
I
and
can't wait
play.
to get the
だから
achievement
ステ
to
ップバ
level
イステ
all
ップ
pets to rank
皆さんのね
25. by the way.
がっつりのめり込める人と少しずつ空いた時間にやっていくっていうのでも構わないので本当にボリュームものすごくありますのでぜひいろんなスタイルでお楽しみいただければと思います
So yes,
All
it can be
Beastmasters
enjoyed
are
in a
Dodo
variety
only.
of ways. There's a huge amount of content there, but for those of you who want to take it easy, you can just take it step by step, play it whenever you have the free time, or equally, if you just want to dive in and do as much as you can just get straight to it and play it to the max.
はいで最後になんですが
Yeah, that's
今
another
回
way
の
of
ビース
looking
ト
at it. But I mean,
マスター
they
これから
could do it that way, but let's be honest, they
ここにい
usually
る
do the top 100
オ
thing.
ズマ正樹がですね、ほぼ全てっていうか全てのデータ一人で作っておりますので、心ゆくまで、遊んであげてください。
And on a final note, for Beastmaster, Mr. Ozma here, I think it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he pretty much made all of the data for this job and content himself. So I do hope you'll show your support and play it when it releases.
No, Landry. This is because we won't have that.
実はジョブシステムとコンテンツの両方を一人で作るっていうのは初めてだったんですね。
This is actually the first time I've made the job system and the content all by myself.
Like real, like nobody else helped you with this shit. I understand, obviously, like artists and stuff helped, but I mean, no other developer like had a hand in it at all. That's crazy.
I'm a content designer, so you know I'm normally focused on the encounters and the content, but this time it was the job system as well, so I really had to work on balancing both of those.
ただ一人で両方やるっていうメリットもやっぱりあって、それのおかげでかなり こうシステムとコンテンツがちゃんとこうシナジーがあって絡み合って面白くなったと思っているので、ぜひプレイしてみてください。
But the advantage of one person working on both sides of it is that there's this real synergy between the two and everything is really intricately connected. So I hope that you'll find that really fun as well.
Yeah, what are the top 100 and top 10 and top 1 rewards right now? They still do the trophy for number 1, right? And then top 10 and top 100 get
And
what is it?
I would
they still
also
get
like
something
to give
now.
a big shout out to our
It's just
UI
not a
team and the
mountain
programmers. They did a lot of hard work to get this through.
はい、
I
というわ
forget
け
what
で
the actual
ぜひ
top 100 and
パ
top
ッチ
10 are.
7.56楽しんでいただければと
It's a
思い
unique
ます。
plate
本
for
日はあり
top
がとうござ
100
い
and
まし
top
た。
10?
So I do hope you'll all look forward to the release of patch 7.56.
It's
Thanks
just
so
the
much
plate?
for today.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
And
that makes me a little
lastly,
more
I have
confident
one
this won't
note.
actually be a top
最後に一点だけお
100
知らせ
thing.
があります。ストリーミングでお楽しみの皆様、このプログラムが本日の無料配信の最終プログラムになります。So those of you are watching through
makes me
the
a little
live
more
stream, this
confident.
is the last
I think.
program, stage content, with the free streaming. But
Yeah,
no
then it's
worries,
going to be the
yes.
concert
You,
next.
if you
All right,
purchase
I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to be right back.
Primers Live for Tomorrow、有料配信、チケットを販売しておりますので、そちらご購入いただければ、今日のピアノコンサートと明日のプライマーズのライブも両方見れますので、どうぞご検討いただければと思います。はい、so this is the conclude of the today's letter live. So thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Are you an adventurer unable to attend our upcoming fantastic festival? Fear not. The featured musical performances can be viewed remotely with a paid ticket. The wonders of Alexandrian broadcasting technology. Should you have access to a terminal, you can purchase your ticket today. Not the songbirds, you say?
Thanks, man. Dude, I had like a stain on my shirt. I think I know what it was, but
Followed by an
to wipe it
appearance
up.
of
All right, so I'm not watching that. Obviously, I'm definitely not restreaming that because that's not allowed. So yeah, pretty good showcase of Beastmaster. I'm definitely curious about a few things, but I have a lot of content to work on. I got to do an overview of this. I'm going to have a speculation video about the new job. I'm going to have probably a follow-up video about the Final Fantasy VII collaboration and the difference between crossover collabs as well as referential content in Final Fantasy XIV. And then also, don't forget that we have patch note reading early morning Tuesday because it is going to be patch 7.55. I am going to be going immediately into the North Horn and also working on my relic. I do not have a set plan for world progging Fork Tower Magic. I'm part of a group, but it's like if there's like spots open, I'll be able to join in. And they have like speed leveling groups that they're doing. So I don't have like super set plans for Fork Tower Magic Extreme. I'll probably try to get in when I can and just get that done whenever it's possible. I kind of want to go at my own pace with North Horn and get most of that done. So I didn't really sign up for a real group or anything like that. I'm mostly going to be focused on the relics and coming up with some North Horn opinions and topics and stuff like that. So yeah, there's going to be quite a few videos over the next couple of weeks, both speculation and that. I also have some sponsored content coming up next Thursday. I have a sponsored stream that is going to take precedence over North Horn related stuff. So it's not going to be something Final Fantasy XIV related. And then I also am planning on playing Beast of Reincarnation on August 4th. That's currently a plan. That's Game Freak's game because I want to see Game Freak I want to see their game. I want to see a not Pokemon game by Game Freak. So fingers crossed for them for that. Very curious to see how that's going to pan out. But for now, I'm going to record this video off stream because I'm exhausted. So I'm going to take care of a few things around the house first, then get this recorded, and then work on some other stuff. So be on the lookout for some of the remaining content and videos over the next couple of days. I promise you your inbox is going to be quite full for the next week or so. We do also have State of the Realm tomorrow. We are going to be basically just doing thoughts and overviews on what we saw today, both from the live letter and the opening keynote. And then we'll probably do another State of the Realm on Friday with first impressions of the Northhorn and the Relic and all that. So just a little bit of a plan for that. Hey, we could watch MasterChef. So yeah, that's what we are planning on doing for the next several days and the next couple of weeks. So with that, I will see all of you fine ladies and gentlemen tomorrow, where I will be live at normal time, because there is Yoshi P's room if I wake up to news, so be it, but we're not going to be up bright and early to watch FanFest tomorrow because there's no live letter, there's no keynote. The only thing that might have some like juicy information that I would want to wake up for is Yoshi P's room, and that is like passing comments that will be important, so we'll have to wait and see how that actually pans out. So thanks everyone for hanging out today. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the resubs. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for the gifted subs. And thank you for being awesome. Please look forward to all the discussion for the next several months. And with that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day one. And enjoy the concert if you're watching the piano concert. Take care.